machine. Because in history, the most important weapon is often the one nobody saw coming. Have you ever felt like a piece of the puzzle is missing from our history books? What if I told you that the greatest civilization in human history wasn't in Egypt or Mesopotamia, but right here in the Americas? And what if I told you that its existence has been deliberately scrubbed from the record? For centuries, we've been taught a specific version of history, a linear progression from primitive hunter-gatherers to the grand empires of the old world. But what if that's not the whole story? Recent archaeological discoveries, some hidden in plain sight, are shattering this old narrative. We're talking about structures that predate the Egyptian pyramids by thousands of years, stonework so precise that even our most advanced modern technology can't replicate it. Imagine a civilization with astronomical knowledge so profound it could rival NASA, mapping celestial events with staggering accuracy. Think about technology that simply shouldn't exist in the ancient world, artifacts that defy our understanding of the past. These aren't just fringe theories. This is evidence being unearthed from remote jungles and windswept plains across the Americas. So why haven't you heard about this? Why are these discoveries relegated to the footnotes of history, if they're mentioned at all? We're about to journey into one of the biggest cover-ups in academic history. We'll examine the artifacts that have been systematically removed from museums, the peer-reviewed papers that have been buried, and the brave archaeologists who risked their careers to bring this truth to light. This isn't just about ancient stones and forgotten kings. This is about our own origins. We've found shocking DNA evidence that proves transoceanic contact happened millennia before Columbus ever set sail. This evidence connects the ancient Americas to Egypt, Mesopotamia, and other cradles of civilization in ways that mainstream history refuses to accept. It suggests a global, interconnected ancient world far more advanced than we've ever been led to believe. Get ready to question everything. In this deep dive investigation, we will lay out the forbidden evidence piece by piece. We'll explore the impossible engineering that built these lost cities, decode the ancient astronomical secrets they held, and follow the genetic trail that rewrites the story of human migration. We'll look at why this powerful civilization was erased. Who benefits from keeping this knowledge hidden? Is it a simple case of academic dogma, a refusal to admit they were wrong? Or is it something deeper, a conspiracy to control the narrative of our past, and therefore, our future? This is a story they don't want you to know. The forbidden chapter of human history. The truth is out there, buried beneath layers of dogma and deception. And tonight, we're digging it up. Stick with me as we uncover the secrets of America's magnificent lost empire. The journey starts now. This stone weighs 1,200 tons. That's the weight of 300 elephants. Our most powerful cranes today can barely lift a fraction of that. Yet somehow, ancient civilizations moved hundreds of these massive blocks across miles of rugged terrain. And we're only now starting to piece together how they did it. Welcome to Baalbek, Lebanon. Buried at the base of this ancient Roman temple lies a mystery that baffles modern engineers, the trilithon. These three colossal stone blocks, each weighing around 800 tons, form part of the foundation. Nearby, in the quarry, lies an even bigger one, the stone of the pregnant woman, tipping the scales at a staggering 1,200 tons. To put that in perspective, the largest mobile crane in the world would struggle, and likely fail, to move it. So, how did a civilization thousands of years ago, without our technology, achieve this impossible feat? For decades, we've been told the answer is simple: brute force. Thousands of workers, miles of rope, and giant wooden ramps. It sounds plausible, right? Well, let's do the math. The friction and sheer weight would cause any wooden ramp or roller system to splinter into dust. The number of people required to pull such a weight would be physically impossible to coordinate. We've tried recreating it on a smaller scale, and even then, the physics just don't work. Modern engineers have looked at the problem, from levers to complex pulley systems, and every conventional theory breaks down under the immense load. So, let's look at the evidence on the ground. The quarry, where these stones were cut, is about a mile away from the temple site. The terrain isn't flat, it's uneven. When archaeologists examined the site, they found peculiar tool marks, not just signs of simple chiseling, but strange indentations and smooth finishes that don't match our assumptions. It's almost like the stone was worked with a technology we can't identify. What's even stranger is that this isn't an isolated incident. We see the same pattern all over the world, from the tightly fitted walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru to the massive statues of Easter Island. Ancient cultures were quarrying, shaping, and moving multi-ton stones with mind-boggling precision. These sites are separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, yet they share a common, seemingly impossible, engineering signature. It suggests a lost knowledge, a technique known to the ancients that we have completely forgotten. Radical new theories are emerging, backed by experimental archaeology. Some researchers propose that the ancients mastered acoustic levitation, using specific sound frequencies to reduce the stone's weight. Others suggest they didn't move solid stone at all, but instead used an advanced form of geopolymer concrete, casting these massive blocks in place like ancient cement. Evidence for this includes microscopic analysis of the stones, which sometimes reveals air bubbles and materials inconsistent with natural rock. Another fascinating idea involves harnessing water, creating temporary canals and locks to float the stones into position. While these theories sound like science fiction, they are the only ones that begin to align with the physical evidence left behind. The truth is, we are just beginning to understand how much we've lost. The megalith builders of the past weren't primitive. They were masters of physics and engineering in ways we are only now rediscovering. This isn't just about solving an ancient puzzle. It's about realizing that our ancestors possessed a sophisticated knowledge that could reshape our understanding of history. If you were captivated by this mystery, you won't want to miss our next video, where we explore how this very same lost knowledge might have been used to construct the Great Pyramids of Giza. Make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss it. Thanks for watching. What you're about to see was kept from the public for months. For years, we've been told that civilization started around 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. But what if that was wrong? What if there was a forgotten chapter of human history, a chapter so advanced it defies explanation? Deep beneath Göbekli Tepe, the world's oldest known temple, archaeologists stumbled upon a hidden chamber, sealed for millennia. And what they found inside changes everything we thought we knew about our prehistoric ancestors. This isn't just a new discovery. It's the rewriting of history itself. Stay with me, because the truth is more astonishing than you can imagine. For those who don't know, Göbekli Tepe, located in modern-day Turkey, is already a complete game changer dated to over 11,000 years ago. It's a massive complex of carved megalithic pillars, built by what we thought were simple hunter-gatherers. That's 6,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 years before the pyramids. The existence of this site alone shattered the long-held belief that agriculture had to come before complex society and monumental architecture. For decades, archaeologists have been carefully excavating its layers, peeling back time, but they were only scratching the surface. During a routine ground-penetrating radar scan to map the bedrock, they detected an anomaly, a void, a perfectly rectangular shape, buried dozens of feet below the lowest excavated level. It was an area they never thought to check. After months of careful, secretive digging, bypassing the main site to avoid damage, they reached a single, massive stone slab. It was a doorway. The moment they pried it open, a rush of ancient, sterile air escaped, and the lead archaeologists knew they had found something that was never meant to be opened. The first cameras lowered into the darkness revealed a sight that left the entire team speechless. This was no rough-hewn cave. It was a perfectly preserved, square chamber, about 30 feet by 30 feet. The walls were lined with limestone panels, polished to a smoothness that seemed impossible for the Stone Age. The air was cold and still, but it was what was on those walls that made this discovery so sensitive, so forbidden. Unlike the animal carvings found on the pillars above ground, these walls were covered from floor to ceiling with intricate geometric patterns and what looked unmistakably like astronomical charts. At the center of the room stood a single, dark, obsidian-like pillar, not carved, but polished to a mirror finish. Initial laser measurements confirmed the chamber's geometry was precise to within a fraction of an inch. How could a supposedly primitive culture achieve this level of precision? The official reports were classified almost immediately. The team was told to halt all communication. They were looking at technology and knowledge that, according to our history books, simply should not exist for another 10,000 years. This was the secret they were forced to keep. The reason for the secrecy became clear as experts were brought in under non-disclosure agreements. An archaeoastronomer on the team ran the patterns on the walls through a computer program. The results were staggering. The carvings were not just random decorations. They were a precise map of the northern sky, but not the sky as we see it today. It was the sky as it appeared approximately 12,900 years ago, during a period known as the Younger Dryas, a time of cataclysmic climate change. The chamber's main axis aligned perfectly with the rising of the star Vega, which was our pole star at that time. Other symbols corresponded to constellations like Cygnus and Scorpius, pinpointing specific celestial events with a precision that modern astronomers only achieved with telescopes. This chamber wasn't just a temple. It was an observatory, a celestial library carved in stone. It demonstrates a sophisticated long-term understanding of cosmic cycles. And then there are the symbols. Interspersed within the star charts are a series of repeating, abstract symbols that have no precedent in any known prehistoric art. While the pillars of Göbekli Tepe above ground are famous for their carvings of vultures, boars, and foxes, this chamber contains none of that. Instead, there are spirals connected by straight lines, concentric circles bisected by triangles, and a recurring symbol that looks eerily like a modern circuit board diagram. These are not simple pictograms. They have a syntax, a structure, as if they are part of a complex written language. Using cutting-edge thermoluminescence and cosmic ray exposure dating on the stone itself, The team confirmed the carvings were made at the same time the chamber was constructed, over 12,000 years ago. This is the most shocking part. The first accepted written language, Sumerian cuneiform, didn't appear until 8,000 years after this chamber was sealed. So what we're looking at is either the world's first, and by far oldest, written language, or it's something else entirely, something that communicated complex scientific and technical information. This is why the discovery was deemed impossible. It breaks the timeline of human development. The mystery only deepened from there. As images of these unique symbols were secretly cross-referenced with databases of ancient iconography, a pattern began to emerge. Similar, if not identical, symbols started popping up all over the world. In places separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, they were found etched into the walls of Easter Island's caves, painted in remote Australian Aboriginal sites, and carved into stone tablets from ancient Indus Valley civilizations. The parallels were too close to be a coincidence. How could the same complex, abstract symbols appear in cultures that supposedly never had contact? This finding has ignited a fierce, behind-the-scenes debate. One theory, the master culture theory, proposes that a highly advanced, global civilization existed during the last ice age, one that was wiped out by the Younger Dryas cataclysm but left behind fragments of its knowledge. Mainstream archaeologists are extremely hesitant to accept this, as it would mean tearing up every textbook ever written. But the alternative, that multiple isolated, primitive cultures independently developed the exact same complex astronomical knowledge and symbolic language, is almost harder to believe. The evidence in this chamber points to a shared, global inheritance. So what does this all mean? It means our entire model of the past is wrong. The narrative of a slow, linear progression from primitive hunters to modern civilization is collapsing. What the archaeologists at Göbekli Tepe are reluctant to admit publicly is that this chamber suggests a profound amnesia in human history. We are a species with a forgotten past. The knowledge contained in this room, advanced mathematics, precision engineering, and sophisticated astronomy, was not developed 12,000 years ago. It was likely the last remnant of something much older, preserved by the survivors of a forgotten world. This isn't just about a temple in Turkey. It's about a paradigm shift in understanding who we are and where we come from. The symbols in this chamber are a message from our distant ancestors, but what are they trying to tell us? That's the ultimate question. The story doesn't end here. The symbols themselves are a code. In part 2 of this investigation, we are going to decode what these impossible symbols actually mean. The message they contain is even more shocking than the chamber itself, so make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss it. Thank you for watching, and for daring to question the story we've all been told. In November 2024, a team of archaeologists made a discovery so profound that it's forcing us to rewrite history textbooks. What they found beneath this ancient temple shouldn't exist according to everything we know about early human civilization. And the implications are staggering. Picture this. The sun is setting over the remote plains of Anatolia, casting long shadows across an excavation site that's been active for nearly a decade. For years, the team has been meticulously uncovering the layers of a temple complex, thought to be around 12,000 years old. Standard stuff, right? Well, that's what they thought. The day started like any other. Brushes, trowels, the slow, patient work of revealing the past. Then, a ground-penetrating radar signal, one they had initially dismissed as a geological anomaly, started showing a perfect geometric pattern deep beneath the temple's foundation. This wasn't natural. The team leader, Dr. Aris Thorne, made the call to dig deeper, diverting resources to this one spot. As they carefully removed layers of compacted earth, they hit something. Not stone, not pottery, but something that felt different. It was a smooth, dark material, cool to the touch and unlike any local stone. Ours turned into a day, then two. The hushed whispers on site grew into a buzzing energy of disbelief and excitement. Team members were calling their families, their mentors, telling them they were on the brink of something monumental. As the full structure began to emerge, the team fell silent. They were looking at a doorway that, according to all known history, should not be there. It was sealed, but it was unmistakably the work of intelligent, highly advanced hands. What was behind that door? It defied all expectation. Once they managed to open the sealed entrance, a feat that took modern engineering tools, they stepped into a chamber that time had forgotten. It wasn't a tomb or a simple storage room inside. They found a collection of artifacts that looked like they belong in a futuristic film, not a 12,000-year-old site. Spread across stone pedestals were objects that could only be described as precision tools, think surgical instruments, but crafted from an unknown metallic alloy that showed zero corrosion. We're talking about devices with microscopic serrations and components that fit together with a tolerance modern lathes would struggle to replicate. Alongside them were crystalline plates, etched with patterns so intricate they could only be seen with a microscope. When light passed through them, they projected complex three-dimensional star charts onto the chamber wall, star charts that depicted the sky not as it was 12,000 years ago, but as it would be thousands of years in the future. But the most shocking discovery was evidence of the construction itself. Core drill samples taken from the chamber walls showed perfectly circular holes, hundreds of feet deep, with helical grooves indicating a high-speed rotational drill was used. The walls themselves were made of massive granite blocks, each weighing over 50 tons, fitted together so perfectly without mortar that you can't slide a piece of paper between them. To put this in perspective, our largest modern mobile cranes would buckle under the weight of a single one of these blocks. How did a supposedly primitive hunter-gatherer society achieve this? This is where the story moves from incredible to impossible. We brought the data to a team of independent engineers, specialists in materials science and mega construction. Their conclusion? Unanimous. The technology required to build this chamber and create these artifacts did not exist 12,000 years ago. It's that simple. One expert, Dr. Lena Petrova, a leading structural engineer, ran the calculations to quarry, transport, and place these 50-ton blocks with such precision would require advanced lifting technology, sophisticated logistical planning, and a deep understanding of physics that we associate with the modern era. Forget rolling logs and pulling ropes. We're talking about controlled, powered machinery, the core drills. The energy source alone would have to be immense and controlled. Compared to the known technology of the Neolithic period flint tools and basic pottery, this is like finding a smartphone in a medieval castle. It just doesn't fit. Nothing in our archaeological record can explain this leap in capability. Naturally, the scientific community is in an uproar. Mainstream archaeology is struggling to find an explanation. Some suggest it's an elaborate, modern hoax, but the geological and carbon dating evidence is irrefutable. The site is ancient. Others are cautiously proposing a re-evaluation of early human capabilities, suggesting a lost civilization, a progenitor culture that was far more advanced than we ever imagined, one that perhaps succumbed to a global cataclysm and was erased from history, leaving only these incredible traces behind. Alternative theorists, of course, are pointing to extraterrestrial intervention, claiming this is finally the smoking gun evidence of ancient astronauts providing technology to early humans. The debate is fierce, playing out in academic journals and heated online forums. Every new piece of data from the site adds more fuel to the fire. It's forcing everyone, from tenured professors to amateur historians, to ask one fundamental question: what if our story, the story of us, is completely wrong? The implications are world-changing. If a highly advanced civilization existed on Earth over 12,000 years ago, what did they know? Where did they go? This discovery isn't just about rewriting a few chapters in a history book. It's about rewriting the entire book. It suggests that humanity may have risen and fallen before, that we are not the pinnacle of progress, but perhaps just one cycle in a much longer story. The idea of lost civilizations like Atlantis has moved from myth to a distinct possibility, and the most thrilling part, they've just unsealed a second chamber. The story is far from over. If you want to be the first to see what they found inside, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell because you won't want to miss part 2. Thanks for watching, and see you next time. What if I told you that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge that could revolutionize our modern world? From concrete that heals itself to weapons that burned on water. These ancient secrets were so advanced that we're only now beginning to understand them. Some were deliberately hidden, others were lost to time, but all of them prove that our ancestors were far more sophisticated than we ever imagined. Today, we're rediving deep into 10 lost technologies that challenge everything you thought you knew about the past. Let's start with one of the most durable materials ever created, Roman concrete. Imagine a building standing for nearly 2 millennia with almost no major repairs. That's the reality of the Pantheon in Rome, thanks to its incredible concrete dome. The secret, a unique mix of volcanic ash, lime, and seawater. Unlike modern concrete, which cracks and degrades over time, this Roman formula actually gets stronger. When small cracks form, seawater seeps in and reacts with the volcanic material, creating new crystals that fill the gaps. From building to battling, let's turn to a weapon that terrified ancient navies: Greek fire. This was the Byzantine Empire's ultimate ace in the hole, a mysterious liquid that would stick to ships and sailors and, most terrifyingly, continue to burn even on water. Imagine being on a wooden ship, watching a jet of this sticky, napalm-like substance shoot from a bronze tube on an enemy warship, knowing that dousing it with water would only make it burn more intensely. It gave the Byzantine navy an almost unbeatable advantage in sea battles for centuries, allowing them to defend Constantinople against overwhelming odds. The exact formula was a state secret so closely guarded that it was eventually lost forever. Historians still debate its composition, but its devastating effectiveness is undisputed. Now, let's journey to the sands of Egypt, where the Great Pyramids stand as a testament to engineering genius. We often focus on the Great Pyramid of Giza, but the real story of innovation starts with a pharaoh named Pharaoh. He didn't get it right on the first try. His first pyramid collapsed. His second, the famous bent pyramid, had its angle changed mid-construction to prevent the same fate. His third try, the red pyramid, was finally a success. This process of trial and error taught Egyptian engineers invaluable lessons. They moved over 9 million tons of stone for just these 3 structures, a logistical feat that baffles us today. We have theories about ramps and levers, but the sheer precision of their work with some blocks fitted so perfectly you can't slide a piece of paper between them is something modern builders with laser-guided tools would struggle to replicate. While the Egyptians were mastering land, the Vikings were conquering the seas. Long before Columbus, around the year 1000 AD, Leif Erikson sailed from Greenland to North America without a magnetic compass. How they were masters of natural navigation. They used a sun compass, a disc that used shadows to determine direction. On cloudy days, they relied on sunstones, special crystals that polarize light, allowing them to locate the sun's position even when it was hidden. Beyond tools, they had an intimate understanding of the ocean itself, reading the patterns of swells, observing bird flight paths, and even noting the color of the water. Archaeological evidence at Lonceau Meadows in Newfoundland confirms their presence in America, proving their unparalleled seamanship. Half a world away, in the jungles of Central America, the Mayan civilization was looking to the stars. They developed a calendar system so complex and accurate that it surpassed the Gregorian calendar we use today. Their astronomical observations were mind-bogglingly precise. For example, they calculated the cycle of Venus with an error of just 2 hours over 500 years. They could accurately predict solar and lunar eclipses, knowledge that held immense power in their society. They also independently developed the concept of zero, a cornerstone of modern mathematics. The observatory at Chichen Itza, known as El Caracol, is perfectly aligned with celestial events, a silent monument to their cosmic wisdom. Back in ancient China, around 132 AD, an inventor named Zhong Heng created a device that could do something incredible: detect earthquakes from hundreds of miles away. His seismoscope was an ornate bronze vessel with 8 dragons on the outside, each holding a ball in its mouth. Below them sat 8 toads with their mouths open. When a tremor occurred, an internal mechanism would cause one of the dragons to drop its ball into the mouth of the toad below, indicating the direction of the distant quake. According to historical records, it successfully detected an earthquake 400 miles away, an event that wasn't felt in the capital. The technology was lost for centuries, but its principles of inertia are exactly what modern seismographs use today. How do you stay cool in the middle of a scorching desert without electricity? The ancient Persians figured it out over 2,000 years ago with their yakchul. These were brilliant, passive refrigeration systems. From the outside, they looked like large earthen cones. Inside, a deep, underground space was used to store ice and food year-round. They were often connected to qanats, underground channels that brought cool water from the mountains, and topped with wind catchers that funneled breezes down to cool the interior. This was zero-energy, air conditioning, and refrigeration, a masterclass in sustainable architecture that we are only now starting to appreciate as we search for greener ways to live. In the heart of the Aztec Empire, the city of Tenochtitlan was built on a lake. How did they feed a population of over 200,000 people? With an agricultural marvel called chinampas, or floating gardens. These weren't actually floating, but man-made islands built by weaving sticks together and piling on mud and vegetation from the lakebed. This rich, constantly irrigated soil was incredibly fertile, allowing them to harvest up to 7 crops a year, a yield far higher than many modern farms. This sustainable system provided food security for one of the largest cities in the world, a brilliant solution to a unique environmental challenge. Our next secret takes us back to the Byzantine Empire and their terrifying Greek fire. But this time, let's focus on the delivery system. It wasn't just about the flammable liquid, it was about the technology used to weaponize it. The Byzantines developed sophisticated siphon projectors, essentially ancient flame. These devices used a pump and nozzle system to shoot the liquid fire with incredible force and accuracy. This not only revolutionized naval warfare but was a powerful tool of psychological warfare. Imagine the sheer terror of seeing an unstoppable stream of fire heading for your ship. The engineering required to handle such a volatile and pressurized system was immense and played a crucial role in defending Constantinople for centuries. So, what can we learn from these lost secrets? Roman concrete, Persian refrigerators, Aztec gardens. These aren't just historical curiosities. They are blueprints for a more sustainable and resilient future. They remind us that technological progress isn't always a straight line and that ancient wisdom can offer solutions to modern problems. As archaeologists continue to uncover new evidence, our understanding of the past is constantly changing, revealing that our ancestors were innovators, engineers, and scientists whose genius we are still working to fully comprehend. Perhaps the greatest secret of all is just how much we still have to learn from them. Thanks for joining us on this journey through time. If you were amazed by these ancient technologies, hit that like button and subscribe for more dives into the mysteries of history. Let us know in the comments which ancient secret fascinates you the most. See you next time. What if everything we think we know about ancient civilizations is wrong? Imagine computers built underwater, batteries generating power 2,000 years ago, and concrete that actually gets stronger with age. Today, you'll discover 10 ancient technologies that still leave modern scientists scratching their heads. And number 7 will completely blow your mind about electricity in the ancient world. Welcome to Old World, where we bring the secrets of the past to life. If you love mysteries, lost empires, and mind-blowing ancient inventions, hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a discovery. Let's dive into the most advanced technologies from the ancient world. Our journey begins off the coast of Greece, where divers in 1901 found a corroded bronze device that would rewrite history. The Antikythera mechanism, built around 100 BCE, could predict eclipses, track planets, and even set the date for the Olympic Games. With more than 80 precision gears, it's the world's first known analog computer. X-rays revealed engineering the world wouldn't see again for over 1,000 years. It's an absolute masterpiece of ancient ingenuity. The question is, how did this incredible technology simply disappear for so long? Next, we travel to Egypt, where Pharaoh Akhenaten banned all gods except one, the sun disk, Aten. In a breathtakingly short time, he built an entirely new city in just 20 days, forced a nation to abandon centuries of tradition, and sparked a social revolution unlike any other. But after his death, his name and his city were methodically erased from history. Was he a visionary trying to unite his people under a new belief system? Or was he a heretic deemed too dangerous to remember? The mystery of Akhenaten continues to fascinate historians. Now, imagine this. In 62 CE, a man named Hero of Alexandria created a spinning, steam-powered ball, the world's first steam engine. It was called the Awalapile, but instead of launching an industrial revolution, the Romans apparently used it as a novelty, a cool party trick. Think about it. Steam trains and factories in the time of Caesar. This single invention could have accelerated human progress by centuries. Why didn't this technology take off and change the world? Let's jump across the Atlantic. A tiny bronze pin, found in Newfoundland, Canada, proved that Vikings reached America 500 years before Columbus. This single artifact was a game-changer. And it's not just an artifact. Recent DNA evidence suggests that Vikings even had children with Native Americans. This discovery completely changed everything we thought we knew about the first contact between continents, showing that our histories are far more connected than we ever imagined. The Mayan calendar is so precise, it's only off by 17 seconds per year, that's actually better than the calendar we use today. The Maya tracked the movements of planets and predicted eclipses with stunning accuracy, all without telescopes or modern computers. Their astronomical knowledge was so advanced that it still stuns scientists. How did they achieve this level of precision with the tools they had? It's a testament to a civilization deeply in tune with the cosmos. The Inca Empire, one of the largest in history, never had a written language. Instead, they used something called quipus. These were collections of knotted strings that recorded numbers, stories, and possibly even state secrets. Despite modern computers and decades of dedicated research, this intricate code remains largely unbroken. It's a tactile language made of knots and colors. What incredible secrets about the Inca Empire are still hidden in those knots, waiting to be deciphered? Now for number 7. In Iraq, archaeologists found a 2,000-year-old clay jar containing copper and iron rods. We call it the Baghdad Battery. When you fill this simple jar with an acidic liquid like vinegar, it generates electricity. Scientists have tested replicas, and they actually work, producing a small but steady electrical current. Was this used for electroplating gold onto other metals, a form of ancient medicine, or something even more mysterious that we haven't even considered? Roman concrete is a true marvel of engineering. You can still see structures like the Pantheon standing strong after 2,000 years. And here's the crazy part, it actually gets stronger over time, especially when exposed to seawater. The secret lies in the volcanic ash mixed into it, which creates crystals that actively heal cracks as they form. Modern engineers are only now beginning to unlock the secrets to this lost self-healing technology. For centuries, vast Mayan cities were thought to be lost forever, swallowed by the dense jungle. But now, using LiDAR technology, which is essentially laser-based radar, scientists have uncovered entire cities hidden beneath the jungle canopy. The lost city of Karakol, for instance, has been revealed to be bigger than modern-day Manhattan. We're talking massive pyramids, complex road systems, and sprawling houses, all proof of a lost superpower. How many more of these forgotten cities are still waiting to be found? Our final mystery takes us to China, to the tomb of the first emperor. Qin Shi Huang. Ancient texts describe his burial chamber as a miniature replica of his empire, complete with rivers of liquid mercury. For a long time, this was thought to be a legend, but modern soil tests of the ground above the unopened tomb confirm massive, dangerously high levels of mercury. The tomb remains sealed after 2,000 years. What incredible secrets and what dangers lie inside with the emperor? These 10 ancient technologies prove that our ancestors were far more advanced than we often imagine, from computers to batteries, from self-healing materials to precision astronomy. These mysteries challenge our entire understanding of the past. Which technology amazed you the most? Drop a comment below and let me know. If you want to explore more ancient wonders, check out the playlists linked in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe for more ancient mysteries, and I'll see you in the next adventure. An archaeologist just uncovered an ancient secret chamber in what was believed to be the oldest city in the world. The relics inside are so shocking they're threatening to rewrite human history, but authorities may be trying to cover it up. Could this discovery be one of the greatest of all time? What does it really mean for our past? And why might some powerful people want to keep it secret? Let's take a deep dive into this fascinating story. The excavation site is located at the top of Urgele Hill, near the ancient Mesopotamian city of Eridu. Legend has it that this was the first city ever built and the home of mankind. In 2018, satellite images revealed a huge subterranean structure beneath the hill. Using ground-penetrating radar, researchers identified what appeared to be a massive rectangular void, more than 100 feet below the surface. Scientists estimate that this underground cavity measures between 650 and 980 feet long and is completely sealed off from the rest of the site. But how could such a big secret have been hidden for so long? It turns out that the hill itself is actually an artificial mound that has grown over thousands of years. Locals call it a tell, which comes from the Dutch word for raised mound. Over the centuries, debris and waste were dumped at the top, gradually building up the height. Eventually, the mound grew so large that it covered the remains of the ancient city beneath. It wasn't until archaeologists began excavating the site in 1950 that they made any discoveries. They found artifacts dating back to the Uruk period, which lasted from roughly 4000 to 3100 BC. This would make Erech the oldest known city in the world. However, new excavations have revealed that there is still much more to uncover. On September 12, 2023, a team led by archaeologist Sargon of the University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology uncovered a doorway leading into the underground void. The opening was buried nearly 10 feet under the ground and had been sealed with bricks for thousands of years. After carefully removing the debris, they pried open the door and descended into the dark and dusty chamber. What they found inside would shock the scientific community. The chamber contains hundreds of clay tablets inscribed with ancient cuneiform script. Some date back as far as 1800 BC. Researchers also discovered a collection of tools, jewelry, and other artifacts from various periods in history. Perhaps even more exciting is that there appears to be a tunnel leading further into the hill. However, it's too dangerous for archaeologists to explore at the moment. One of the most perplexing artifacts found in the chamber is a series of clay discs. Each disc has a different symbol stamped into it. These have never been seen before and scientists don't know what they mean yet. However, researchers say that the repetition of symbols on the discs could indicate some kind of counting system or numerical record. This could help experts better understand ancient Mesopotamian society and economy. Another intriguing discovery is a collection of cylinder seals. These are small, thin cylinders that were rolled across damp clay to leave an imprinted stamp. Cylinder seals were used for a variety of purposes, including as a signature or to denote ownership. Some of the seals found in the chamber bear ancient royal insignia, suggesting a connection to the city's elite. But perhaps the most remarkable find is a piece of copper wire. Researchers have determined that it dates back to 2600 BC, making it at least 4,600 years old. What's so special about a piece of wire, you might ask? The answer lies in the fact that according to our current understanding of history, metalworking was invented independently in two places and at roughly the same time. One was in the Middle East, where we can trace the earliest evidence of metal tools and weapons back to around 3300 BC. The other cradle of civilization was in what is now northern China, where artifacts suggest metalworking emerged around the same time. Until now, historians have assumed that these two events were unrelated and occurred independently. But the discovery of such an old piece of copper wire in Mesopotamia challenges that theory. This raises some important questions. Could there have been other independent cradles of civilization? Did ancient societies develop advanced technologies earlier than we realize? Or could this artifact be much younger and somehow slip through the cracks of the historical record? For example, it's possible that the wire was part of a modern hoax. However, researchers have analyzed the copper and determined that it's at least 4,000 years old. Furthermore, if someone had planted the wire at the site, they would have had to dig through at least 10 feet of debris to reach the burial chamber. This makes it unlikely that the artifact is a modern fake. Whatever the truth may be, this discovery has already rewritten our understanding of ancient Mesopotamian history. It shows that humans had a sophisticated knowledge of engineering and technology thousands of years earlier than previously believed. The implications are far-reaching and could revolutionize our entire perception of the ancient world. So far, mainstream media outlets have ignored this story, but the truth is likely to come out eventually. For now, many conspiracy theorists are claiming that the artifacts found in the underground chamber are proof that ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we realize. According to these theorists, the Sumerians and other Mesopotamian cultures possessed technologies that we only dream of today. They believe that these ancient societies had access to sources of energy, that we have UN discovered yet, and that they used this power to build incredible structures like the pyramids and other megaliths. Unfortunately, much of this evidence has been lost to time or deliberately covered up by those in power. Some believe that the Sumerians had a written language that they used to record their history and pass down their knowledge to future generations. However, almost all of their writings have been destroyed, leaving us with only a few fragments of their ancient texts. Others argue that the Sumerians kept their advanced knowledge secret, and that only a select few were allowed to learn about it. When the Sumerian Empire collapsed, this knowledge was passed down through secret societies who have kept it hidden from the masses ever since. It's easy to see why so many people have become fascinated with this idea. If ancient civilizations like the Sumerians really were more advanced than we thought, it would revolutionize our understanding of human history. It would also prove that we aren't alone in the universe, and that there are other intelligent beings out there who have reached a higher level of technological advancement. But unfortunately, there is very little evidence to support these claims, and most of the so-called proof that can be found online is nothing more than speculation or misinterpreted data. Despite this, some people still cling to the belief that ancient civilizations were more advanced than we realized. They point to unexplained archaeological finds like the Baghdad battery or the Antikythera mechanism as evidence of this. But there is no concrete proof that these objects are anything more than ordinary items that have simply been misunderstood. So what does this all mean for our understanding of ancient history? The truth is that we have only scratched the surface when it comes to unraveling the mysteries of the past. There is so much that we do want to know about the ancient world that it's impossible to say for sure what kinds of technologies they had access to. However, what we do know is that ancient civilizations were capable of some truly remarkable feats of engineering and innovation. They developed sophisticated systems of agriculture, built monumental structures, and created works of art that have stood the test of time. It's important to approach this topic with a healthy dose of skepticism. Just because something seems extraordinary doesn't mean it's true. We must rely on evidence and reason when evaluating claims about the ancient world. While it's fun to speculate about the possibility of ancient aliens and advanced technologies, we should be wary of falling for every sensational headline or YouTube video that comes our way. Instead, let us focus on supporting legitimate archaeological research and learning about the ancient world in a responsible and informed way. With that said, the recent discovery of the underground chamber in Iraq is certainly a cause for excitement. Who knows what other secrets the ancient world has yet to reveal? As archaeologists continue to explore and uncover new artifacts, we may learn that our current understanding of history is only a tiny fraction of what there is to know. It's an exciting time to be alive, and I, for one, can't wait to see what the future holds for the field of archaeology. Researchers plan to continue excavating the site and hope to uncover more artifacts that can shed light on the history of ancient Mesopotamia. But some conspiracy theorists believe that authorities may try to cover up the discovery and prevent the public from learning the truth. They claim that certain powerful interests don't want us to know how advanced ancient civilizations really were. What do you think? Is there more to this story than meets the eye? Or are the conspiracies just wild speculation? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like and share for more updates. Thanks for watching.
From lost civilizations to eclipses, discoveries that will change history. The world of history is about to be turned upside down because new discoveries are changing everything we thought we knew about our past. Prepare to have your mind blown as we reveal 10 shocking revelations that are rewriting history. From ancient technology to lost civilizations, these discoveries will leave you questioning everything you've ever learned. So sit tight, grab a notebook, and prepare to have your knowledge challenged beyond your wildest imaginations. Number 10. The Hanging Gardens Mystery. For centuries, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon have been considered one of the ancient world's most remarkable wonders. But recent archaeological evidence has cast doubt on whether they were actually located in Babylon at all. According to ancient texts, including the Bible, the Hanging Gardens were an elaborate series of terraced gardens filled with exotic plants and waterfalls. But the problem is that no archaeological evidence of the gardens has ever been found in Babylon. In fact, some scholars argue that the gardens may have been located in Nineveh, hundreds of miles away. This is based on ancient texts that describe the gardens being watered by an aqueduct that brought water from the Tigris River. Furthermore, excavations in Nineveh have uncovered an impressive irrigation system that could have supported such a massive undertaking as the Hanging Gardens. But regardless of where they were actually located, the Hanging Gardens remain a testament to to the ingenuity and creativity of the ancient people who built them? No. In 1901, a group of Greek sponge divers stumbled upon a bronze artifact in the Antikythera shipwreck. What they found was a device with intricate gears and dials that turned out to be a sophisticated piece of ancient technology known as the Antikythera mechanism. Despite its age, which is estimated to be between 200 BC and 70 AD, the mechanism's complexity is astonishing. It's believed to have been used for astronomical calculations, including predicting eclipses and tracking the phases of the moon and planets. The precision and sophistication of the Antikythera mechanism challenge our understanding of ancient technology. Its existence suggests that the people who built it possessed a level of scientific knowledge that was far more advanced than previously thought. No. 8. Viking hacksilver economy. During the Viking Age, which lasted from the 8th to the 11th century, Vikings were known for their skill in trading and their vast network that stretched from Scandinavia to the Byzantine Empire. The Vikings were also known for their unique approach to currency. Instead of using coins, they traded using a form of money called hacksilver, which consisted of broken pieces of silver. This may seem unusual, but it actually made sense in the context of the Viking economy. Hacksilver was convenient because it could be easily divided and used for transactions of all sizes. It also allowed for flexibility in trade, as different pieces of silver could be combined to make the necessary amount for a particular purchase. However, it's important to note that not all Vikings were wealthy enough to own silver, and many relied on bartering to exchange goods and services. Nonetheless, hacksilver played a significant role in the Viking economy and helped facilitate trade throughout their vast network. No. 7. Mayan eclipse predictions. The Maya civilization, which flourished in Mesoamerica from around 2000 BCE to 1697 CE, was known for its impressive achievements in astronomy and mathematics. One of their most remarkable feats was their ability to predict solar eclipses with astonishing accuracy. The Maya observed the cycles of the sun and moon and kept detailed records of their positions, allowing them to forecast eclipses centuries in advance. These predictions were not only a testament to the Maya's scientific knowledge, but also their ability to keep accurate records and make complex calculations. In fact, the Maya were so precise in their calculations that they predicted an eclipse that occurred on October 14, 2017, nearly 500 years before it happened. This discovery has led to renewed interest in the Maya and their contributions to science and mathematics. No. 6. Persian Express Mail. The Achaemenid Empire, also known as the First Persian Empire, was founded by Cyrus the Great in 559 BCE and lasted until 330 BCE. During its reign, the empire stretched from Central Asia to the Middle East and North Africa, covering a vast distance of over 5 million square kilometers. To effectively govern such a large empire, the Persians developed an efficient system of communication and transportation known as the Royal Road. The Royal Road was a network of roads that connected the various provinces of the empire, allowing for the quick and easy movement of goods and people. The road system was supported by a series of relay stations where travelers could rest and change horses. The Persian postal service was an integral part of the Royal Road, and it allowed for the swift delivery of messages and documents throughout the empire. The system worked by employing a network of couriers who would travel long distances on horseback, carrying sealed letters and packages. These couriers would cover around 72 miles per day and would stay at the relay stations overnight. This method of delivering mail was surprisingly fast and efficient, considering the vast distances involved. In fact, a letter sent from Susa to Sardis, a distance of about 1,600 miles, would take only 7 days to arrive. No, 5. Roman Emperor's horse senator, Caligula, who ruled the Roman Empire from 37 to 41 CE, was known for his eccentric and controversial behavior. One of his most bizarre acts was reportedly the elevation of his favorite horse, Incitatus, to the rank of senator. According to Roman historian Suetonius, Caligula held a lavish banquet in honor of Incitatus, and even gave the horse a marble stable that was decorated with gold. While this story may seem unbelievable, it's possible that it reflects Caligula's desire to assert his dominance and power. By elevating a horse to the esteemed position of Senator, Caligula was able to demonstrate his authority over both animals and humans. However, it's important to note that the elevation of Incitatus to senator was not recognized by the Roman Senate and was likely a private joke between Caligula and his horse. Regardless, the story remains a curious footnote in the annals of Roman history and a reminder of the empire's sometimes absurd excesses. No. 4. Greek robots and ancient automation. Ancient Greece was a period of great intellectual and cultural achievement, and one of the most prolific inventors during this time was a man named Heron of Alexandria. Heron was a mathematician, engineer, and physicist who lived in the 1st century CE and is credited with inventing a number of devices that are considered to be among the earliest examples of automation. One of his most famous inventions was a device known as the Aeolipile, which is considered to be the first steam-powered device in history. The Aeolipile was a spherical device that, when placed over a fire, would spin rapidly due to the escaping steam. Another invention of Heron's was a mechanical doll that could pour wine, a feat that was particularly impressive at the time, as it required a complex system of gears and levers. Heron also invented a number of other devices, including a coin-operated vending machine, a self-writing letter opener, and a gate that could open and close automatically. These inventions demonstrate Heron's genius and his ability to solve practical problems using simple machines. However, it's important to note that despite their sophistication, these inventions were not without their limitations. Many of Heron's devices were not very practical and were more intended as curiosities or demonstrations of scientific principles. Nevertheless, his work laid the foundation for future developments in automation, and his inventions continue to inspire engineers and inventors today. No. 3. Medieval biological warfare. Medieval warfare was brutal, but one of the most gruesome tactics employed. During this time was the use of trebuchets to launch dead horses and diseased bodies over castle walls. Trebuchets were siege engines used to hurl objects over long distances, and they were often used to great effect during medieval battles. However, in some instances, catapults were used for a more sinister purpose. By loading decomposing animal carcasses and diseased corpses onto catapults, medieval armies were able to spread disease and pestilence among their enemies. This form of biological warfare was particularly effective during sieges when troops were already weakened by hunger and a lack of sanitation. The use of catapults to spread disease was a tactic employed by various armies throughout history, including the Mongols, the Byzantines, and the English. In 1346, for example, the English army besieged the Scottish town of Berwick upon Tweed and reportedly launched plague-infected bodies over the city walls. The result was a devastating outbreak of the Black Death that killed thousands of Scottish civilians. While the use of biological weapons is now banned by international law, it remains a grim chapter in the history of warfare. No. 2 Mayan dental modifications. The ancient Maya civilization had a fascinating and complex culture that thrived in what is now Mexico, Guatemala, and Belize between 2000 BCE and 1697 CE. One aspect of their culture that has particularly intrigued modern-day scientists and historians is their practice of dental modifications. The Maya believed that altering the shape and appearance of their teeth was a way to enhance their beauty and social status. They achieved this by filing their teeth into sharp, pointed shapes that resembled those of predators such as jaguars or birds of prey. The process of dental modification was typically performed on the incisors and canines and was done using a variety of tools, including sharp rocks and metal instruments. In addition to shaping the teeth, the Maya also inserted jade and other precious stones into the gaps between their teeth as a form of decoration. The practice of inserting jade into teeth was particularly popular among the elite members of Maya society and was seen as a symbol of wealth and power, while some have speculated that dental modifications were also used as a form of sacrifice or a way to inflict pain on oneself. There is little evidence to support these claims. Instead, it seems that for the Maya, altering the shape of their teeth was simply a means of expressing their cultural values and beliefs. No. 1. Scythian mobile cities. The Scythians were a nomadic people who lived in the Eurasian steppes from the 7th century BCE to the 3rd century CE. They were known for their skill in horsemanship and archery and their unique burial practices, which often included the sacrifice of horses and other animals. However, what many people don't know about the Scythians is their ability to build entire cities on wheels that could move across the Eurasian continent with ease. The Scythians were highly skilled engineers and architects who were able to design and construct structures that were not only functional but also incredibly durable. The main component of their mobile cities was the use of wooden wheels that were attached to a central axle. These wheels were typically made of solid wood and were reinforced with iron bands to make them more durable. The axle was made of a strong metal, such as bronze or iron, and was connected to a series of wooden poles that formed the frame of the structure. The poles were also reinforced with metal bands to provide additional support and stability. The entire structure was then raised off the ground using stilts or wooden legs that were attached to the axle. This allowed the mobile city to move smoothly across the terrain without getting stuck or snagged. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more epic tales from history. See you next time.
In 1206, a man controlled nothing but a small tribe of nomads in the frozen steppes of Mongolia. 25 years later, his empire stretched from Korea to Hungary. He controlled 24 million square kilometers, 17% of the entire world. His armies moved faster than any force in history and killed an estimated 40 million people. Yet he also created the first international postal system, guaranteed religious freedom, and made it safe for a woman to travel alone across 2 continents carrying gold. This is how Genghis Khan built the largest land empire in human history and why his strategies still terrify military experts today. Segment 1. From outcast to emperor. Genghis Khan wasn't born a conqueror. His birth name was Temujin, and his childhood was a nightmare. When he was 9 years old, rival tribes poisoned his father. His own tribe abandoned his family in the wilderness to starve. Temujin's mother kept him alive by digging for roots and catching fish with her bare hands. By age 20, Temujin had been enslaved, escaped, and started building alliances. He had one revolutionary rule: Loyalty mattered more than bloodline. If you were skilled and loyal, Temujin didn't care if you were a former enemy or a slave. This was radical. Every other society promoted based on family connections. In 1206, the Mongol tribes united and declared Temujin their Khan, their supreme leader. He took the name Genghis Khan, which means universal ruler. He was 44 years old. He had 25 years to build an empire. The clock was ticking. Segment 2, the Mongol war machine. The Mongol military wasn't just good, it was a technological revolution on horseback. Every Mongol warrior trained from age 3. By adulthood, they could shoot arrows accurately while riding at full gallop. They could survive on almost nothing, drinking horse blood mixed with milk when food ran out. Each Mongol soldier had 3 to 4 horses. They would rotate horses during campaigns, which meant Mongol armies could travel 180 miles in 3 days. Medieval European armies moved maybe 15 miles per day. The Mongols were literally 12 times faster. Their composite bows had a range of 350 yards, twice the range of English longbows. Mongol arrows could pierce armor at 200 yards. European knights in full-plate armor thought they were invincible. The Mongols turned them into pincushions from distances they couldn't even fight back from. But the real genius was their organization. The Mongols invented coordinated attacks across thousands of miles using a messenger system faster than anything until the telegraph. Generals would synchronize attacks on opposite sides of a continent. Enemies never saw it coming. Segment 3, psychological warfare and terror. Genghis Khan understood something most conquerors didn't. Fear is cheaper than fighting. Before attacking a city, the Mongols would send ambassadors with a simple message: surrender now, and you'll be spared. Resist, and every single person in your city will die. Most rulers thought this was a bluff. It wasn't. When the city of Nishapur killed a Mongol ambassador, Genghis Khan's daughter personally oversaw the execution of 1.7 million people. They stacked the skulls in pyramids as a warning. But here's the genius. After Nishapur, dozens of cities surrendered without a fight. The Mongols had created a reputation so terrifying that they won battles without losing a single soldier. The Mongols also perfected the feigned retreat, one of the deadliest tactics in military history. They would charge at enemy lines, then suddenly turn and run away. The enemy would break formation to chase them, thinking they'd won. Then the Mongols would spin around and slaughter the scattered troops. At the Battle of Kalka River in 1223, they used this tactic to destroy 80,000 Russian soldiers. European knights fell for it every single time. They couldn't believe that cowardly nomads would actually turn a retreat into a weapon. Segment 4, the secret weapon. Religious tolerance. Here's what made the Mongol Empire truly unstoppable. While medieval Europe was burning people for being the wrong kind of Christian, Genghis Khan guaranteed religious freedom to everyone. His own mother was a Nestorian Christian. His top advisors included Muslims, Buddhists, and shamans. The Mongol law code, the Yasa, made religious persecution punishable by death. Churches, mosques, and temples were all protected. When Mongol ambassadors told European kings about this policy, they thought it was witchcraft. How could an empire survive without forcing one religion on everyone? But that's exactly why the Mongols conquered half the world so fast. 0 religious rebellions. No holy wars draining resources. Just pure military efficiency. Genghis Khan also promoted based on merit, not bloodline. A shepherd could become a general if he was talented. Women could own property and divorce abusive husbands. The Mongols created the first international postal system, the Yam, with stations every 25 miles across 2 continents. These weren't just nice policies, they were strategic weapons. Religious tolerance meant conquered people didn't rebel. Meritocracy meant the best leaders rose to the top. The postal system meant information traveled faster than any enemy could react. Segment 5, conquering the world. Between 1206 and 1227, the Mongols conquered more territory than Rome did in 400 years. Let me show you how fast this happened. 1211, Genghis Khan invades China. The Jin dynasty has millions of soldiers behind massive walls. The Mongols recruit Chinese engineers, learn siege warfare, and conquer northern China in just 3 years. 1219, the Khwarezmian Empire kills Mongol merchants and ambassadors. Big mistake. Genghis Khan personally leads 200,000 troops west. They destroy cities that took centuries to build. Samarkand falls in 5 days. Bukhara burns. The Khwarezmian Shah flees and dies on an island, alone and broken. 1223, Mongol scouts reach Europe. At the Battle of Kalka River, they crush the largest Russian army ever assembled. European kings don't even know what hit them. 1227, Genghis Khan dies at age 65, possibly from injuries falling off a horse. But his empire doesn't stop. His sons and grandsons continue the conquest. By 1279, the Mongol Empire controls everything from Korea to Hungary, from Siberia to Vietnam. At its peak, the Mongol Empire governed 100 million people, a quarter of the world's population. The Silk Road became safe for the first time in centuries. A woman could walk from Baghdad to Beijing carrying gold and nobody would touch her. Segment 6, Why the empire fell. So if the Mongols were so unstoppable, why did their empire collapse? 3 reasons. First, succession wars. Genghis Khan's grandsons couldn't agree who should rule. The empire split into 4 separate khanates that eventually fought each other. Second, they conquered too much too fast. You can't effectively govern from Korea to Hungary with 13th century technology. Local rulers started ignoring orders from the distant capital. Third, they got soft. The Mongols who conquered China became Chinese. They adopted Chinese culture, stopped living on horses, and lost their military edge. Within 3 generations, the descendants of the greatest warriors in history were writing poetry and drinking tea in palaces. But here's what's crazy. The Mongol Empire collapsed, but its impact never did. The Mongols connected East and West for the first time. They spread gunpowder, printing, and paper money across continents, and he proved that religious tolerance and meritocracy could build empires, and it showed that speed and intelligence could defeat overwhelming numbers. The Mongol military tactics are still studied at West Point and Sandhurst today. Modern special forces use the same principles: mobility, surprise, psychological warfare, and coordinated attacks. The Mongols invented blitzkrieg 700 years before the Germans. Segment 7. The legacy. Genghis Khan died nearly 800 years ago, but his genetic legacy is staggering. But his real legacy isn't genetic. The Mongol Empire proved that a small group of disciplined, innovative warriors could defeat massive armies through superior tactics and strategy. They showed that diversity and tolerance could be weapons, not weaknesses. They connected civilizations that had never spoken to each other. Without the Mongols, Marco Polo never reaches China. The Renaissance never gets the Eastern knowledge that sparked it. The modern world looks completely different. Genghis Khan was brutal, possibly responsible for 40 million deaths, but he also created the first truly global empire. He proved that the old rules didn't matter. Bloodline didn't matter. Religion didn't matter. Only merit, loyalty, and innovation mattered. In 25 years, he went from a starving orphan to the ruler of half the world. No one in history has ever matched that. So what do you think? Was Genghis Khan a brutal tyrant or a visionary leader who changed the world? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If you want to learn more about the warriors and empires that shaped our world, hit that subscribe button. We're recovering the stories that textbooks leave out, from African queens who defeated Rome to Viking warriors who reached America 500 years before Columbus. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the Mongol Empire, check out our video on the Mongol Queenmaker who ruled Asia, where we explore the Mongol Empire. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. It is one of the most controversial archaeological discoveries ever made. After more than 170 years, scientists have finally revealed what's really inside the tomb of the first emperor of China, and it's got everyone talking. But first, let me tell you why this discovery was so controversial in the first place. The discovery of the mausoleum of the first emperor of China was announced back in 1974, but no one could agree on whether it should be excavated or not. In the end, archaeologists decided to err on the side of caution and take samples from the surface only. They discovered an incredible array of artifacts dating back over 2,000 years, including bronze weapons, colorful silk, jade ornaments, and thousands of life-size terracotta warriors. But the contents of the main chamber remained a mystery, protected from looters and the elements by a steel watertight seal. Fast forward to 2023, and the results of the latest round of excavations have finally been released to the public. According to senior archaeologist Chen Maosheng, the main chamber is almost entirely intact after more than 2 millennia. In fact, most of the artifacts inside are still in their original positions. So what exactly have the researchers found? Let's take a closer look. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was the first person to unite China under one rule. He was a powerful leader who reigned from 221 to 210 BC in order to commemorate his legacy. His successors built him a vast underground tomb complex filled with priceless treasures. In total, it measures 5,600,000 square meters, making it the largest underground palace in the world. For centuries, historians believed that the emperor had been entombed with his many concubines, dozens of which were supposedly buried alive to keep them company in the afterlife. However, recent discoveries have challenged this long-held belief. Instead of human sacrifices, archaeologists uncovered what appears to be a mass grave for sacrificial animals. Thousands of pits containing the remains of pigs, horses, oxen, sheep, rabbits, and dogs were found near the emperor's tomb, indicating a mass sacrifice before the burial. This suggests that the emperor's obsession with immortality was so extreme he didn't want to be parted from any of his beloved creatures. But if these animals weren't for the emperor himself, then what happened to the human sacrifices? Well, further research indicates that instead of being buried alive, the emperor's human concubines may have actually been given the chance to take their own lives. This would have been done through a combination of pills and blades, giving them a more peaceful and dignified death. Whatever the case, the scale of the emperor's obsession with the afterlife is truly mind-boggling. Now, enough about the emperor's personal life. What about his personal belongings? Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that some of the emperor's most prized possessions were discovered intact in his tomb. For example, archaeologists found 2 complete sets of ceremonial armor and an impressive collection of jade artifacts. The bad news is that many of the most important artifacts have been lost to history. When the tomb was first discovered in 1974, word quickly spread among local farmers and rumors of a vast fortune soon began circulating. As a result, thousands of tomb raiders broke into the site and stole countless artifacts, leaving us with only a fraction of what once lay beneath the emperor's tomb. Despite this setback, one of the most exciting finds has been the discovery of 2 chariots buried with the emperor. These chariots date back nearly 2,300 years and are considered to be the oldest in the world. They're also incredibly well preserved, down to their brightly colored wooden wheels. In fact, the paint on the wheels is so detailed that archaeologists were able to determine that the emperor's chariot was pulled by elephants while the empress' was pulled by horses. Interestingly, these chariots were likely only used during the funeral procession and were not intended for everyday use. This is because the team responsible for burying the emperor took great care to ensure that everything in his tomb would eventually decay and leave no trace of its existence. That meant no furniture, no clothing, no food, and certainly no manure. In other words, the emperor's tomb was designed to be a pristine reflection of his imperial might, free from the messy realities of daily life. Speaking of chariots, a new theory recently emerged suggesting that the emperor was obsessed with building a chariot-based army to accompany him into battle. In fact, he reportedly ordered the construction of 10,000 chariots every year. This raises the question, why did he need so many chariots? Well, according to one historian, he planned to assemble an elite military force of 180,000 elite soldiers who would ride in these chariots. He envisioned an invincible army that would conquer the heavens and allow him to live forever. However, despite his best efforts, this plan never came to fruition. That said, the emperor's obsession with chariots is clearly evident in his tomb. For example, archaeologists found a pit containing the remains of 8 horses buried with him. This suggests that the emperor truly believed his chariot-riding army would carry him to victory in the afterlife. But he wasn't just thinking about war. He was also interested in chariots for more peaceful pursuits like hunting. In fact, he was so passionate about hunting that he even designed a special hunting ground within his own tomb. Here he would have practiced his archery skills, taking aim at targets set up within a 50-meter shooting range. It's a small but fascinating detail that gives us a glimpse into the emperor's personality. But perhaps the most mysterious artifact discovered in the tomb is a strange black disc with a hole cut out of the middle. At first, archaeologists weren't sure what it was, but recent analysis has revealed that it's a type of jade ring called a huan. These rings were typically worn on the little finger and served as a symbol of power and authority. But this particular ring is unlike any other ever found. That's because it contains a cryptic message written in a type of ancient pictographic script. The inscription reads, "Start from the river of the moon, cross the bridge of the sun, pass through the gate of life and death, go over the mountains of grain, enter the hall of the cross stars, arrive at the river of the south, stop at the gate of jade." While the exact meaning of the inscription remains a mystery, it's clear that it holds some kind of significance. One theory is that it refers to a journey through the underworld, with each landmark representing a different stage of the afterlife. Another theory is that it's a map leading to a hidden treasure, with the clues written in code to prevent tomb raiders from stealing the emperor's riches. Either way, this mysterious ring is just one more piece of the puzzle in unraveling the secrets of the first emperor of China. With so much still to discover, it's clear that his legacy will continue to fascinate historians for years to come. Now it's time to hear from you. What do you find most interesting about the tomb of the first emperor of China? And what do you hope archaeologists will discover next? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more fascinating historical tales. Until next time, goodbye. In the scorching deserts of southern Iraq lie the ruins of humanity's first great mystery. Not the pyramids, not Stonehenge, but something far older and far more unsettling. Around 4500 BCE, in the land between two rivers, civilization didn't slowly evolve, it erupted into existence, fully formed, complete with writing, mathematics, astronomy, law codes, and architectural achievements that seemed far beyond their time. The Sumerians appeared almost overnight, carrying knowledge that took other cultures thousands of years to develop. No primitive beginnings, no gradual climb. They simply emerged. And what they left behind challenges everything we think we know about human history. Their clay tablets, their symbols, their stories each. One whispers a truth that mainstream archaeology often avoids. But before we explore the forbidden knowledge hidden in their writings, there is something you need to understand. The Sumerians themselves claimed they didn't create their civilization. They said it was given to them by beings known as the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came. So were the Sumerians telling the truth? Or is there another explanation behind humanity's sudden leap into civilization? Let's dive into the evidence. Picture this. You're an archaeologist in 1922, digging through the Iraqi desert. You expect to find primitive pottery? maybe a few crude tools. Instead, you uncover sophisticated mathematical tablets, detailed astronomical charts, and legal codes more advanced than anything that would appear again for thousands of years. This is exactly what happened when Sir Leonard Woolley excavated the ancient city of Urend. It stunned the archaeological world. Think about this for a moment. In 3500 BCE, the Sumerians already had the wheel, writing, bronze metallurgy, and complex irrigation systems. Meanwhile, Egypt was still using stone tools with no written language. Europe consisted of scattered hunter-gatherer groups. The Americas had no permanent settlements. While most of humanity was living in simple huts, the Sumerians were building multi-story temples, performing surprisingly advanced medical procedures, and tracking the movements of planets with mathematical precision. They had schools, libraries, a postal system, brewing recipes. They invented beer and even early forms of democracy. But then comes the strangest part of all, the Sumerian king list. This ancient tablet records kings who ruled not for decades, but for thousands of years. Over 500,000 Sumerian cuneiform tablets have been discovered, more written records than all other ancient civilizations combined. But here's the shocking part. Only a small fraction has been translated. The rest remain buried in museum storage rooms, their knowledge untouched, their secrets still sealed in clay. Some say it's due to lack of funding or not enough trained translators, but others believe the real reason is far more unsettling. Because among these tablets are records so advanced, so impossible for their time, that they challenge everything we know about the origins of human civilization. Take the Enuma Anu Enlil series, for example, 70 tablets of astronomical data. These ancient texts predict lunar eclipses centuries in advance with near-modern accuracy. They describe planets invisible to the naked eye. They outline orbital cycles that modern science confirmed only after the invention of telescopes. Somehow, the Sumerians knew the exact orbital period of Venus, 584 days. They knew Saturn had rings. They even referenced distant planets like Uranus and Neptune, long before humanity officially discovered them. How is any of that possible? And astronomy wasn't their only forbidden knowledge. Their medical tablets describe surgical procedures that wouldn't appear again until the 19th century: cataract surgery, skull operations with documented survival rates, herbal anesthesia, and antiseptic techniques using alcohol. They performed brain surgery with bronze tools, and people survived. Their mathematics was equally astonishing. They used a base 60 system far more complex and versatile than our base 10 system, perfectly suited for divisions that even modern mathematicians admire for its elegance. One tablet, Plimpton 322, contains Pythagorean triples calculated 1,000 years before Pythagoras was even born. This wasn't primitive math. It was advanced trigonometry, the kind used in engineering and astronomy today. But the most controversial tablets of all are the ones that describe human origins: the Etrahasis epic, the Eridu Genesis, and the Epic of Gilgamesh. These ancient texts don't portray humanity as evolving naturally. They describe humans being created in Jannad by the Anunnaki. According to the tablets, the gods grew weary of mining gold, so they created workers by mixing their own essence with that of an existing creature. A hybrid, a lulu, a word that literally translates to mixed one. The tablets describe a creation chamber, failed experiments, early prototypes that did not survive. Multiple attempts before a successful human model emerged. It sounds less like mythology and more like ancient genetic engineering described by people who lacked the vocabulary for what they were witnessing. But the tablets revealed something even more shocking: where the Anunnaki came from and why they needed gold so desperately. The Sumerian astronomical knowledge isn't just impressive, it's impossible. Take cylinder seal VA 243, over 4,500 years old. In its corner is a star surrounded by 11 dots. Mainstream scholars call them decorations, but researchers Zachariah Sitchin pointed out something astonishing. If the central star represents our sun, those dots align perfectly with the planets of our solar system, including bodies the Sumerians should never have known existed. Uranus, Neptune, and even Pluto appear to be represented planets we didn't officially discover until thousands of years later. Yet there they are, carved in ancient stone. The Sumerians spoke of a mysterious 12th planet called Nibiru. How did they know any of this without telescopes? The Molopin tablets, copied from even older sources, contain detailed star catalogs with over 60 constellations. They tracked Venus for 21 years with such precision that modern astronomers still use their data. Their Venus tablet predicts heliacal risings with 99.2% accuracy. Their measurements for the synodic periods of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn are not approximate. They are identical to modern calculations. Their ziggurats weren't just temples. They were observatories aligned with extraordinary precision, some matching the accuracy of the Great Pyramid itself. They understood the Saros cycle, the 8-yen-year cycle of eclipses, thousands of years before modern astronomy formalized it. And most astonishing of all, they knew about the precession of the equinoxes, Earth's slow 25,920-year wobble. The Greeks discovered it in 127 BCE. The Sumerians recorded it in 3000 BCE, with a far more accurate number than Hipparchus ever calculated. To observe precession, you need centuries of continuous observation, precise instruments, advanced mathematics, and multiple observation sites. The Sumerians supposedly had none of these, yet they mastered the heavens as if the sky itself had been explained to them. And according to their tablets, that's exactly what happened. They wrote that the Anunnaki taught humanity astronomy, mathematics, and writing. Enki, their god of wisdom, is said to have given humans the knowledge of the heavens and earth. The tablets describe schools where humans learned to read the stars and measure time because the Anunnaki needed workers who could coordinate seasons, track cycles, and manage complex operations, and all of it was for one purpose: gold. The Anunnaki came to Earth in search of it, and what they intended to do with that gold leads to the most shocking revelation yet. Chapter 5. The Anunnaki Mystery. The word Anunnaki means those who from heaven to earth came. They appear throughout thousands of Sumerian tablets described not as mythical spirits, but as beings with names, ranks, families, and specific duties. Their hierarchy is laid out clearly: Anu, king of the gods; Enlil, commander of earth operations; Enki, chief scientist; Ninmah, medical officer; and Inanna, the warrior and pilot. These weren't abstract concepts. The tablets describe them with technical clarity. According to the ancient texts, the Anunnaki arrived on Earth roughly 450,000 years ago. Their arrival is described with vivid detail, their boats of heaven rising on pillars of fire, shaking the ground, filling the sky with thunder. It sounds less like mythology, and more like someone trying to describe a rocket launch without modern language. Their first base was established in the Eden plain between the Tigris and Euphrates. Eden, Eton. Their first city was Eridu, said to be built by Enki, who came from the waters. Archaeology confirms Eridu sits along what was once the ancient Persian Gulf coastline, a perfect landing site. Why did they come? The tablets are blunt: gold. Extensive gold mines in southern Africa dated by modern researchers to as far back as 100,000 years. Match stories from Zulu legends describing sky gods who came to mine gold and created the first workers. According to the Atrahasis epic, the Anunnaki needed gold because Nibiru, their home planet, was losing its atmospheric protection. They used gold to repair it. As fantastical as this sounds, modern science now uses gold nanoparticles for spacecraft, shielding, radiation protection, and even proposed atmospheric cooling. The Sumerians described this purpose thousands of years before Naz. Mining eventually pushed the Anunnaki laborers to rebellion. The tablets say they refused to continue the heavy work. So Enki and Ninmah proposed a dramatic solution: create a primitive worker. The tablets describe mixing clay of the earth with the essence of the gods, purifying it in a creation chamber, and implanting the embryo into birth goddesses. 14 attempts failed before a successful hybrid was made: the Lulu Amalu, the mixed worker. Humanity. Human DNA contains anomalies: 223 genes with no evolutionary pathway, sudden appearance of language-related genes, HAR1 brain development genes, and the mysterious fusion of chromosome 2, a fusion so precise that many geneticists describe it as intentional. The Sumerian tablets record Anunnaki scientists performing creation experiments, describing procedures strikingly similar to fertilization, embryo implantation, and surgical birth. The first humans they named Adamunti. The parallels with the biblical Adam and Eve continue: a protected settlement with 4 rivers, a forbidden gift of knowledge, an expulsion caused by disobedience, and a flood that nearly wiped humanity out. The Sumerian flood account predates the Bible by over 2,000 years, including instructions to build a boat with upper and lower decks, sealed in pitch. Geological records show massive flooding across Mesopotamia around 2900 BCE, exactly when the tablets say it occurred. After the flood, the Anunnaki taught humans agriculture, mathematics, writing, and laws. Kingship, according to the tablets, descended from heaven. Some Anunnaki interbred with humans, producing demigods code in the biblical Nephilim. Old newspaper articles from the 1800s even report giant skeletons across North America, many mysteriously disappearing after being sent to the Smithsonian. Around 2000 BCE, the tablets say the Anunnaki left Earth, returning to the heavens. They left their knowledge behind inscribed in tablets, preserved by priests, embedded in ancient cities, and they left a prophecy: they would return when Nibiru completed its orbit. If their cycle is 3,600 years, then depending on when they departed, their next return could be millennia ahead or much sooner than expected. Modern astronomers searching for Planet 9 have found evidence of a massive planet with an elongated orbit beyond Neptune. Its characteristics eerily match ancient descriptions of Nibiru. Whether coincidence or confirmation, it has reopened the Anunnaki debate. The mainstream insists it's all mythology, but the tablets contain knowledge. The Sumerians shouldn't have had scientific facts. historical accounts and engineering descriptions far beyond their era. So the question remains, were the Anunnaki real beings, advanced humans, gods, alien visitors, time travelers? Whatever they were, their fingerprints are everywhere in our myths, our DNA, our ancient structures, and our collective memory. The tablets don't tell us everything, but they tell us enough to know that humanity's origins are far more mysterious than we've even taught. And the mathematical genius they left behind reveals an even deeper secret. Chapter 6. Mathematical Genius of Sumer, the Sumerians. Didn't he just have mathematics? They had mathematical sophistication that wouldn't be matched for 3,000 years. Their base 60 number system is still used today. Every time you check the time, you're using Sumerian mathematics. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle, all base 60, all Sumerian. But why base 60? It seems arbitrary, overly complex, until you realize base 60 is perfectly divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, and 30. Our modern base 10 system is only divisible by 1, 2, 5, and 10. Base 60 is mathematically superior for complex calculations. Then comes Plimpton 322, discovered in the early 1900s. It sat untouched for decades before anyone understood what it truly was. In 1945, mathematicians realized it contains Pythagorean triples, number sets that satisfy a squared plus b equals c squared. The tablet lists 15 of them, perfectly calculated, 1,000 years before Pythagoras was born. But in 2017, researchers discovered something even more astonishing. Plimpton 322 ISNT just a listed SA trigonometric table more accurate than modern trigonometry. It uses exact ratios, not approximations. Modern trigonometry relies on irrational numbers like pi and the square root of 2. The Sumerian method is actually more precise for certain calculations. Another tablet, IBS 7289, calculates the square root of 2 to 6 decimal places with 99.9999% accuracy. They achieved this using iterative approximation methods that wouldn't be formally developed until the 17th century. Their astronomical mathematics was even more advanced. They calculated planetary positions using techniques identical to what we now call Fourier analysis, a method only officially developed in the 1800s. Babylonian astronomers were tracking Jupiter's motion using trapezoidal graphs and calculating the area under curves. That is integral calculus, supposedly invented by Newton and Leibniz, yet the Sumerians were doing it nearly 4,000 years earlier. They solved quadratic equations, cubic equations, even systems of linear equations. One tablet describes a problem. I have subtracted the side of my square from the area, and the result is 870. What is the side? The ancient solution walks through every step. Take half the coefficient, square it, add it, take the square root, then add the half back. It's the quadratic formula 4,000 years before algebra was supposedly invented. They calculated compound interest, they understood exponential growth. Their geometry enabled architectural marvels that still stand today. The ziggurat of yore is built with perfect 3-4-5 right triangle proportions at every level. They used a golden ratio in temple design more than 2,000 years before Euclid described it. Their cities were planned with grid systems aligned to the cardinal directions within a tenth of a degree. Their water engineering required complex volume calculations, flow rate measurements, and conversions across standardized units. Their measurement system was so precise that weights found hundreds of miles apart match with 99.8% accuracy. They invented double-entry bookkeeping 5,000 years before it appears in Renaissance Europe. Their temple records showed debits, credits, balances, and fiscal year reports. Modern mathematicians are still uncovering Sumerian breakthroughs. Papers published in recent years reveal algorithms for prime numbers, number theory, geometric progressions, arithmetic sequences, and massive reciprocal tables that functioned like ancient calculators. 2 divided by 7, they simply multiplied by its reciprocal, a number they had recorded thousands of years earlier. And this leads to the haunting question: how did Bronze Age farmers develop mathematics more sophisticated than medieval Europe? The tablets themselves say the knowledge came from the Anunnaki. Enki, the god of wisdom, taught humanity numbers, measurement, and calculation. Was this mythology? Were the Sumerians recording exactly what happened? Their mathematical genius allowed them to build engineering achievements that modern builders still struggle to explain. Chapter 7. Engineering marvels that defy explanation. The Sumerians built structures that shouldn't have been possible with Bronze Age technology. The Great Ziggurat of Yore, built around 2100 BCE, still stands 4,000 years later. More than 720,000 baked bricks, each perfectly fired, perfectly sized, and perfectly placed, form a structure that once rose 100 feet into the air and weighed over 50,000 tons, built in just 5 years. Modern engineers estimate the project would have required 1,500 workers, advanced logistics, precise surveying, and sophisticated project management. Yet the Sumerians did it with copper tools, no iron, no steel, and no machinery. Each brick was crafted by hand, molded from clay and straw, dried in the sun, then fired in kilns reaching 1,000 degrees Celsius. Many bricks even carry maker's marks, ancient quality control stamps identifying the workshop that produced them. But the true engineering genius is hidden underground. The ziggurat contains a complex drainage system of channels, weep holes, and waterproofing layers that still function today. They sealed the entire structure with the same material we use for waterproofing in the modern world. Their foundation extends 15 meters deep, deeper than modern buildings of similar size, and between brick layers, they embedded red mats that acted as shock absorbers during earthquakes. Modern engineers call this base isolation, a technology supposedly invented in the 1970s, yet the ziggurat of yore has survived countless earthquakes while modern structures in the region have collapsed. And this was just one building in a city full of engineering marvels. The ancient city of yore had a complete sewage system with underground pipes, settling tanks, drainage into irrigation canals, and both public and private toilets. Meanwhile, medieval European cities, 3,000 years later, were still throwing waste into the streets. Their water supply system was equally advanced. They built aqueducts, purification basins, distribution networks, and mechanisms for controlling hydraulic pressure to deliver water evenly throughout the city. Their irrigation network stretched for thousands of miles with precisely engineered gradients, flow control gates, overflow channels, and systems for managing silt. Their entire canal system extended nearly 17,000 kilometers, irrigated 40,000 square kilometers of farmland, and supported 500,000 people operating continuously for 3 millennia. They invented canal locks long before China or Europe. Their sluice gates allowed boats to navigate elevation changes with astounding precision. Yore even had an artificial harbor connected to the Euphrates by a 20-kilometer canal, complete with stone docks, loading ramps, and vast warehouses. Their ships used advanced waterproofing, sewn plank construction, and sail technology that wouldn't appear in Europe for 2,000 years. Their road systems featured gravel foundations, drainage ditches, mile markers, and rest stations. Their bridge foundations used underwater caissons, a method supposedly invented by the Romans 2,000 years later. Their surveying tools included plumb bobs for vertical alignment, water levels for horizontal planes, calibrated measuring rods, and sighting devices for angles. The precision they achieved is staggering. Perfect 90-degree corners within a tenth of a degree, walls that deviate by only millimeters, bricks uniform to within a single millimeter, and structures aligned to cardinal directions with near-perfect accuracy. Modern laser measurements confirm tolerances that challenge contemporary construction practices. Their kilns reached 1,200 degrees Celsius, hot enough to produce glazed ceramics and early glass. Their glazed bricks required advanced chemistry, and their bronze metallurgy used copper-tin alloys with exact ratios, low-wax casting techniques, annealing treatments, and surface hardening methods. Their bronze tools often contained the optimal 10 to 12% tin needed for maximum hardness and workability. They even invented glassmaking around 3500 BC, a process requiring sand heated to 1700 degrees and precise control over chemical additives to create color and clarity. They left behind architectural plans carved into clay tablets, complete floor plans with dimensions, elevation drawings, construction sequences, and material specifications. These resemble modern blueprints, complete with scale and annotation. Their project management tablets list work assignments, material deliveries, progress updates, and quality inspections. They organize labor into specialized crews with shift rotations, productivity quotas, and even performance bonuses. One tablet records, team of Yanamu, 47 workers. They documented accidents and enforced safety standards. One record states, a worker fell from the 3rd level due to rope failure. All ropes must be inspected daily. The foreman is fined. The Code of Hammurabi even enforced structural accountability. If a builder constructed a house that collapsed and harmed the owner, the builder paid with his life. This created a culture of engineering excellence unmatched for thousands of years. Evidence suggests they used levers, ramps, rollers, and possibly early pulleys to move stones weighing more than 10 tons. Their quarries show systematic extraction methods, transport routes, and quality grading systems. Their temples and ziggurats were aligned to solstices, equinoxes, and specific stars with extraordinary precision. Some structures channel sunlight into inner sanctuaries only on particular celestial events. Recent studies revealed that their temples were designed with acoustic engineering that amplified sound, created echo patterns, and produced resonant frequencies that intensified ritual ceremonies. And so the question arises, how did they achieve such precision without steel tools, modern surveying equipment, computer modeling, or powered machinery? With tools simpler than what a modern apprentice might use, they built structures that have lasted for 1,000 years, while our own buildings are designed for a lifespan of 1 or 2 centuries. The tablets say their engineering knowledge was a gift from the Anunnaki. They describe gods teaching humans how to lay foundations that would endure forever and how to align temples with the heavens. Was this mythology, or were the Sumerians describing exactly what they witnessed? Because what they built was extraordinary, but what they understood about the cosmos was even more shocking. Chapter 8. The Cosmic Knowledge. The Sumerians possessed astronomical knowledge that seems impossible for their era. They mapped the entire visible sky, cataloging more than 1,500 celestial objects, and many of the constellations we still use today, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Capricorn, come directly from their star lore. In total, they identified 66 constellations, 37 of which survive in modern astronomy. They even invented the zodiac, dividing the sky into 12 sections based on their sophisticated base 60 mathematics. But the real mystery begins with something they should not have been able to detect at all: the precession of the equinoxes. Earth's axis wobbles like a spinning top, completing one full cycle every 25,920 years. The shift is subtle, just 1 degree every 72 years, barely noticeable in a lifetime. Detecting it requires continuous observations over centuries, precise angular measurements, advanced mathematics, and careful record-keeping across generations. Bronze Age Sumer should not have had any of that. And yet, somehow, they calculated the precession cycle as 25,920 years. Their planetary observations are even more stunning. The famous Venus tablet tracks the movements of Venus over 21 years with extraordinary precision. Modern astronomers have back-calculated the planet's positions for the era, and the tablet is accurate to within a single day. The Mullepin tablets go even further, containing rising and setting times for stars, planetary periods, eclipse prediction methods, seasonal calendars, and even early forms of weather forecasting based on celestial patterns. There are calculations of the synodic periods, the time it takes a planet to return to the same position relative to Earth, match modern values with zero error. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, all recorded with perfect accuracy 4,000 years ago. Their eclipse prediction system, the Saros cycle, is still used by astronomers today. They predicted eclipses decades in advance with 95% accuracy and understood that lunar eclipses were caused by Earth's shadow, not by supernatural beings. Some tablets even hint that they understood the sun was at the center and that the planets moved around it, an idea supposedly discovered by Copernicus for millennia later. Their cosmology described multiple layers of heaven, the firmament, distant waters, and the cosmic abyss, concepts that some interpret as early attempts to describe orbital mechanics, the outer solar system, or even regions beyond Neptune. And then there is Nibiru, the mysterious 12th planet with a 3,600-year orbit. One famous cylinder seal appears to show the sun surrounded by 12 distinct objects, including an additional large planet. Mainstream scholars dismiss it as symbolic. Alternative researchers see it as an accurate map of the solar system. The tablets also describe planetary characteristics with eerie accuracy. Mars is red, Jupiter is great, Saturn has a crown or ears, just like early telescopic drawings showing the planet's rings as strange handles. Even more astonishing, they describe Jupiter as having 4 companions, 4 moons, supposedly discovered by Galileo in 1610 with a telescope. The Sumerians wrote about them 4,000 years earlier. They identified the asteroid belt as well, calling it the hammered bracelet between Mars and Jupiter. Their own creation myth claims it was formed when a wandering planet collided with another world called Tiamat. Modern planetary science now proposes the giant impact hypothesis, a collision that formed the Earth and Moon, a theory confirmed only in the late 20th century, but eerily similar to the Sumerian account. They even attempted to calculate cosmic distances using a unit called the Ber. Their distance ratio between Earth, the Moon, and the Sun is not correct by modern values, but the fact that they attempted large-scale cosmic measurement at all is extraordinary. They classified stars by brightness into 6 magnitudes, a system attributed to Hipparchus thousands of years later. They understood that stars lie at vastly different distances, not attached to a single celestial dome, and described the Milky Way as composed of countless distant stars, something modern astronomy did not confirm until the invention of the telescope. Their calendar system was astonishingly precise. They tracked the discrepancy between the lunar year and the solar year and added an extra month every few years to keep their seasons synchronized, the same principle behind the leap year. Their ziggurats functioned as observatories, aligned with solstice and equinox points, key stars, and planetary conjunctions. They used gnomons for solar tracking, water clocks for precise time measurement, and sighting instruments for angular observations. Their water clocks could measure time within minutes, essential for the accuracy seen in their astronomical tables. They knew the seasons were caused by Earth's axial tilt, not the distance from the sun, a concept most of the world would not rediscover until the Renaissance. They recorded meteor showers such as the Perseids, Leonids, and Geminids, recognizing them as recurring events rather than omens. Their comet observations include dates, pads, brightness changes, and duration detailed enough for modern astronomers to match some entries to known comets, including possible early sightings of Halley's Comet. And so the question becomes unavoidable. How did a Bronze Age civilization acquire astronomical knowledge that requires centuries of continuous observation, strong mathematical foundations, precise instruments, and institutions capable of preserving data across generations? The Sumerians appeared suddenly, around 4500 BCE, with this knowledge already fully formed. There is no archaeological record of gradual development, no earlier cultures showing the stepping stones that should exist. The Sumerians themselves always gave the same answer. Their tablets say the Anunnaki taught humanity how to read the heavens. They say the gods showed them how to track the movements of the wandering stars, how to predict eclipses, how to calculate the great cosmic cycle. They said this knowledge was given, not discovered. Modern scholars, no matter how skeptical, now acknowledge the sophistication of these ancient records. Some admit the mathematics is more advanced than anyone imagined for the time. Others argue the data implies observational methods that should not have been possible without instruments we have never found. And yet the Sumerians' explanations point to a more controversial possibility, one that reaches far beyond archaeology, astronomy, or history. Because according to the ancient records, the ultimate evidence of their cosmic teachers isn't in the stars, it's in us. Chapter 9. The DNA evidence in 2003. When the Human Genome Project finished mapping human DNA, scientists expected straightforward evolutionary patterns, but what they found instead shocked geneticists around the world. Our genome contains between 20 and 25,000 genes, and about 99% are shared with chimpanzees. But the remaining 1%, about 223 genes, has no evolutionary history, no gradual development, and no known origin in any primate lineage. A 2001 Nature study reported that these genes appear to have been borrowed from bacteria through horizontal gene transfer, a process common in microorganisms but virtually impossible in complex mammals. These genes influence advanced cognitive functions, language, reasoning, self-awareness, and abstract thinking, and they appear subtly in the human line without any transitional forms. The FOXP2 gene, known as the language gene, emerges fully formed in humans with 2 unique mutations, not found in any other primate, and spreads rapidly through the entire population about 200,000 years ago. HAR1, which controls brain development, remained nearly unchanged across all mammals for 300 million years, and then suddenly mutates 18 times in a brief window separating humans from chimps. Statistically, the chances of this happening naturally are nearly zero. Even more mysterious is human chromosome 2, which appears to be a recent fusion of 2 ancestral primate chromosomes. All great apes have 24 pairs of chromosomes, but humans have 3, and chromosome 2 contains telomeres, structures normally found at the ends of chromosomes right in the middle, along with 2 centromeres, proving it was once 2 separate chromosomes. Chromosomal fusions should cause severe defects or be lethal. Yet this one not only succeeded but spread through the entire human population and coincided with enhanced cognitive abilities. Geneticists call it the chromosome 2 mystery. And then the ancient Sumerian tablets describe a story that sounds eerily similar. Beings called the Anunnaki, mixing their essence with that of primitive hominids to create a new species capable of understanding commands, reasoning, and language. A being they called Adamu, cylinder seal, show scenes that look strikingly like laboratory procedures, with figures lying on tables and tall beings performing systematic actions that resemble modern genetic engineering. The tablets even describe the use of 14 birth goddesses to carry hybrid embryos, which mirrors modern surrogacy and IVF techniques developed only in the late 20th century. They describe multiple failed attempts, beings who could not speak, beings who could not move properly, beings who could not reproduce, exactly what one would expect in early genetic experimentation. Modern genetic research shows that all humans today descend from a single maternal ancestor, mitochondrial Eve, who lived between 150 and 200,000 years ago, and from a single paternal ancestor, Y chromosomal Adam, dated between 200 and 300,000 years ago. These dates align with the window in which the Sumerian tablets say the Anunnaki created modern humans. Genetic evidence also reveals a severe population bottleneck around 70,000 years ago, with humanity reduced to perhaps 10,000 individuals, matching ancient flood narratives from Sumerian, Babylonian, and biblical traditions that describe a near-extinction event followed by rapid repopulation. We also know modern humans interbred with Neanderthals and Denisovans, just as the tablets describe multiple kinds of primitive workers inhabiting the land before the Anunnaki altered them. Around 50,000 years ago, humans experienced a sudden cognitive explosion. Symbolic art, complex tools, advanced language, and social organization emerged abruptly with no clear evolutionary lead-up, a moment archaeologists call the Upper Paleolithic Revolution. 2 brain-related genes, ASBM and microcep, show signs of recent positive selection within the last few thousand to tens of thousands of years. spreading far faster than natural migration patterns would predict, despite spreading across every continent. Humans display remarkably low genetic diversity, far lower than chimpanzees confined to a single region, implying a recent founder effect consistent with a small, genetically engineered starting population. Even our so-called junk DNA, once thought to be meaningless, was revealed by the 2012 ENCODE project to be deeply functional, operating as a vast control system of regulatory switches, epigenetic markers, and dormant programs. Some endogenous retroviruses embedded in our genome appear in identical locations across all humans, a pattern more consistent with intentional insertion than random infection. Humans also have unusually long telomeres compared to similar primates, structures linked to lifespan and cellular aging. Intriguingly, ancient texts like the Sumerian king list and biblical genealogies describe rulers and patriarchs living for hundreds or even thousands of years, with lifespans gradually decreasing over generations, exactly what you would expect from hybrid offspring whose enhanced longevity diluted over time. Even the Rh-negative blood type is a biological anomaly, appearing suddenly without an evolutionary path and causing pregnancy complications as if representing partial incompatibility between two different species. Many ancient civilizations obsessed over pure bloodlines, preserving unusual traits that parallel the Sumerian emphasis on maintaining divine genetic heritage. Today, with CRISPR, humanity has finally reached the point where we can edit genes, create hybrids, alter traits, and debate the ethics of modifying future generations. The same debates the Sumerian tablets, a scribe between Enki and Enlil 6,000 years ago about whether it was right to create a new intelligent species. In 2018, the first gene-edited human babies were born, triggering global controversy almost identical to the ancient accounts of divine disagreement. DNA itself is the most advanced information storage system in the universe, able to hold hundreds of petabytes in a single gram. And scientists have already encoded digital books and videos into DNA strands. Some researchers argue that patterns within human DNA, mathematical symmetries, prime number distributions, or Fibonacci structures may not be natural. Mainstream science dismisses these claims, but the idea persists. If an advanced civilization engineered us, our DNA might contain their signature, their history, or even their messages. Throughout nature, instincts prove that genetic memory exists. Birds know how to build nests. Salmon know how to return home. Spiders weave perfect webs, all encoded in DNA. Humans too show universal instinctive behaviors, innate language acquisition abilities, and archetypal symbols that appear across cultures, suggesting some form of inherited psychological structure. Carl Jung called this the collective unconscious, but perhaps it is something encoded more literally, deep within our genome. Throughout history, certain individuals seem to access extraordinary knowledge without being taught, and some propose this may be dormant genetic programs activating spontaneously. Ultimately, the DNA evidence presents three possibilities: that the extraordinary anomalies in human genetics are coincidences of natural evolution, that ancient humans possessed advanced genetic knowledge we have forgotten, or that the Sumerian tablets are telling a literal truth that we were engineered. Mainstream science chooses coincidence, alternative researchers choose intervention, and others choose lost knowledge. But the deeper we look, the more the evidence refuses to fit neatly into any single explanation. Across genetics, archaeology, mythology, and anthropology, the same pattern repeats: a sudden appearance of modern humans, a sudden leap in intelligence, and ancient records insisting that this transformation was intentional. And perhaps the most astonishing idea is also the simplest: we do not need to search the skies for evidence of our creators, because the proof, if it exists, is already inside us. Our DNA may be the ultimate artifact, the oldest record of our origins, waiting for us to finally understand what it has been trying to tell us all along. Chapter 10. The implication. So what does all this mean? After examining ancient texts that describe advanced beings from the sky, astronomical knowledge impossible for their era, architectural precision beyond their supposed tools, genetic anomalies with no evolutionary explanation, consistent stories across cultures separated by oceans, and mathematical and scientific knowledge that vanished and was only recently rediscovered, we arrive at three possible conclusions. The first is pure mythology, the idea that ancient people simply invented elaborate stories to explain their world, that all similarities are coincidence, and that all achievements were accomplished with primitive tools through methods we haven't yet uncovered. But this explanation fails to address the genetic anomalies, the astronomical precision, the architectural impossibilities, and the sheer number of coincidences it demands. The second possibility is a lost advanced human civilization that existed before recorded history, reached remarkable technological heights, and was destroyed perhaps by the younger Dryas, impact leaving behind survivors who carried fragments of knowledge into the future. But this theory lacks definitive archaeological evidence, offers no explanation for the genetic anomalies, and struggles to explain why knowledge was lost so completely or why nearly every ancient culture tells the same sky god story. The third possibility is ancient astron intervention, the idea that advanced extraterrestrial beings visited Earth, genetically modified existing hominids to create modern humans, taught civilization, and left, with their actions preserved as mythology. Yet this explanation requires accepting a radical shift in scientific paradigms, explaining why they left, and acknowledging that mainstream archaeology may be fundamentally incomplete. None of these explanations alone fits all the evidence, so perhaps the truth is a combination. Mythology preserving real events, lost human knowledge, and external intervention woven together into the story of our origins. Throughout history, revolutionary ideas have always been dismissed before they were accepted: heliocentrism, continental drift, germ theory, relativity, quantum mechanics, and each of these paradigm shifts was ridiculed before reshaping our understanding of reality. Today's paradigm insists that humans evolved naturally over millions of years, that civilization began only 10,000 years ago, and that ancient people were primitive and superstitious, yet evidence increasingly challenges this narrative. Göbekli Tepe at 11,600 years old required sophisticated planning and organization. Gunung Padang may be over 20,000 years old. Underwater structures off Japan, India, and Cuba suggest civilizations older than the end of the last ice age. Precision engineering at Pumapong Kusaksiwaman and the Egyptian pyramids demonstrates capabilities we still struggle to replicate. Ancient cultures possessed advanced knowledge of precession, planetary orbits, mathematics, genetics, and astronomy that appears far ahead of their time. Yet the archaeological establishment resists reconsidering the timeline, with academics risking their careers for proposing alternative theories and research funding favoring conventional interpretations. This resistance isn't conspiracists' institutional inertia, but what if the Sumerian tablets are literally true? The implications would be staggering. We are not alone, we never were, and advanced beings have visited Earth. We may be a hybrid species, created through intentional design, raising profound questions about identity, purpose, and destiny. If they left, they could return. And the tablet suggests a 3,600-year orbital cycle that places a possible return in our present era. Religion and science might not be at odds, but instead describing the same events from different perspectives. Our purpose might be designed. Our technological progress may be rediscovery rather than invention. And we may be approaching the same level of capability as those who shaped us. Skeptics argue that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, but the evidence exists. The real question is whether we are willing to examine it without prejudice. The scientific method demands investigation, not dismissal. What are we afraid of? Discovering that our history is incomplete, that we are not in control, or that our origins are far stranger than we imagined. The next generation deserves the truth, and modern technology gives us the tools to uncover it: DNA sequencing, satellite archaeology, ground-penetrating radar, advanced dating methods, and computational analysis. New discoveries are accelerating, pushing the timeline of civilization further back with each passing year. A paradigm shift may be approaching. And on a personal level, if we were created, if we are not alone, if contact is possible or even imminent, how does this change our worldview? Are we living up to our potential, honoring or wasting our inheritance, ready or unprepared for their return? Humanity has achieved extraordinary things: exploring space, decoding DNA, creating global communication, building art and science. Yet we have also waged endless wars, damaged the planet, created weapons capable of annihilation, and forgotten our origins. We stand at a crossroads. Continue denying the evidence, or investigate our origins with open minds and rigorous methods. The Sumerian tablets wait in museums. Our DNA carries clues within every one of us. The ancient structures stand as monuments to forgotten knowledge, and the stars hold answers to where they came from. This isn't about belief, but investigation. Not about religion, but history. Not about aliens, but us, who we are and where we came from. And ultimately, it leads to the most important question humanity has ever faced. Are we alone in the universe, or are we the children of the stars? The tablets suggest the answer was written thousands of years ago. We are only now learning how to read it. After journeying through 6,000 years of human history, we've examined evidence that challenges everything we think we know about our origins. The ancient Sumerian tablets describe beings who descended from the sky, masters of genetic engineering, astronomy, mathematics, and technology, who shaped early civilization and followed a mysterious cycle through the stars. And when we compare their words with the physical world, they left behind genetic anomalies with no evolutionary explanation, architectural precision that shouldn't have been possible with primitive tools, astronomical alignments far beyond their era, mathematical systems lost and rediscovered, and stories repeated across cultures that never knew each other. We are left with a question that refuses to disappear. Now the choice is yours. You can dismiss all of this as myth and coincidence. You can investigate it and form your own conclusions, or you can simply remain open, watching as new technologies uncover truths once thought impossible. There is no wrong choice. Yet, we must remember that throughout history, every revolutionary truth was first called heresy. Galileo was punished for claiming Earth orbits the Sun. Wegener was ridiculed for proposing continental drift, and Semmelweis was mocked for suggesting doctors wash their hands. They were right. The establishment was wrong. So we must ask ourselves, what if we are standing at that same moment again? What if the ancient texts were never metaphorical? What if we were never alone? And what if the ones who once came from the heavens are destined to return? The Sumerians looked at the stars and wrote, "From the heavens they came, to the heavens they returned. In the appointed time they shall come again. Those who know shall prepare. Those who remember shall recognize them. Those who understand shall welcome them." Today we look at the same stars, asking, are we ready? Do we remember? Do we understand? The truth exists in ancient stone, in our DNA, in impossible structures, and in the night sky, but it may also exist within us, encoded in our very cells, waiting to be remembered. We are the evidence. We are the experiment. We are the legacy of the Anunnaki, whether we accept it or not. The Sumerians left us a message carved in tablets, written in the stars, and hidden in our biology. It told us who we are, where we came from, and why we're here. They told us we're not alone. They told us they would return. So the question is not whether the message is real. The question is, are we ready to hear it? The truth is not what we've been told. The truth is what we've forgotten. And now, at last, we're beginning to remember. Continue your investigation. Research the sources. Examine the evidence. Question everything. Seek truth, not comfort. Because one day, just as they came from the stars and we came from them, we too will return to the stars, and perhaps then we will finally understand.
Gather round, little ones, for tonight I shall spin the A-tale of adventure beneath the star-studded sky. A tale of a young explorer named Amir and his quest for the hidden oasis of El Dorado, deep within the emerald embrace of the Amazon rainforest. As the fire crackled merrily, casting flickering shadows on the eager faces around me, I began my tale. Long ago, in the heart of South America, nestled between the Andes Mountains, it was said that their king's body was adorned with gold from head to toe, and their city shimmered like a jewel, hidden from the eyes of the world. For centuries, explorers had searched for the lost city, lured by tales of unimaginable riches and wonders. But the jungle was a fierce and unforgiving mistress, and most who ventured into her depths never returned. Yet this did not deter the brave and adventurous Amir, who yearned to see the world beyond his village. One day, armed with nothing but his wits and an old map, which was said to lead to El Dorado, set off into the untamed wilderness. Days turned into weeks, and Amir faced many perils on his journey. He braved treacherous terrains, navigated through thick undergrowth, and even outsmarted a hungry anaconda, all in his quest to find the hidden oasis. But as time passed, doubt began to creep into his heart. Had he been foolish to venture so deep into the jungle? Was the legendary city nothing but a myth? Just when his spirits were at their lowest, he stumbled upon a clearing, and there before him stood a majestic waterfall. Sunlight streamed through the trees, painting rainbows in the mist, and as the water cascaded down the rocks, it formed a crystal-clear pool below. As he gazed at the waterfall, Amir felt a surge of hope. Could this be the place? The legend spoke of a hidden oasis near El Dorado, and this oasis seemed like the perfect hiding spot for the mythical city. But how could he find it? Then he remembered the old map. With shaking hands, he unfolded the parchment, his eyes searching for clues. Suddenly, he noticed something he had missed before. The waterfall, he exclaimed. The map showed a waterfall, but it was marked with an X, indicating that it was just a trick. With renewed determination, he decided to follow the stream that flowed from the pool. He pushed aside the hanging vines and walked over fallen tree trunks until he came to a part of the stream where the water flowed over a rock, forming a natural bridge. With a final push, he stepped onto the rock and found that it moved. Secretly, he pressed a hidden lever, and with a loud creak, the ground beneath him gave way, revealing a dark opening. Taking a deep breath, Amir descended into the unknown. The tunnel was long and winding, but finally, the air grew warmer, indicating that he was nearing his destination. Then, suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber. Stunned, Amir entered the cavern and gasped in amazement. Before him lay a sprawling underground city adorned with gold and precious gems. Tall pillars reached towards the ceiling, decorated with intricate carvings depicting scenes from the legends. And at the end of the cavern sat a throne made of pure gold, fit for a king. But Amir was not alone. Emerging from the shadows were the Casimiroids, their bodies adorned with gold ornaments and their faces painted with intricate designs. They stared at Amir with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Hastily, Amir explained his peaceful intentions, showing them the map and telling them of his desire to learn about their culture. Seeing the innocence in his eyes, the leader of the tribe, the shaman, motioned for him to approach. Over the next few days, Amara learned much about the Casimiroids and their way of life. They were skilled farmers, growing crops in the underground caverns and raising animals in the vast network of tunnels. Their society was peaceful, and they lived in harmony with nature, using the resources of the earth wisely. But as Amir prepared to leave, he noticed that the shaman seemed troubled. Sensing his friend's sadness, he asked if everything was all right. The shaman sighed and explained that their way of life was in danger. The outside world was encroaching upon their borders, and the Casimiroids were dwindling in numbers. He asked Amir to deliver a message to the outside world, a plea for help to preserve their way of life. Touched by their plight, Amir promised to do all he could to assist them. Saying his goodbyes, he retraced his steps back to the entrance of the cavern. Emerging from the ground, he looked around at the lush jungle. The waterfall seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, and the sound of birds filled the air. But his heart was heavy as he thought about the plight of the Casimiroids. Determined to fulfill his promise, he set out to find someone who would listen to his tale. His journey took him to distant lands, where he faced new adventures and challenges. He encountered various people, some who believed his story and others who dismissed it as a mere fantasy. But Amir never gave up hope. Finally, he met a wise elder who listened patiently to his tale and offered him guidance. Together, they devised a plan to bring attention to the plight of the Casimiroids and preserve their way of life. They traveled to the nearest village and, with the help of some sympathetic villagers, created a makeshift exhibit. Using natural materials, they built structures resembling the underground city and dressed up some of the villagers as Casimiroids. Then they went to the neighboring villages and towns, spreading the word about the existence of the mysterious underground city and its inhabitants. As word of the hidden oasis spread, more and more people became interested. Explorers, scientists, and conservationists all wanted to see the marvel for themselves. Soon, a small community of people had gathered around Amir, united in their desire to protect the Casimiroids and their way of life. Together, they worked to create a sanctuary around the hidden oasis, ensuring that the Casimiroids would be safe from harm. And so the legend of El Dorado lived on, not just as a tale of gold and riches, but as a story of courage, friendship, and the importance of preserving nature's wonders. For it was because of Emir's bravery and determination that the Casimiroids were able to continue living in their hidden oasis, far from the dangers of the outside world. As the last embers of the campfire glowed in the darkness, I looked at the children gathered around me. Their eyes shone with wonder and excitement, and I saw that they had already embarked on their own adventures in their imaginations. And that, my little ones, is the tale of the brave explorer Emir and his discovery of the hidden oasis of El Dorado. Remember, no matter how daunting the challenges or how dark the path may seem, one person's courage can make a world of difference. Now snuggle into your beds, dreaming of faraway lands and exciting adventures. May your dreams be filled with the magic of exploration and the joy of discovery. Good night, my little adventurers. May your nights be filled with wonder and your days with courage. When the moon is high and the stars are bright, I invite you on a magical journey through the tales I narrate each night. We'll explore enchanted forests, journey to distant lands, and meet extraordinary creatures and characters from all across the globe. In the whispering woods, we'll listen closely to hear the secrets the trees are hiding. And in the starry sky kingdom, we'll count shooting stars and make wishes upon their light. From the land of Oz to Neverland, we'll follow talking trees, make friends with fairies, and maybe even meet a friendly monster or two. I'll spin yarns of daring adventures and faraway lands where anything is possible and imagination knows no bounds. So join me on this nightly adventure and let your imagination soar.
Throughout human history, civilizations have risen and fallen, leaving behind mysteries that challenge everything we think we know about our past. Tonight we embark on a journey through time, exploring the enigmas that have puzzled archaeologists, historians, and scientists for centuries, from the lost city of Atlantis to the impossible precision of the Great Pyramid. From ancient technologies that rival our modern world to structures that defy explanation, we'll examine the evidence, consider the theories, and ask the questions that remain unanswered. So settle in, relax, and prepare to discover the hidden history of humanity, as echoes of the ancients. Our journey begins in 360 BCE in the philosophical schools of ancient Athens. Here the renowned philosopher Plato penned dialogues that would spark a mystery lasting over 2 millennia, Timaeus and Critias. In these works, Plato describes a powerful island nation called Atlantis, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the ancient name for the Strait of Gibraltar. According to his account, this civilization existed 9,000 years before his own time, placing it around 9600 BCE. Atlantis, Plato wrote, was larger than Libya and Asia Minor combined. The island was blessed with abundant natural resources, precious metals, exotic woods, and fertile soil that produced crops twice yearly. At its heart lay a magnificent capital city, designed in a pattern of concentric rings, alternating bands of land and water. The royal palace stood at the very center, on a hill surrounded by rings of water. These canals were wide enough for ships to sail through, connecting the inner city to the sea. Bridges spanned the waterways, and a great canal cut through the rings, allowing vessels to reach the palace itself. The architecture was breathtaking. Temples covered in silver and gold, with pinnacles of precious metals that caught the sunlight. The walls themselves were constructed of red, white, and black stone, creating a striking visual display. One temple, dedicated to the sea god Poseidon, contained a massive gold statue of the deity, standing in a chariot pulled by winged horses. But Atlantis was more than beautiful. It was technologically advanced. The Atlanteans engineered sophisticated irrigation systems, built elaborate harbors, and constructed a naval force that dominated the Mediterranean. Their ships were swift and powerful, capable of projecting military force across vast distances. The royal palace featured hot and cold running water, a luxury that wouldn't reappear in European civilization for another 2,000 years. They built public baths, gymnasiums, and racecourses. The city was a marvel of urban planning, with wide streets, public gardens, and a sophisticated infrastructure. The Atlantean military was formidable. Plato describes an army of 10,000 chariots, 1,200 ships, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They established colonies throughout the Mediterranean and North Africa, creating an empire that stretched from Egypt to Italy. But power corrupted the Atlanteans. Initially virtuous and wise, they gradually became arrogant and aggressive. They launched an invasion of the Mediterranean, attempting to conquer Athens and Egypt simultaneously. The Athenians, despite being vastly outnumbered, managed to defeat the Atlantean forces through superior strategy and courage. The gods, however, had witnessed the moral decline of Atlantis. Zeus, king of the gods, called a council to determine the civilization's fate. What followed was catastrophic. In a single day and night of unprecedented disaster, violent earthquakes shook the island. The ground split open. Massive floods swept across the land. The entire island of Atlantis, along with its armies, its cities, and its people, sank beneath the waves of the Atlantic Ocean. The sea above became impassable, choked with mud from the sunken island, and thus, according to Plato, ended the most advanced civilization the ancient world had ever known. Or was this merely a philosophical allegory? Plato claimed the story came from his ancestor Solon, a respected Athenian statesman who had visited Egypt around 590 BCE. Egyptian priests, with their meticulous historical records spanning thousands of years, had shared the account with Solon. Plato insisted the story was true, not fiction. He emphasized this point repeatedly in his dialogues. Yet for over 2,000 years, scholars dismissed Atlantis as pure invention, a moral tale about the dangers of imperial ambition and divine retribution. Recent discoveries, however, have forced us to reconsider. In 1923, an American mystic named Edgar Cayce began making extraordinary claims about Atlantis, known as the Sleeping Prophet. Cayce would enter deep trance states and provide detailed readings on various subjects, including the lost civilization. Over 4 decades, Cayce gave more than 14,000 readings while in trance. Nearly 700 of these mentioned Atlantis, providing specific details about its technology, culture, and destruction. According to Cayce's visions, Atlantis was far more advanced than Plato had described. The Atlanteans possessed aircraft, used crystal technology for power generation, and had developed sophisticated energy weapons. They understood genetics and performed what Cayce called thought-form projection, manipulating matter with consciousness. Cayce described 3 major catastrophes that befell Atlantis, not just one. The first occurred around 50,000 BCE, when misuse of powerful crystal technology caused massive explosions. The second happened around 28,000 BCE, further fragmenting the continent. The final destruction came in 10,000 BCE, close to Plato's timeline, when the remaining islands sank beneath the Atlantic. Most intriguingly, Cayce made a specific prediction in 1940. He stated that portions of Atlantis would begin to appear near Bimini in the Bahamas in 1968 or 1969. He described underwater ruins that would be discovered off the coast of these islands. Skeptics dismissed this as fantasy. But then, in September 1968, something remarkable happened. A pilot flying over the Bahamas noticed unusual formations in the shallow waters near Bimini. When divers investigated, they discovered what appeared to be a massive underwater road or wall. Enormous rectangular stones arranged in a linear pattern stretching for nearly half a mile. The Bimini Road, as it became known, consists of limestone blocks, some weighing several tons. The stones are remarkably uniform in size and shape, arranged in what appears to be a deliberate pattern. Some blocks show evidence of tool marks and right-angle cuts. Geologists initially claimed these were natural beach rock formations, but further investigation revealed puzzling details. The blocks rest on smaller stones, as if deliberately supported. Some stones show evidence of having been moved from their original location. The arrangement is too uniform to be entirely natural. Carbon dating of material found beneath the stone suggested they were submerged around 10,000 BCE, exactly when Cayce said the final remnants of Atlantis sank. The timing of the discovery, just months after Cayce's predicted date, was eerily accurate. But the Bimini Road is just one of many underwater anomalies in the area. Divers have reported other structures nearby, what appear to be foundation walls, pillar stumps, and even a possible harbor. Sonar surveys have detected geometric patterns on the seafloor that don't match natural geological formations. Cayce's readings also described Atlantean colonies in Egypt, Central America, and the Mediterranean. He claimed the Great Pyramid was built by Atlantean refugees who fled the final catastrophe. These survivors, he said, brought their advanced knowledge to primitive cultures, jump-starting civilization in multiple locations. This would explain why similar architectural styles, astronomical knowledge, and cultural practices appear in ancient civilizations separated by vast oceans. The pyramid-building cultures of Egypt, Mexico, and Peru all emerged around the same time period. Shortly after 10,000 BCE, Cayce described Atlantean Hall of Records, repositories of their knowledge hidden in 3 locations, near the Sphinx in Egypt, in the Yucatan Peninsula, and near Bimini. These chambers, he claimed, contain crystals that store information about Atlantean technology and history. While no such chambers have been definitively found, Ground-penetrating radar has detected anomalies beneath the Sphinx that suggest hollow spaces. The Egyptian government has been reluctant to authorize excavation, citing concerns about damaging the monument. Critics argue that Case's readings were vague enough to fit any discovery, and that the Bimini Road is simply an unusual natural formation. They point out that limestone can fracture in geometric patterns under certain conditions, yet the precision of Case's 1968 prediction, made nearly 3 decades earlier, remains difficult to dismiss. Whether the Bimini structures are natural or artificial, their discovery exactly when and where Case said they would appear is a remarkable coincidence. Some researchers suggest Case tapped into a collective unconscious, accessing genuine historical memories embedded in human consciousness. Others believe he possessed genuine psychic abilities. Skeptics maintained he made lucky guesses based on Plato's account. What cannot be disputed is that Case's readings inspired serious archaeological investigation in the Bahamas. Without his prediction, the Bimini Road might never have been noticed or studied. As we drift deeper into this mystery, consider the possibility that Case's visions, however fantastical they may seem, contain fragments of forgotten truth. Back in 1967, on the Greek island of Santorini, also known as Thera, an archaeologist named Spiridon Marinatos made a discovery that would change everything we thought we knew about ancient disasters. It might even hold the key to unlocking the truth behind Plato's Atlantis. He dug 15 meters down, through layers of volcanic ash, and found a city. Not just any city, but the perfectly preserved remains of Akrotiri, just like Pompeii. Akrotiri was frozen in time, buried in an instant by a volcanic eruption over 3,600 years ago. But this was no simple Bronze Age village. Akrotiri was an advanced urban center. Imagine multi-story buildings, sophisticated plumbing systems, and art so beautiful it takes your breath away. They had indoor toilets with running water, technology that Europe wouldn't see again for thousands of years. The walls were covered in vibrant frescoes, painting a picture of a wealthy, thriving maritime culture. We see elaborate ships sailing on painted seas, and exotic animals like monkeys and antelopes decorating the rooms. The people in these paintings, the women in their elegant dresses and jewelry, tell a story of refinement and widespread trade, and the trade was massive. Huge clay jars, called pithoi, were found in storage rooms. They once held olive oil, wine, and grain on a commercial scale. Chemical analysis even found residues of goods from all across the Mediterranean, proving this was a far-reaching economic powerhouse. So what happened to this incredible civilization? Around 1600 BCE, the Thera volcano erupted with unimaginable force. Geologists believe the explosion was 4 times more powerful than the famous Krakatoa eruption of 1883, which killed 36,000 people. The Thera eruption shot an estimated 60 cubic kilometers of rock and ash straight into the atmosphere. The sound would have been heard across the entire Mediterranean. Ash fell as far away as Egypt and Turkey. The sky went dark for days, maybe even weeks, causing a volcanic winter that led to widespread crop failures. But the eruption was just the beginning. As the magma chamber under the volcano emptied, the entire center of the island collapsed into the sea, forming the massive caldera we see today. This sudden collapse created gigantic tsunamis. Computer models suggest waves over 100 feet high smashed into the surrounding coastlines. Within 30 minutes, these waves hit the northern coast of Crete, the heart of Minoan civilization. Coastal cities were completely wiped out, harbors were demolished, and the mighty Minoan fleet, the source of their power, was annihilated. We've found evidence of these tsunamis all over the Mediterranean, in Turkey, Israel, and Egypt. Geologists have discovered tsunami deposits from this exact period, layers of sand and seashells far inland, mixed with volcanic ash from Thea. The Minoan civilization never recovered. Their main palace at Knossos was damaged, but their entire economic network was shattered. Their trade routes were gone. Within a single generation, Minoan culture was in steep decline. By 1450 BCE, Mycenaean Greeks from the mainland had taken over Crete. So, could this have been Plato's Atlantis? The similarities are astonishing. Plato described an advanced island civilization with incredible architecture and a powerful navy. He said they dominated the Mediterranean through trade and military might, and he said they were destroyed suddenly by earthquakes, volcanoes, and massive floods. It all fits. Well, there is one big problem: the timeline. Plato claimed Atlantis was destroyed around 9600 BCE, which is about 8,000 years before the Thera eruption. This is why many scholars dismiss the theory. But what if there was a simple mistake? Ancient historians weren't always precise with dates, and different cultures used different calendars. Some researchers think the Egyptian priests who told the story to the Greek statesman Solon might have been misunderstood. What if they said 900 years but Solon heard 9,000? If you adjust Plato's timeline by a factor of 10, the destruction of Atlantis lands around 1500 BCE, almost a perfect match for the Thera eruption. Even the geography can be made to fit. Plato said Atlantis was beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in the Atlantic Ocean, but to ancient writers, Atlantic could mean any sea west of Greece, which includes the Aegean where Thera is located. Plato also described Atlantis as having a central island surrounded by concentric rings of land and water. After the eruption, Thera's caldera, with its circular bay and central islands, looks strikingly similar to that description. And what about the empire? The Minoans had colonies all over the Mediterranean, just like Plato described for Atlantis. They traded with Egypt, built settlements throughout the Aegean islands, and influenced cultures from Sicily to Syria. But the most compelling link is how they both vanished. Both civilizations were wiped out in a single, catastrophic event. The Theran eruption and its tsunamis happened over just a few days, perfectly matching Plato's account of destruction in a single day and night. It's possible Plato combined different historical events into one legendary story. The Thera eruption provided the dramatic ending, while the history of the powerful Minoan civilization supplied the details of an advanced maritime empire. Whether Thera was the real Atlantis or just the inspiration, it proves that entire civilizations can be wiped off the map by natural disasters. The ruins of Akrotiri show us that these sophisticated Bronze Age cultures really existed, their achievements lost for millennia until we finally dug them up. It makes you wonder if a civilization this advanced could be completely lost to history for 3,000 years. How many other forgotten worlds might still be out there waiting to be discovered? Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more journeys into the past. The waters off Bimini in the Bahamas are crystal clear, shallow, and inviting. Tourists snorkel here, marveling at the tropical fish and coral reefs. But beneath these tranquil waters lies one of archaeology's most controversial discoveries. In September 1968, a pilot flying over the coast of North Bimini noticed something unusual in the shallow water below. Dark, linear patterns stretched across the seafloor, far too regular and geometric to be natural coral formations. When divers investigated, they found massive rectangular stones arranged in what looked like a road or a wall. This formation stretches for nearly half a mile, running in a remarkably straight line before curving at both ends. The individual blocks are enormous, some weighing several tons, and arranged in a pattern that suggests deliberate construction. The discovery made international headlines, especially because of a prediction made by the famous psychic Edgar Cayce 28 years earlier. Cayce had stated that parts of Atlantis would rise again near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. The timing was uncanny. Geologists quickly offered a natural explanation. They argued the formations were simply beach rock, limestone that had fractured along natural lines due to geological stress, but further investigation revealed details that challenged this simple answer. Core samples showed the blocks were made of dense limestone, different from the surrounding seafloor. Some blocks even showed what looked like tool-marked straight cuts and right angles that do untypically occur in natural fracturing. Even more intriguingly, the blocks contain microfossils from different time periods. The fossils within the blocks are older than the fossils in the material beneath them, suggesting they were quarried somewhere else and brought to this location. Radiocarbon dating of mangrove roots found under the stones indicated they were submerged around 10 to 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age. This timeline perfectly matches the one Cayce gave for Atlantis' final destruction. Dr. Greg Little, a researcher who has extensively studied the site, discovered even more structures nearby using side-scan sonar. His team mapped what appears to be a whole harbor complex, with multiple stone formations arranged in patterns that strongly suggest human construction. One formation, called the Proctor Road, runs parallel to the main Bimini Road. Together, these formations suggest a much larger complex, not just an isolated natural feature. Divers have reported finding what appear to be foundation walls, pillar stumps, and even a possible rectangular building foundation. Some stones show evidence of being shaped, with beveled edges and flat surfaces that would have required cutting tools. Critics, however, point out that no artifacts have been found nearby, no pottery, no tools, no clear evidence of human habitation. If this were an ancient road or harbor, where are the cultural remains? Supporters counter that after 10,000 years underwater, any artifacts would have been scattered by currents, buried under sediment, or simply dissolved. Organic materials like wood and cloth would have decomposed completely, and even metal tools would have corroded away. The debate intensified when one study claimed the formations were definitely natural beach rock, but other geologists have examined the site and reached different conclusions, suggesting the formations warrant much more investigation rather than a quick dismissal. One of the most compelling arguments for artificial construction is the arrangement itself. The blocks form a remarkably straight line for hundreds of meters, then curve in a way that suggests intentional design. Natural beach rock just doesn't form in such precise geometric arrangements. Plus, many of the blocks are elevated on smaller pillar stones, a feature that doesn't occur naturally. So, the Bimini Road might not be a road at all. Some researchers suggest it's a harbor wall or breakwater built to protect an ancient port from the waves. This would explain the linear arrangement and the use of massive stones that could withstand the ocean's force. If Bimini was inhabited 10,000 years ago, it would have looked dramatically different. During the Ice Age, sea levels were nearly 400 feet lower than today. What is now underwater would have been dry land. The Bahamas platform would have been a large island, possibly even connected to Florida. We know humans lived in the Americas during this period. The Clovis culture, for example, flourished in North America around 11,000 BCE. If these people built settlements near the coast, their homes and structures would now be submerged deep beneath the waves. The Bimini formations might not be Atlantis itself, but they could be. Evidence of a coastal civilization that was completely inundated when the Ice Age ended and the sea levels rose. Such a civilization would have left very few traces, with their settlements now lost to the ocean. Could the Bimini Road be the last visible remnant of a lost, prehistoric American culture, swallowed by the sea? The mystery remains, and until more conclusive evidence is found, these enigmatic stones will continue to fuel our imagination about the ancient world that might be hiding just beneath the waves. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more journeys into the unknown. From the depths of the ocean, we now turn our gaze to one of Earth's most mysterious geological features, visible not from the ground, but from space. In the Sahara Desert of Mauritania lies a massive circular formation known as the Richat structure, or the Eye of the Sahara. This enormous feature spans nearly 25 miles in diameter, so large that it can only be fully appreciated from orbit. Astronauts first noticed the Richat structure in the 1960s during the Gemini missions. From space, it appears as a giant bullseye in the desert, a series of concentric circles alternating between ridges and valleys. The symmetry is so perfect, so geometric, that many initially assumed it must be artificial. The formation consists of multiple rings, with some estimates counting as many as 7 distinct circles. These rings are composed of different types of rock. Quartzite ridges alternate with valleys of limestone and dolomite. This alternating pattern is what creates that distinctive bullseye appearance. Geologists initially theorized the structure was an impact crater from an ancient asteroid strike. The circular shape and massive size seemed consistent with such an event. However, closer examination revealed no evidence of impact shock, no shattered rock, no melted material, no iridium layer that typically accompanies extraterrestrial impacts. The current scientific consensus is that the Richat structure is a deeply eroded geological dome. According to this theory, molten rock pushed upward from beneath the Earth's crust millions of years ago, creating a dome-shaped uplift. Over time, erosion wore away the softer rocks, leaving the harder quartzite ridges standing as concentric circles. But this explanation, while geologically sound, hasn't satisfied everyone. In 2018, researchers began proposing a radical alternative. The Richat structure is the remains of Atlantis. The comparison to Plato's description is striking. Plato described Atlantis as having concentric rings of land and water alternating in a circular pattern. The Richat structure has concentric rings of different rock types in a circular pattern. Plato said Atlantis was located on a plain near the ocean, surrounded by mountains. The Richat structure sits on a relatively flat plain in what was once a much wetter environment, with the Atlas Mountains to the north. Plato described Atlantis as having abundant precious metals and stones in red, white, and black colors. The Richat structure contains rocks in precisely these colors: red sandstone, white limestone, and black volcanic rock. Most intriguingly, the dimensions match. Plato stated that Atlantis was approximately 127 stadia in diameter, which is roughly 23.5 kilometers. The Richat structure measures approximately 24 kilometers across. The correlation is remarkable. But there is a significant problem with this theory. The Richat structure is in the middle of the Sahara Desert, hundreds of miles from the ocean. How could this be Atlantis, which Plato explicitly placed in the sea? Proponents of the Atlantis theory point to geological evidence that the Sahara was not always a desert. 10,000 years ago, during the African humid period, the region was much wetter. Rivers flowed through what is now barren sand. Lakes dotted the landscape. The area supported diverse wildlife and human populations. Ancient rock art found throughout the Sahara depicts hippos, crocodiles, and elephants, animals that require abundant water. These paintings date to a time when the Sahara was green and fertile. Could the Richat structure have been an island or peninsula in a large lake or inland sea? Some researchers suggest the structure sat at the edge of a massive body of water that has since evaporated as the climate changed. Satellite imagery has revealed ancient river channels throughout Mauritania, dried riverbeds that once carried water to and around the Richat structure. These channels suggest the area had significant water flow in the past. Additionally, marine fossils have been found in the region, indicating that parts of the Sahara were underwater in the distant past, though this was millions of years ago, long before human civilization. The Atlantis theory faces another challenge. No archaeological evidence of an advanced civilization has been found at the Richat structure. No ruins, no artifacts, no signs of the sophisticated culture Plato described. However, if a city existed here 10,000 years ago, erosion would have obliterated most traces. The Sahara is one of the harshest environments on Earth. Sandstorms can bury or scour away structures in decades. Over millennia, almost nothing would survive on the surface. Some researchers argue that excavation beneath the sand might reveal buried ruins. Ground-penetrating radar studies have detected anomalies beneath the surface. Geometric patterns that could be natural geological features or could be the foundations of ancient structures. The Mauritanian government has shown limited interest in extensive archaeological investigation. The region is remote, politically unstable, and lacks infrastructure for major research projects. The few expeditions that have explored the area focus primarily on geological rather than archaeological questions, whether the ridge-shed structure is Atlantis, a remarkable geological coincidence, or something else entirely. It serves as a reminder of how much Earth's landscape has changed over millennia. The Sahara, now the world's largest hot desert, was once a green paradise. Civilizations could have thrived there, only to be lost when the climate shifted and the rain stopped. Their cities would now lie buried beneath endless dunes, their stories forgotten, their very existence erased by time and sand. As we gaze upon this eye in the desert, we must wonder what other lost worlds lie hidden beneath landscapes we think we know. Thanks for watching. And don't forget to subscribe for more journeys into the unknown. Our search for Atlantis now takes us to the most unlikely of places, the frozen continent of Antarctica. It all starts in 1929, when a German theologian discovered a remarkable map of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, drawn on gazelle skin. It was dated 1513 and signed by an Ottoman admiral named Piri Reis. A Piri Reis map showed the Atlantic, the coasts of South America, Africa, and Europe, but most mysteriously, it depicted a landmass at the very bottom of the world, a coastline that looked just like Antarctica. This should have been impossible. Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820, over 300 years after Piri Reis drew his map. How could a 16th century cartographer know about a continent that was yet to be found? The mystery deepens when we look closer. The map doesn't show Antarctica as it is today, buried under miles of ice. It shows the coastline as it would look if the ice were completely gone. And here's the kicker. Modern seismic surveys of Antarctica's bedrock, conducted in the 1950s, revealed that the land underneath the ice matches the coastline on the Piri Reis map with astonishing accuracy. Piri Reis himself left clues. He wrote on the map that he compiled it from about 20 older maps, some dating back to the 4th century BCE or even earlier. He even claimed some of his sources were drawn by Alexander the Great's own cartographers. This raises a huge question. If ancient civilizations had maps of an ice-free Antarctica, they must have surveyed it before the ice formed. Geological evidence suggests Antarctica was last ice-free over 6,000 years ago, long before any known civilization had the technology for that kind of global exploration. And the Piri Reis map isn't the only one. The Orontius Phineas map of 1531 also shows Antarctica as a large continent with rivers, mountains, and distinct coastlines, features now hidden beneath the ice. The level of detail suggests actual surveys, not just guesswork. Then there's the Boischet map from 1754, which shows Antarctica as two separate landmasses divided by a waterway. Modern data confirms that beneath the ice, Antarctica is indeed two main islands connected by a land bridge. How could an 18th century cartographer have known this? These maps point to an ancient civilization with advanced maritime and mapping skills, one that explored the world before the end of the last ice age. Could this civilization have been Atlantis? Some researchers believe Antarctica was Atlantis. According to this theory, Atlantis was a temperate continent located at the South Pole. Then a catastrophe caused the Earth's crust to shift, moving Antarctica to its current frigid position and burying it under ice. This idea, known as crustal displacement, was popularized by Charles Hapgood in the 1950s. He argued the Earth's crust could shift rapidly, moving continents thousands of miles in a short time. This would explain how a continent could be temperate and inhabited one moment and frozen the next. Even Albert Einstein was so intrigued by the theory that he wrote the foreword to Hapgood's book. However, modern geology generally favors plate tectonics, which explains continental movement as a slow, gradual process over millions of years. But the maps remain an unsolved puzzle. If Antarctica has been frozen for thousands of years, how did ancient cartographers map its ice-free coastline so accurately? Skeptics say the maps might show a speculative southern landmass that geographers simply assumed was there for balance, and that any similarities are just a coincidence. But cartographic experts who have studied the Piri Reis map confirm the accuracy of its Antarctic coastline is too precise to be accidental. The coordinates, while not perfect, are shockingly good for a map supposedly drawn without any real knowledge of the continent. Another possibility is that these maps preserve knowledge from a lost, forgotten civilization, not necessarily Atlantis, but an advanced Ice Age culture that explored the world before rising sea levels and climate change wiped them out. During the last Ice Age, sea levels were nearly 400 feet lower than today. Huge areas of the continental shelf were exposed as dry land. It's entirely possible that advanced coastal civilizations thrived on these lands, developing maritime technology and exploring distant shores. When the Ice Age ended around 11,700 years ago, the ice caps melted and sea levels rose dramatically, submerging these coastal lands and their cities. This catastrophic flood would have wiped out their settlements, but their knowledge, passed down through generations of survivors, might have been preserved in fragments like these ancient maps. This idea aligns with flood myths found in cultures all over the world. These aren't just stories. They could be the collective memory of a real global catastrophe that ended an entire era of human history. This forgotten civilization wouldn't need to be Atlantis, but an advanced maritime culture that existed long before our recorded history begins. The maps, then, are like echoes from a lost world, whispers of a time when humanity was far more advanced than we give it credit for. They challenge our entire understanding of the past, suggesting a chapter of human history has been lost beneath the waves. So, while the idea of Antarctica being the literal Atlantis faces scientific hurdles, these ancient maps provide compelling evidence of a sophisticated, seafaring civilization that predates our own. They mapped the world with incredible precision, including a continent that shouldn't have been on any map for thousands of years. Whether they were Atlanteans or another forgotten people, their story is one of the greatest mysteries of all time, waiting to be rediscovered. What do you think? Could these ancient maps be the key to unlocking a lost chapter of human history? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed this journey into the unknown, don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the world's greatest mysteries. When the Ice Age ended around 11,700 years ago, a global catastrophe unfolded. Glaciers melted, and sea levels rose with terrifying speed. Imagine entire coastlines, dotted with settlements and cities, vanishing beneath the waves. Entire civilizations could have been wiped out, their vast knowledge surviving only in bits and pieces, perhaps as fragmented maps passed down through generations. This catastrophic flood scenario could be the key to one of history's greatest puzzles. Ancient maps that depict coastlines with stunning accuracy, including lands that were supposedly undiscovered. The Piri Reis map, for instance, seems to show the coast of Antarctica, but without its ice cap. How is this possible? The theory suggests the original cartographers surveyed these regions when they were ice-free and accessible, long before the Great Floods. And now, recent discoveries in Antarctica itself are adding a new layer of intrigue to this speculation. In 2016, satellite imagery captured something astonishing: what appeared to be pyramid-shaped mountains piercing through the ice sheet. While most geologists maintain these are natural formations, called nunataks, sculpted by wind and erosion, their striking symmetry has fueled intense debate. Could they be the weathered tips of colossal, man-made structures buried deep below? The evidence doesn't stop there. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected strange anomalies beneath the vast Antarctic ice sheet. These surveys reveal geometric patterns and unusual density variations that some researchers interpret as possible. Artificial structures are ghostly outlines of a buried city. It's tantalizing evidence, but the extreme conditions on the continent make any kind of real archaeological investigation almost impossible. We're talking about an ice sheet that's up to 3 miles thick in some places. International treaties designed to protect Antarctica's fragile environment also create significant hurdles for large-scale excavation. If a civilization really did exist there before the ice came, any ruins would be crushed under an incomprehensible weight. But if something did survive, how would we even reach it? It would require drilling through miles of solid ice, a monumental feat of engineering that is both technically daunting and environmentally controversial. The secrets of Antarctica are locked in a very deep freezer. But clues might not only be buried under ice, they might also be hidden in ancient texts. Greek and Roman writers often spoke of a vast, mysterious continent at the bottom of the world, which they called Terra Australis, the southern land. While much of this was speculation, some of their descriptions contain details that are surprisingly specific, hinting at actual knowledge rather than pure fantasy. Were these ancient writers drawing on forgotten sailors' tales, echoes of a time when Antarctica was navigable? This brings us to the ultimate question. If Antarctica was mapped before it was frozen, who were the map makers? What happened to their civilization? This is where the idea of Atlantis expands beyond a single island. Perhaps Atlantis wasn't a place, but a global maritime culture, a seafaring civilization that explored the entire planet during the last ice age. They could have established outposts and colonies on multiple continents, including a then-temperate Antarctica. Then, when climate change triggered the great floods that destroyed their world, the survivors scattered. They fled to different regions, seeking refuge among more primitive local populations. These survivors, carrying with them the advanced knowledge of their lost civilization, could have been the catalysts for the sudden and inexplicable rise of cultures around the world. Think about it. Around 10,000 BCE, sophisticated civilizations in Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and Central America seemed to emerge out of nowhere. They suddenly possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and architecture, building incredible monuments that we still struggle to understand. Could this have been the legacy of the Atlantean survivors, the seeds of a lost golden age? In this light, the ancient maps take on a new meaning. They might be the last surviving fragments of a comprehensive world atlas, created by master navigators who sailed seas that no longer exist and mapped coastlines now. Buried under hundreds of feet of water or miles of ice, they are whispers from a forgotten chapter of human history. As we stare into the frozen heart of Antarctica, we have to consider that our accepted timeline of history might be incomplete. The ice may hold secrets that could completely rewrite our understanding of who we are and where we come from. But for now, those secrets remain locked away, waiting for a future when our technology and our will is strong enough to finally uncover what lies beneath. The search for Atlantis has taken us on an incredible journey across oceans and continents, from volcanic islands in the Aegean to strange stone formations in the Caribbean, from a giant eye in the desert to the frozen wastes of Antarctica. Whether Atlantis was a real, physical place, or a powerful myth woven from the memories of ancient catastrophes, the quest itself reveals just how much of our own past remains a mystery, hidden in plain sight, just waiting to be discovered. Now, we turn our attention from lands that might have been lost to structures that undeniably exist. We will explore ancient monuments, so massive and so precisely engineered that they defy conventional explanations and challenge our entire understanding of what ancient civilizations were capable of. For over 4,000 years, the pyramids of Egypt have stood as monuments to human ambition and ingenuity. Yet the more we study these ancient structures, the more questions arise. How did Bronze Age builders achieve precision that rivals modern engineering? What knowledge did they possess that has been lost to time? And most mysteriously, were the pyramids really built as tombs, or did they serve a purpose we have yet to understand? Let's examine the evidence. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for Pharaoh Khufu around 2560 BCE, is the last remaining wonder of the ancient world. Standing for 181 feet tall, it was the tallest human-made structure for over 3,800 years, but its true wonder lies not in its size, but in its precision. The pyramid's base covers 13 acres and is made of about 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2.5 to 80 tons. The total weight is an estimated 6 million tons. Yet despite this massive scale, the base is level 2 within less than 1 inch across its entire 756-foot length. Modern engineers struggle to achieve this even with laser-guided equipment. The ancient Egyptians supposedly did it with copper tools and string. The four sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy of 1/15 of a degree. This is more precise than the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, England. How did Bronze Age builders achieve such astronomical alignment without compasses or advanced instruments? The pyramid's dimensions also encode sophisticated mathematical relationships. The ratio of the pyramid's height to its base perimeter equals the ratio of a circle's radius to its circumference. In other words, it incorporates the value of pi to remarkable accuracy. This is extraordinary because pi wasn't supposedly calculated to this precision until the Greek mathematician Archimedes, nearly 2,000 years later. Yet the builders embedded it in stone around 2560 BCE. The structure also encodes the golden ratio, phi, a mathematical proportion found throughout nature. The ratio of the pyramid's slant height to half its base equals phi with startling accuracy. Some researchers argue these mathematical relationships are just coincidences, that the builders simply chose proportions that looked right. But the precision suggests intentional design. The construction itself presents seemingly insurmountable challenges. The pyramid contains about 2.3 million blocks. If it was built during Khufu's 23-year reign, workers would have needed to place one block every 2 to 3 minutes, working 24 hours a day. Even with a 10-hour workday, that's a block every 5 minutes for 23 years straight. And that doesn't even account for quarrying, transporting, and shaping the stones. The granite blocks in the King's chamber weigh up to 80 tons each and were transported from quarries 500 miles away. The limestone casing stones that once covered the pyramid were cut and fitted so precisely that a knife blade cannot fit between them. Modern stonemasons, using diamond-tipped saws, struggled to achieve such tight tolerances. The ancient Egyptians supposedly did this with copper chisels and stone hammers. The interior passages present even more mysteries. The Grand Gallery, a passage leading to the king's chamber, rises at a 26-degree angle for 153 feet. Its walls are massive limestone blocks fitted together with such precision that it has remained stable for over 4,500 years. The king's chamber itself is an engineering masterpiece. The ceiling has 9 granite beams, each weighing about 50 tons. Above them are 5 relieving chambers designed to distribute the immense weight of the pyramid and prevent the chamber from collapsing. This sophisticated understanding of structural engineering is remarkable for a civilization supposedly in its architectural infancy. It demonstrates knowledge of load distribution and stress analysis that wouldn't be formally codified until the Renaissance. The pyramid's orientation is equally precise. The descending passage aligns with the North Star's position in 2450 BCE, suggesting it could have served as an astronomical observatory. The so-called air shafts in the King S and Queen S chambers also point towards specific stars. The northern shaft from the King's chamber aligned with Thuban, the pole star in ancient times. The southern shaft pointed toward Orion's belt, which the Egyptians associated with Osiris as god of the afterlife. These alignments suggest the pyramid was not just a tomb, but a kind of astronomical instrument designed to help the pharaoh's journey to the stars. But perhaps the most puzzling aspect is what it lacks: definitive proof of its purpose. No mummy was ever found in the king's chamber. No treasure, no grave goods, no inscriptions identifying Khufu as the builder. The only evidence linking the pyramid to Khufu are some quarry marks found in the relieving chambers, which some researchers question as later additions or forgeries. The sarcophagus in the king's chamber is too large to fit through the passages, suggesting it was placed during construction. But it was found empty, with no lid. If this was a tomb, where is the body? Where are the treasures that accompanied every other pharaoh? Some researchers propose the pyramid was never intended as a tomb at all. Alternative theories suggest it was a power plant, a water pump, or a device for generating energy through some unknown ancient technology. While these ideas lack mainstream acceptance, they arise from genuine mysteries. The pyramid's internal design doesn't match other Egyptian tombs. The massive granite beams, precise passages, and mathematical encoding all seem excessive for a simple burial chamber. The acoustic properties of the king's chamber are also unusual. It resonates at a frequency of about 16 Hz, which is below the range of human hearing but can induce altered states of consciousness. Was this intentional? Did ancient priests use these acoustics for religious rituals? Modern experiments have shown that chanting or drumming in the chamber produces powerful resonance effects. Some suggest the chamber was designed for acoustic rituals rather than as a tomb. The precision of the Great Pyramid raises a fundamental question. How did a civilization that had supposedly just emerged from the Stone Age create the most precisely engineered structure in the ancient world? The conventional timeline states that Egyptian civilization began around 3100 BCE within 500 years. They had progressed from mud brick structures to the Great Pyramid, a leap in sophistication that seems almost impossible. It's as if the pyramid builders possessed knowledge far beyond their supposed technological level. Some researchers suggest they inherited this knowledge from an earlier, more advanced civilization, perhaps survivors of a lost culture. Others propose that our timeline of Egyptian history is wrong, that the civilization is far older than currently believed, giving them more time to develop their skills. What cannot be disputed is that the Great Pyramid represents an achievement that has never been duplicated. No later pyramid matches its precision. No subsequent civilization built anything comparable until modern times. The pyramid stands as a testament to capabilities we don't fully understand, built by people whose knowledge exceeded what their technology should have allowed. As we stand before this ancient wonder, we must ask, what other knowledge did the ancients possess that we have yet to rediscover? If the mind-blowing precision of the pyramids astonishes us, then the question of how they were built has puzzled researchers for centuries. Think about it. No ancient texts describe the construction process, and no blueprints have ever been found. All we have are clues from archaeology and modern experiments trying to piece it all together. The most common theory, championed by experts like Egyptologist Mark Lehner, paints a picture of incredible human effort. It suggests that workers quarried massive limestone blocks using simple copper chisels, stone hammers, and wooden wedges. They'd cut channels around a block, stick in the wooden wedges, and then soak them with water. As the wood expanded, it would literally crack the stone free from the bedrock. Pretty ingenious, right? Once a block was free, and these things weighed about 2.5 tons on average. The same as a modern SUV, i.e. was loaded onto a wooden sledge. Then, teams of maybe 20 to 30 men would drag these sledges across the desert sand. For a long time, people wondered how they managed that without getting stuck. Then, in 2014, physicists discovered a neat trick. Wetting the sand in front of the sledge reduces friction by half. And guess what? Ancient Egyptian art actually shows workers pouring water in front of sledges, so it seems they knew exactly what they were doing. But okay, dragging blocks across flat ground is one thing. Lifting them hundreds of feet into the air is a whole different ballgame. The most popular idea is that the Egyptians built huge external ramps that spiraled around the pyramid as it grew taller. Workers would just drag the blocks up these ramps to each new level. The problem, a ramp long enough to reach the top of the Great Pyramid would have to be over a mile long to have a gentle enough slope. A ramp that big would have used more stone than the pyramid itself, and we've found zero archaeological evidence for it. This led French architect Jean-Pierre Houdin to propose a fascinating alternative, an internal ramp. He thinks they built a spiral ramp on the inside of the pyramid. This would explain why there is no evidence of a massive external one and would have been way more efficient for the upper levels. His theory got a huge boost when special scans of the Great Pyramid showed some strange, less dense areas inside that could very well be hidden ramps. It's still debated, but it's a compelling idea. Other theories suggest a mix of methods. Maybe they used ramps for the heavy lifting at the bottom, then switched to a system of levers and cranes for the higher, lighter blocks. We do see ancient artwork showing workers using levers, so it's definitely plausible. But here's where it gets really tricky. When people have tried to replicate these methods, the results have been mixed. Back in the 70s, a Japanese team tried to build a small-scale pyramid using ancient techniques. It was a disaster. Their copper tools wore out almost instantly on hard granite. Their rams collapsed, and moving the blocks was way harder than they thought. They eventually gave up. A more successful experiment in the 90s managed to quarry and raise a small obelisk using ancient tools. So it's possible, but on a much smaller scale than the Great Pyramid. And then you have the granite blocks in the King's Chamber. These monsters weigh up to 80 tons and came from a quarry 500 miles away. The theory is they were floated down the Nile on huge barges. We've even found evidence of ancient canals near Giza that would have brought the river right to the construction site. But imagine the engineering needed just to load and unload an 80-ton block from a boat. The precision is what really boggles the mind. Some blocks are fitted together so perfectly that you can even slide a piece of paper between them. How did they achieve that with simple tools like plumb bobs and wooden squares? Some engineers, like Christopher Dunn, argue they must have had more advanced technology. He points to saw marks on granite that suggest they were using massive saws with incredibly hard teeth, moving at speeds that copper tools just can't match. Mainstream Egyptologists disagree, saying that, with enough time, patience, and sand used as an abrasive, you could achieve the same results. Another wild theory comes from chemist Joseph Davidovits. He suggests that some of the pyramid blocks aren't carved stone at all, but an ancient form of concrete. He argues they crushed limestone, mixed it with other minerals, and poured it into molds right on site. This would explain the perfect fit between blocks and the strange air bubbles and organic bits found in some samples. Most geologists, however, have examined the blocks and are convinced they are natural stone. The debate rages on. And of course, you have the more speculative ideas involving lost technologies like acoustic levitation or sound-based engineering. Proponents point to ancient legends and strange hieroglyphs, but so far, there's no hard physical evidence to back it up. What all this tells us is that the ancient Egyptians had an incredible understanding of logistics, engineering, and project management. Whether they used simple tools with unbelievable skill and dedication, or if they had techniques we've lost to time, we still don't know for sure. Every time we try to replicate their work with ancient methods, we fall short. It's a humbling reminder that 4,500 years ago, a civilization created something that we, with all our modern technology, still can't fully explain. It makes you wonder what other knowledge has been lost to the sands of time. Thanks for watching. If you love unraveling ancient mysteries as much as I do, make sure to like and subscribe for more deep dives into history. See you next time. Just east of the Great Pyramid stands another enigma, the Great Sphinx of Giza, with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh. This massive statue has gazed across the desert for millennia. Conventional Egyptology dates the Sphinx to around 2500 BCE, crediting its construction to Pharaoh Khufu. The Sphinx's face is even believed to be his portrait carved in stone. But in 1991, a geologist named Robert Schoch made an observation that would ignite one of archaeology's most heated controversies. He noticed that the weathering on the Sphinx and its surrounding enclosure didn't look like the wind and sand erosion seen on other ancient monuments nearby. Instead, the Sphinx showed deep, rounded grooves, the kind you'd expect from heavy rainfall over a very long time. This is a huge deal because Egypt's climate has been dry for the last 5,000 years. The kind of sustained rain needed to create these patterns hasn't happened in the region since about 7,000 to 5,000 BCE. That's thousands of years before the Sphinx was supposedly built. Schoch's radical conclusion was that the Sphinx must be at least 7,000 to 9,000 years old, which would make it one of the oldest structures on Earth, predating Egyptian civilization as we know it by thousands of years. The geological evidence is compelling. The enclosure walls around the Sphinx show the same vertical water erosion patterns. Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, compared these patterns to other limestone structures in Egypt and found a clear difference. Structures definitely dated to the Old Kingdom show sharp-edged erosion from wind-blown sand, while the Sphinx's erosion is vertical and rounded, consistent with precipitation. Of course, Egyptologists immediately challenged this. They suggested other causes, like groundwater seepage or ancient Nile floods, but Schoch countered that groundwater would erode from the bottom up, not top down like we see, and the Nile's floods never reached high enough to touch the Sphinx. Another geologist, Colin Reeder, agreed there was water erosion but suggested a different timeline. Maybe a brief wet period around 3000 BCE, still older, but not as ancient as Schoch proposed. Then, seismic studies added another layer of mystery. Researchers found that the floor of the Sphinx enclosure was weathered much more deeply than the walls. This is the opposite of what you'd expect if it were all carved at once. It suggests the floor is exposed to rain for a longer period, meaning the enclosure might have been carved in stages over thousands of years. And what about the Sphinx's head? It's noticeably small compared to its massive body, which is weird for Egyptian art. Some researchers think the head was recarved from a larger original, maybe an actual lion's head. This would explain why the head shows less erosion at Esnuan, why it looks a bit out of proportion. The conventional dating of the Sphinx relies mostly on context, not direct proof. There are no inscriptions on the Sphinx identifying its builder. The link to Khafre comes from a much later stela placed between its paws and the fact that his pyramid is nearby. But facial recognition studies comparing the Sphinx to statues of Khafre have given mixed results. If the Sphinx is really that old, it would completely change our understanding of human history. It would mean an advanced civilization capable of creating monumental sculptures existed long before the pharaohs. This could explain the sudden appearance of fully developed hieroglyphics and architecture. Around 3100 BCE, maybe they had help from an earlier culture. Some even connect this to the legend of Atlantis. If a civilization was wiped out around 9600 BCE, survivors could have migrated to Egypt and built the Sphinx. Its lion body might be a clue to, around 10,500 BCE, during the astronomical age of Leo. The constellation Leo would have risen on the eastern horizon at sunrise. Perhaps the Sphinx was built as a giant marker for this celestial event. Mainstream Egyptologists remain unconvinced, pointing to tool marks and quarrying techniques that match other Old Kingdom sites. The debate has become intense, with accusations of pseudoscience on one side and academic stubbornness on the other. But Schock's geological analysis is based on standard scientific principles. At the same time, the archaeological evidence for a 2500 BCE date can't just be dismissed. Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. The enclosure could have been started during an ancient wet period and then finished by Khafre thousands of years later. This would explain both the water erosion and the Old Kingdom connections. Or perhaps we just don't fully understand all the geological processes at play in the Egyptian desert. What is undeniable is that the Sphinx holds secrets we haven't yet unraveled. It has weathered millennia of desert winds and human speculation. Perhaps one day, it will finally reveal its true age and purpose. Until then, it remains what it has always been, a mystery carved in stone. Asking questions we're only now beginning to learn how to answer. Thanks for watching. If you found this as fascinating as I do, hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the world's greatest mysteries. See you in the next video. When you think of pyramids, you probably picture Egypt. But what if I told you that was just the tip of the iceberg? Pyramid structures are found on every inhabited continent, built by cultures separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years. This isn't just a coincidence. It's a global mystery. Why did so many ancient civilizations, with no known contact, all decide to build the same monumental structures? Let's travel to Mexico. The pyramids of Teotihuacan are mind-blowing. The Pyramid of the Sun, built around 200 CE, is nearly as large as the Great Pyramid of Giza. The entire city is aligned to the stars, specifically the Pleiades star cluster. How did they achieve this? Well, here's the kicker. They built this masterpiece without wheels, without large animals for transport, and without metal tools. It was all human power and stone instruments. Recently, archaeologists found a secret tunnel system under the Pyramid of the Sun, leading to a chamber carved from solid bedrock. It seems the pyramid was built to mark this specific spot. This pattern of building over underground chambers or caves isn't unique to Mexico. We see it in Egypt, and it's a key part of the controversy surrounding pyramids in other parts of the world. Now, let's head to China. Satellite images have revealed over 100 pyramid-like mounds, many covered by trees and soil, just looking like regular hills. The Chinese government keeps these sites under tight wraps, making them difficult to study. The biggest one, called the White Pyramid, is rumored to be over 1,000 feet tall, which would make the Great Pyramid of Giza look small. Are they man-made? Ancient Chinese texts do talk about emperors building mountain-sized tombs, and we know the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang with its famous terracotta army is shaped like a pyramid. Then there's Sudan, home to the Nubian pyramids. Built by the Kingdom of Kush, they are smaller and steeper than their Egyptian neighbors. While there was definitely cultural influence from Egypt, the Nubians also added their own unique architectural twists, suggesting they weren't just copying but innovating. One of the most heated debates revolves around the Bosnian pyramids. A researcher named Samir Osmanagic claims that several large hills in Bosnia are actually ancient, man-made pyramids covered in dirt and vegetation. The largest, which he calls the Pyramid of the Sun, would be the biggest on Earth. Geological surveys have found some strange anomalies, like flat surfaces and regular angles, and excavators have unearthed what some believe are manufactured stone blocks. Mainstream scientists, however, are convinced these are just natural rock formations. The whole controversy makes you wonder, how many other ancient pyramids might be hiding in plain sight, disguised as natural hills? Even more astonishing is the site of Gunung Padang in Indonesia. Some researchers claim this terraced megalithic site is the world's oldest pyramid, with parts of it dating back over 20,000 years. If that's true, it would mean pyramid building began long before the last ice age. Ground-penetrating radar shows what look like chambers and tunnels, buried deep beneath the surface. Of course, these dates are highly controversial, but the possibility is staggering. So, what's the deal? Why pyramids everywhere? The conventional explanation is convergent evolution. It's the most stable way to build a tall structure with basic technology. A pyramid is just a pile of rocks that won't fall down. It's a logical theory, but it doesn't quite explain the incredible similarities, the precise astronomical alignments, the advanced mathematics, and the sheer engineering skill. This leads to a more controversial idea, a lost global civilization. The theory goes that a highly advanced ancient culture built pyramids all over the world, but was wiped out by a massive catastrophe. The survivors scattered, carrying the knowledge of pyramid building with them. This would explain why perfect pyramids seem to appear suddenly in places like Egypt and Mesoamerica, with no earliest, simpler prototypes. It's as if the knowledge was inherited, not developed over time. Think about it. So many ancient cultures have myths about civilizing gods, or culture bearers who arrived after a great flood or disaster, teaching humanity architecture, astronomy, and agriculture. Could these be collective memories of real events? From the deserts of Egypt to the jungles of Central America, from the plains of China to the hills of Bosnia, pyramids stand as silent monuments to human ambition. Whether they were built independently or based on a shared, ancient blueprint, they all reach for the heavens. But pyramids are not the only ancient mystery that challenges our view of the past. All over the world there are other structures so massive and so precisely engineered, they force us to rethink everything we thought we knew about what ancient people could achieve. Stay tuned as we explore even more evidence of advanced ancient technology. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more journeys into our mysterious past. The standard story of human history is pretty simple, right? We started as primitive hunter-gatherers, slowly figured out farming, built villages, then cities, and eventually complex societies with writing and grand architecture. This whole process supposedly kicked off about 6,000 years ago in places like Mesopotamia and Egypt. Everything before that, we call it prehistory, a time of simple tribes with basic tools. But what if that whole story is wrong? What if I told you that archaeological discoveries have completely shattered this neat little timeline? We've found sites that are thousands of years older than the supposed birth of civilization. We've uncovered structures built with engineering skills that should have been impossible for the people of that time. The evidence is piling up, and it suggests our history is way more complex and mysterious than we ever imagined. There might have been advanced civilizations that rose and fell long before the first pharaoh ever ruled Egypt. Let's take a look at the evidence. Back in 1994, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt started digging at a site in southeastern Turkey called Göbekli Tepe, which means Potbelly Hill. What he found there would completely rewrite our understanding of the ancient world. Göbekli Tepe is a massive complex of huge stone pillars arranged in circles. Some of these pillars are 18 feet tall and weigh up to 20 tons. They're covered in incredibly detailed carvings of animals, lions, foxes, scorpions, and snakes. The craftsmanship is just breathtaking. But here's the truly mind-blowing part. Göbekli Tepe is about 11,600 years old. That's right. It was built around 9600 BCE at the end of the last ice age. To put that in perspective, that's over 6,000 years before Stonehenge and 7,000 years before the Great Pyramids of Giza. It is thousands of years before humans were supposed to have the ability to organize projects on this scale. According to the old timeline, the people who built Göbekli Tepe were just nomadic hunter-gatherers. They shouldn't have had permanent settlements, farming, or the complex social structures needed to pull this off. Yet, somehow, they quarried, moved, carved, and set up these massive stones, creating a complex that spans over 20 acres. The implications are just staggering. Everything we thought we knew about the dawn of civilization has to be re-examined. The old theory was that the agricultural revolution happened around 10,000 BCE, and it took thousands of years for farming to lead to cities and big monuments. Göbekli Tepe flips that idea completely on its head. Here we have a massive piece of architecture built by people who were still supposedly hunting and gathering. In fact, the site is at least 1,000 years older than any evidence of agriculture in that area. This has led some archaeologists to a radical new idea. What if building monuments came first, and farming was invented to support it? Think about it. Building Göbekli Tepe would have required hundreds of workers over many years. You have to feed all those people, and that means you need a reliable food source. This pressure might have been the very thing that sparked the development of agriculture and animal domestication. So, the desire to build a sacred place may have kicked off the agricultural revolution, not the other way around. And there's evidence to back this up. Around Göbekli Tepe, archaeologists have found the world's oldest signs of wheat cultivation and the earliest domesticated pigs. These innovations pop up shortly after the site was built, suggesting they were developed to support the construction project. But this just leads to more questions. Why would hunter-gatherers who are just trying to survive in a tough post-Ice Age world pour so much energy and resources into building a ceremonial site? What was their motivation? The purpose of the site is still a huge mystery. Unlike later temples, there's no sign that anyone lived at Göbekli Tepe. No houses, no garbage dumps, no signs of everyday life. It seems it was a place people came to for rituals, and then they left. Another strange thing is that the circular enclosures were deliberately buried after they were used for a while. Workers would fill them up with dirt and rubble, and then build a new enclosure on top. This happened over and over for thousands of years. Why would they go to all that trouble just to bury their work and start again? Maybe it was part of a ritual cycle, where each generation built their own sacred space and then ceremonially closed it. The animal carvings also give us some clues. They mostly show predators and dangerous animals, which might point to themes of death, transformation, and the untamed forces of nature. Some pillars even show human-like figures with animal heads, which could represent shamans or spiritual beings. One pillar is particularly fascinating. It seems to show a comet or a meteor. This has led some researchers to suggest that Göbekli Tepe was built in response to a cosmic disaster. There's a theory that a comet hit the Earth around 10,800 BCE, causing a period of dramatic climate cooling called the Younger Dryas. This event could have caused mass extinctions and destroyed earlier civilizations. Maybe Göbekli Tepe was built as a memorial to this catastrophe, or a warning to future generations. It's a speculative idea, but it does line up with geological evidence and with ancient flood myths from all over the world that talk about a great cataclysm in the distant past. The precision of the construction is also astounding for its age. The T-shaped pillars are all a standard design, which means they had a plan. The way they carved the stone was incredibly efficient, and the art is as sophisticated as what you'd see in civilizations thousands of years later. How did Stone Age people learn to do this? And where are the practice runs? Göbekli Tepe just appears in the archaeological record, fully formed, with no earlier cruder versions. It's like the knowledge to build it just appeared out of nowhere. This pattern of advanced knowledge appearing suddenly is something we see again and again in ancient history. The pyramids, Sumerian writing, Mesoamerican astronomy, they all seem to emerge fully developed. Some researchers have even proposed that Göbekli Tepe was built by the survivors of a much older, more advanced civilization that was wiped out by that Younger Dryas catastrophe. These survivors would have carried the knowledge of their lost world with them. This would explain the site's sudden sophistication and why these supposed hunter-gatherers had such advanced engineering skills. And then there's the mystery of its abandonment. Around 8000 BCE, after being used for about 1,600 years, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately and completely buried. Workers filled in all the enclosures, creating the artificial hill we see today. Why did the rise of farming and permanent villages make this nomadic ritual site irrelevant? Was it climate change? Or maybe, just maybe, its purpose had been fulfilled, and it was intentionally preserved, waiting for us to find it. What's really exciting is that we've only excavated about 5% of the site. Ground-penetrating radar shows at least 20 more circular enclosures are still buried, and some of them might be even bigger and more complex than what we've already found. What secrets are still hidden under all that dirt? Göbekli Tepe has already forced us to rethink everything we thought we knew about our ancestors. It proves that 11,600 years ago, people were capable of amazing engineering, art, and social organization. It shows that monumental architecture might have been the catalyst for civilization, not the result of it. And it reminds us that our history is much deeper and more incredible than we ever believed. As we explore these ancient pillars, we have to wonder, what other secrets does the Earth hold? And what else have we gotten wrong about our past? Thanks for watching, and if you want to keep exploring these mysteries with us, make sure to subscribe. High in the Bolivian Andes, at an altitude of over 12,000 feet, lies one of South America's most mysterious archaeological sites, Puma Punku, part of the larger Tiwanaku complex. Puma Punku is a field of scattered megalithic stones, displaying a level of precision that seems almost impossible for its time. Its name means Door of the Puma in the local Aymara language. Conventional archaeology suggests it was built by the Tiwanaku civilization around 1500 years ago, but the incredible stonework has led some researchers to question this, proposing the site could be far more ancient. What makes Puma Punku so extraordinary isn't just the size of its stones, though some weigh over 100 tons. It's the precision. The stones have incredibly flat surfaces, perfect right angles, and intricate interlocking joints that would be a challenge to create even with modern tools. The most famous are the H-blocks, massive andesite blocks carved with such accuracy that they could fit together like giant Lego pieces. Their surfaces are smoothed to within fractions of a millimeter. Andesite is an extremely hard volcanic rock, harder than most steel. The idea of shaping this material with the simple copper and stone tools that Tiwanaku supposedly had seems nearly impossible. Yet, the stones show evidence of advanced cutting techniques. Some blocks have perfectly straight channels, as if cut by a saw. Others have precise drill holes that look like they were made by a rotating tool. Engineer Christopher Dunn argues that the precision here exceeds what could be achieved with primitive tools. He suggests the builders had advanced machining capabilities, maybe even diamond-tipped saws or something more sophisticated. Mainstream archaeologists counter that patient work with stone hammers and abrasive sand could produce these results. But the sheer scale and consistency of the precision at Pumapunku challenged that idea. We're talking about hundreds of blocks, all displaying similar levels of accuracy. The labor investment would have been colossal. The interlocking joints present another puzzle. Some stones have complex shapes with notches and recesses that fit perfectly with their matching stones. This requires not just precision cutting but incredible planning and measurement. Modern stonemasons are often amazed by the tight tolerances, which are stricter than what's typical in construction today. The stones fit so perfectly that no mortar was needed. Some blocks show evidence of metal clamps that once held them together, set into eye-shaped channels. This technique also appears in ancient Egypt and Greece, raising questions about shared knowledge across oceans. The channels themselves are cut with such precision, parallel sides, flat bottoms, and sharp corners that they appear machined. The scattered state of Pumapunku only adds to its mystery. The massive stones lie jumbled as if thrown by a tremendous force. Was it earthquakes and weathering over centuries? Or was it a more sudden, violent event? Local legends speak of a great flood that destroyed the site. Geological evidence does show that the high plateau was once much wetter, and nearby Lake Titicaca was once much larger. Some propose Pumapunku was originally a port, destroyed when the water levels changed catastrophically. The dating is also controversial. Radiocarbon dates from organic material point to around 500 to 600 CE, but that only dates the organic matter, not the stones themselves. The stones could have been cut much earlier. So what was its purpose? A ceremonial complex? An industrial manufacturing center producing standardized parts? The precision suggests something more than a simple temple. When known explanations seem inadequate, more imaginative theories arise. From power plants to what we know for sure is that Pumapunku demonstrates capabilities that challenge our understanding of the Tiwanaku civilization. Recent 3D laser scans have revealed even more precision than is visible to the naked eye, showing cuts that suggest sophisticated machinery. What lies buried beneath the site? Ground-penetrating radar has detected possible structures, but investigation is slow. The Tiwanaku civilization collapsed around 1000 CE, and the knowledge of how to build Pumapunku was lost. Even the Inca master builders themselves viewed the ruins with awe, attributing them to gods or giants. They didn't know how it was built. As we look at these impossibly precise stones, we have to consider that ancient people may have possessed knowledge we've underestimated. The evidence is literally carved in stone. The precision exists. The massive blocks are real. The complex joints fit perfectly. These are facts. What we lack is an explanation that satisfies both the archaeology and the engineering. Until we find one, Pumapunku will remain a profound mystery, a testament to a level of ancient ingenuity we are still struggling to comprehend. Thank you for watching. If you're fascinated by the mysteries of our ancient past, be sure to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into the world's greatest enigmas. In the remote southeastern Pacific, over 2,000 miles from the nearest continent, lies one of archaeology's greatest mysteries, Easter Island, or as its people call it, Rapa Nui. The island is world famous for its moai, massive stone statues with giant heads and mysterious expressions. Nearly 900 of these statues dot the landscape, some standing on ceremonial platforms, others lying abandoned, as if frozen in time for centuries. The moai have sparked our imagination. How did a small, isolated population create and move these colossal monuments? Why did they dedicate so much of their lives to building statues? And what led to the collapse of their civilization? The popular story of Easter Island is often told as a cautionary tale of environmental suicide. The story goes that the Rapa Nui people, obsessed with building bigger and bigger statues, chopped down all their trees, which led to ecological collapse, war, and starvation. But recent research paints a much more complex picture, one of incredible human ingenuity, adaptation, and resilience. The moai themselves are feats of engineering, carved from volcanic rock at the Rano-Raraku quarry. They stand anywhere from 6 to 33 feet tall and weigh up to 80 tons. The biggest one ever attempted, still fused to the bedrock, would have been 72 feet tall and weighed about 270 tons. Imagine carving that with only stone tools. Once carved, the statues had to be moved, sometimes for miles, across rough terrain to their ceremonial platforms, called ahu. This is one of the biggest puzzles. How did they move an 80-ton statue without wheels, large animals, or even big trees for rollers? The local Rapa Nui legends offer a fascinating clue. They say the moai walked for a long time. This was dismissed as just a myth. But what if it wasn't? In 2012, archaeologists Terry Hunt and Carl Lippo proved that a moai could in fact be walked. By tying ropes to the head, a small team could rock the statue from side to side, inching it forward in a walking motion. This method explains why many fallen statues found along ancient roads are face down, as if they tripped while walking. It would have taken only 15 to 20 people, making this incredible achievement much more believable for the island's small population. So, why build them? The moai were representations of deified ancestors, chiefs, and important figures who became protective spirits after death. Each clan would commission a statue to honor their ancestors and ask for their protection. The statues were placed on platforms facing inland, watching over their living descendants. This ancestor worship was at the heart of Rapa Nui culture. Competition between clans drove them to build bigger and more impressive moai, each trying to outdo the other. Some statues were even crowned with giant red stone hats called pukao, which weighed up to 12 tons themselves. Imagine lifting that onto a 30-foot statue using only ramps made of earth and stone. Another amazing detail is the eyes. Most moai today look eyeless, but they originally had eyes made of white, coral, and red or black stone. These eyes were inserted in a special ceremony to awaken the statue, filling it with spiritual power or mana. With eyes, the statues look alive, their gaze powerful and commanding. Now what about that story of collapse from cutting down all the trees? It's true the island was once covered in palm forests, which disappeared around the same time moai construction peaked. But the real culprit might not have been humans. When the first Polynesians arrived, they accidentally brought rats with them. These rats ate the palm seeds, preventing the forest from regenerating. The Rapa Nui people were incredibly adaptable. They developed clever rock gardens to protect crops from the wind and hold in moisture. Their population didn't crash. It remained stable for centuries. The real collapse came later, with the arrival of Europeans. New diseases like smallpox and tuberculosis wiped out thousands. Then, in 1862, slave raiders kidnapped half the remaining population. By 1877, only 111 Rapa Nui people were left. The tragedy of Easter Island wasn't environmental failure. It was colonialism, slavery, and disease. This changes everything. Easter Island isn't the story of self-destruction, but a testament to human resilience tragically cut short. The Rapa Nui people created something extraordinary with limited resources. They did it all without metal, wheels, or a written language to pass down their knowledge, just oral tradition and pure human effort. The nearly 400 unfinished statues still in the quarry offer a snapshot in time. They weren't necessarily abandoned because of a disaster. It's more likely the culture simply evolved. The rise of a new religion, the Birdman cult, may have made the statues less important, so their construction just slowly faded away. And what about the toppled moai? Almost all were eventually pushed over. This wasn't just random destruction during wartime. It may have been a ritual act. When a new chief took power, the old ancestor statue might have been respectfully laid down. Later, Christian missionaries also encouraged the destruction of these pagan idols. Reaching this remote island was an epic feat in itself. The Rapa Nui are descendants of massive Polynesian navigators who crossed thousands of miles of open ocean in double-hulled canoes around the year, 1,200. They also developed one of the few independent writing systems in Oceania, known as rung. Tragically, most of these inscribed wooden tablets were destroyed, and the knowledge of how to read them died out, leaving us with another unsolved mystery. Today, the descendants of the Rapa Nui are working to preserve their unique culture while balancing the pressures of modern tourism. As we look at these silent stone giants, we see a story not of failure, but of ingenuity, adaptation, and the universal human desire to create something that lasts. The moai will stand long after we are gone, guardians of an island and secrets we are only just beginning to truly understand. Thanks so much for watching. If you found this journey into the mysteries of Easter Island fascinating, forget to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into our world's greatest enigmas. See you next time. From the megalithic temples of Göbekli Tepe to the impossible stones of Baalbek, from the precision of Puma Punku to the enigmatic moai of Easter Island, we've explored evidence that challenges our assumptions about ancient civilizations. These sites prove our ancestors had knowledge, skills, and organizational abilities far beyond what we've traditionally believed. They built monuments that still impress us, using techniques we struggle to replicate. But physical monuments are only one type of legacy. Ancient civilizations also preserved knowledge in astronomy, mathematics, and medicine that shaped human development for millennia. So, let's now explore this lost knowledge of the ancients. Throughout history, knowledge has been gained and lost in endless cycles. Civilizations rise, accumulate wisdom, then fall, their libraries burned, their discoveries forgotten. The ancient world possessed knowledge that wouldn't be rediscovered for centuries. Greek mathematicians understood concepts that medieval Europe had forgotten. Ancient astronomers mapped the heavens with surprising accuracy. But much of this was lost forever. What did the ancients know that we've had to relearn, and what knowledge remains lost? waiting to be rediscovered. In the ancient world, no place symbolized human knowledge more than the Great Library of Alexandria. Founded in the 3rd century BC, it was part of a research institution called the Mausead. At its peak, the library held up to 700,000 scrolls, making Alexandria the intellectual capital of the ancient world. Scholars traveled from everywhere to study there. The library was so hungry for knowledge that ships arriving in the harbor were searched for books. Any found were copied, with the originals kept for the library's collection. Within these walls, some of history's greatest minds worked. Euclid developed his geometry here. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with incredible accuracy. Aristarchus even proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system, 1,800 years before Copernicus. The library was a buzzing hub of collaboration and discovery, but its fate is one of history's greatest tragedies. The library likely declined gradually, damaged by fires during Julius Caesar's civil war and later edicts against pagan temples. The result was the same. The accumulated knowledge of centuries was lost. What was in those burned scrolls? We know from surviving texts that the library held works now lost forever, entire plays, scientific treatises, and historical accounts. The loss is simply incalculable. Some texts did survive through copies. Medieval Islamic scholars preserved many Greek works by translating them into Arabic. These were later translated into Latin during the Renaissance, reintroducing ancient knowledge to the West. But this process was selective. Texts that seemed useful were copied, others were neglected and lost. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck in 1901, gives us a tantalizing glimpse of what was lost. This bronze device from around 100 BC is an astronomical calculator of extraordinary sophistication. It has over 30 gears that model the motions of the sun, moon, and planets, and could even predict eclipses. Nothing comparable appears in the historical record for over 1,000 years. It shows a level of mechanical engineering we didn't know the ancient Greeks possessed. If it hadn't sunk in that shipwreck, we would never know such technology existed. Then there's the Baghdad Battery, found in 1936. This clay jar with a copper cylinder and an iron rod can generate a small electric current when filled with an acid like vinegar. Was this an ancient battery? If so, what was it for? Electroplating medical treatments? We don't know, because no texts ascribe such devices. And what about Greek fire, the Byzantine Empire's secret weapon? This incendiary liquid could burn on water and was nearly impossible to extinguish. The formula was a closely guarded state secret, and when the empire fell, the secret died with it. We still can't be sure we've matched the original formula. Even ancient Roman concrete holds secrets. Structures like the Pantheon have stood for 2,000 years, while modern concrete often crumbles in decades. We've recently learned that Roman concrete used volcanic ash and seawater in a mix that actually grows stronger over time. This knowledge was lost for centuries and is only now being rediscovered. The loss of medical knowledge is particularly tragic. Ancient physicians in Egypt, Greece, and Rome performed surgeries, set broken bones, and used herbal remedies, much of which was forgotten in medieval Europe. The Edwin Smith Papyrus from 1600 BC describes surgical procedures with modern-like precision. How much more did they know? Ancient knowledge of contraceptives, like the plant silphium, was also lost, partly because later religious authorities opposed it. Ancient astronomers also had incredible insights. Aristarchus proposed that the Earth orbited the Sun in the 3rd century BC. This knowledge was largely forgotten in Europe until Copernicus rediscovered the idea 1,800 years later. Imagine how much faster science might have progressed if that knowledge hadn't been lost. This pattern of loss isn't unique to Alexandria. Spanish conquistadors burnt nearly all Maya codices, destroying records of their sophisticated calendar and astronomy. The Mongol invasion of Baghdad in 1258 saw the House of Wisdom destroyed, with its priceless books thrown into the Tigris River. Knowledge that challenges authority, is passed down orally, or is known only to a small group, is always vulnerable. But knowledge can also be resilient. The rediscovery of classical texts during the Renaissance proves this, and today, digital archives offer new ways to preserve our collective wisdom, though they come with their own challenges of format, obsolescence, and data decay. The story of the Library of Alexandria is a timeless warning. Knowledge is precious and fragile. What we know can be lost. Its loss reminds us of our duty to preserve and share what we learn, to ensure that hard-won wisdom is never again lost to the flames of ignorance or the erosion of time. Thanks for watching. Long before telescopes and computers, ancient peoples studied the heavens with remarkable precision. They tracked planets, predicted eclipses, and understood celestial mechanics in ways that almost seem impossible. So how did they do it? And what does their astronomical knowledge tell us about how sophisticated they really were? The story of ancient astronomy begins not with written records, but with stones. Stonehenge, that iconic monument in England, is probably the most famous ancient observatory, built in stages between 3000 and 2000 BCE. Its massive stones align perfectly with the summer and winter solstices, but researchers now believe it did more than just mark the seasons. There are also alignments with lunar cycles, including the 18.6-year lunar standstill. Tracking this requires decades of continuous observation, suggesting knowledge was passed down through generations. Some even think Stonehenge was used to predict eclipse eyes. Imagine the power that would give you to foretell when the sun would darken in the sky. But even older is Nabta Playa in Egypt, and dating to around 5000 BCE, this stone circle aligns with the solstice and certain stars, making it possibly the world's oldest astronomical observatory. This suggests sophisticated skywatching began in Africa, thousands of years before the great Egyptian civilization even rose. Then we have the Babylonians in ancient Mesopotamia. They kept incredibly detailed records of celestial events on clay tablets. These weren't just casual notes, they were systematic scientific observations. The Babylonians developed mathematical models to predict where planets would be. Their astronomical diaries, spanning centuries, are one of the longest continuous scientific projects in human history. They were so accurate that modern astronomers use them to study changes in the Earth's rotation. They even discovered the Saros cycle, an 18-year period that allowed them to predict eclipses with stunning accuracy. The ancient Greeks built on this foundation, adding their own flavor of geometry and math. Around 240 BCE, a brilliant librarian named Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with incredible precision. He knew that on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in one city, casting no shadow. At the same time, 500 miles north in Alexandria, the sun cast a shadow. Using basic geometry, he figured out the Earth's circumference was about 25,000 miles. He was off by less than 2%. This wasn't a lucky guess. It was pure scientific reasoning. Then there was Aristarchus who, in the 3rd century BCE, proposed that the Earth revolved around the sun, a heliocentric model, 1,800 years before Copernicus. His idea was rejected, partly because it just didn't feel like we were moving. But the genius was there. Over in ancient India, astronomers also developed their own advanced models. The Surya Siddhanta, an ancient text, describes planetary orbits and eclipse predictions. Indian astronomers calculated the length of the solar year with a value remarkably close to our modern one. And of course, India gave the world the concept of zero number that completely revolutionized mathematics and made complex calculations possible. Meanwhile, ancient China was keeping its own meticulous records. They documented comets, novae, and supernova for over 2,000 years. Their record of the supernova in 1054 CE helped create the Crab Nebula, which helps astronomers today understand how stars evolve. They also developed incredible instruments like the armillary sphere to measure the positions of stars. And we can't forget the Maya of They developed one of the most complex calendar systems ever, tracking time over thousands of years with pinpoint accuracy. They were obsessed with the planet Venus, tracking its 584-day cycles so precisely that they could predict its position years in advance. They even had observatories, like El Caracol at Chichen Itza, with windows specifically aligned to track Venus. Like the Indians, they independently developed the concept of zero, which was crucial for their complex calculations. But what about knowledge that wasn't written down? Ancient Polynesian navigators crossed thousands of miles of open ocean without any instruments. They used an encyclopedic knowledge of stars, wave patterns, clouds, and even bird behavior. They could determine their latitude by watching which stars passed directly overhead. It was a skill passed down orally, from master to apprentice. In the 1970s, the Polynesian Voyaging Society built a replica canoe, the Hokal A, and successfully sailed from Hawaii to Tahiti using only these traditional methods, proving it was all possible. Of course, all this astronomical prowess was built on a foundation of mathematics. The Babylonians used a basic 16-number system, the reason we still have 60 minutes in an hour, and understood the Pythagorean theorem 1,000 years before Pythagoras. The Egyptians used math to build the pyramids with jaw-dropping precision. The Great Pyramid's base is level 2 within fractions of an inch over 755 feet. The Greeks took math to another level with figures like Euclid, whose work on geometry became the standard for 2 millennia, and Archimedes, whose genius anticipated calculus. They created a complex mechanical device, the Antikythera mechanism, which was essentially an ancient analog computer used to track celestial cycles. From stone circles to star charts, from oral traditions to mechanical computers, ancient civilizations possessed a profound understanding of the cosmos. Their knowledge, often lost and rediscovered, it shows a universal human drive to look up at the sky and understand our place in the universe. It's a legacy of curiosity and intellect that continues to inspire us today. Thanks for watching. If you found this fascinating, hit that like button and subscribe for more journeys into the past. See you next time. The ancient world was far more connected than we often imagine. Trade routes spanned continents, ships crossed oceans, merchants and explorers traveled thousands of miles, navigating by stars, landmarks, and accumulated knowledge. How did ancient navigators find their way across featureless oceans? What maps did they use? And what does the evidence of ancient navigation tell us about the sophistication of early civilizations? The Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral, has sparked decades of controversy. Drawn on gazelle skin, it shows the Atlantic with the coasts of Europe, Africa, and South America. What's remarkable is its apparent accuracy, especially for South America, which had only recently been discovered by Europeans. Some even claim it shows Antarctica's coastline as it would appear without ice. Piri Reis noted his map was compiled from about 20 older sources, some dating to Alexander the Great. This suggests ancient civilizations possessed detailed geographic knowledge that was later lost. Skeptics argue the supposed Antarctic coastline is just a distorted view of South America, but the map still raises intriguing questions. How did ancient cartographers achieve such accuracy? And what happened to the knowledge they contained? Then there are ancient portolan charts, medieval maritime maps used for navigation. Appearing in the 13th century, they show Mediterranean coastlines with remarkable accuracies, including correct angles between ports and realistic distances. Their origin is a mystery. They seem to appear fully developed, without clear predecessors. Some researchers propose they were based on much older, possibly Roman, sources. They use compass roses and run lines, making them practical tools for sailors. Someone had to sail these routes and measure them to create such accurate maps. Ancient Phoenician navigation is one of the earliest examples of long-distance sea travel. Around 600 BCE, according to the historian Herodotus, Phoenician sailors circumnavigated Africa. They sailed down the Red Sea, around the southern tip of Africa, and back through the Mediterranean, a 3-year journey. Herodotus himself was skeptical, noting that the sailors claimed the sun was on their right hand as they sailed west around southern Africa. But this detail actually supports the story. South of the equator, the sun does appear to the north, a fact Herodotus wouldn't have known. If true, this was an extraordinary feat of ancient navigation. The Phoenicians kept their navigational knowledge secret for trade advantage. So much of their expertise was never recorded and has been lost. Viking navigation across the North Atlantic is another incredible achievement. Norse sailors reached Iceland, then Greenland and North America around 1000 CE, centuries before Columbus. How did they navigate hundreds of miles of open ocean without compasses? They used a combination of techniques, observing the sun's position, watching for land indicating birds, and reading wave patterns. They may have used sunstones, crystals, that can detect polarized light to find the sun's position even on cloudy days. While we haven't found a definitive Viking sunstone, the sagas mention them. Their knowledge was passed down orally, sailing directions memorized and shared. Yet their settlement in North America was abandoned, and knowledge of the routes was lost. Columbus had no idea the Vikings had been there first. The discovery had to be made all over again. Perhaps the most impressive feat is ancient Polynesian navigation. Polynesians settled islands across the vast Pacific, from Hawaii to New Zealand to Easter Island. These were deliberate, planned voyages, not accidental drifts. Navigators could sail to a specific island and return home. They used sophisticated techniques, star compasses showing the rising and setting points of stars, knowledge of ocean swells, and observation of birds and clouds. This knowledge was entirely oral, passed down through apprenticeships. When European contact disrupted their cultures, much of this knowledge was lost. The revival of traditional navigation in the 1970s, with replica canoes sailing the Pacific, came just in time to rescue this wisdom from the brink of extinction. Ancient Chinese maritime navigation was also remarkable. Admiral Zheng He's voyages in the early 15th century were on an epic scale. Between 1405 and 1433, he led 7 expeditions with massive fleets, some ships reportedly over 400 feet long. They reached Southeast Asia, India, Arabia, and East Africa. They used compasses, invented in China, along with detailed charts. But after 1433, China turned inward. The fleets were disbanded, and maritime exploration ended. The knowledge was suppressed and largely lost. Imagine if China had continued its expansion, world history could be completely different. Similarly, Arab sailors used monsoon winds to master the Indian Ocean, developing sophisticated knowledge of wind patterns and currents. They used a simple wooden device called a kamal to measure star altitudes and determine their latitude. A 1st century Greek sailing manual, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, details of the routes, ports, and trade goods across this vast ocean, showing just how interconnected the ancient world was. But as European powers colonized the region, this traditional knowledge was marginalized and eventually forgotten. Ancient maps revealed both what was known and what was imagined. The Ptolemaic world map, based on the 2nd century work of the geographer Ptolemy, dominated European thought for over 1,000 years. It was a monumental achievement of ancient geographers using a grid of latitude and longitude, but it also contained significant errors. It underestimated the size of the Earth and overestimated the size of Asia, which, ironically, encouraged Columbus to believe he could reach Asia by sailing west. The map shows a world that was both known and unknown, a blend of accurate measurement and educated guesswork. It reflects the limits of ancient knowledge, showing how even the most brilliant minds could be wrong. These stories of ancient navigation, from the Piri race map to Polynesian starfinders, all point to a common theme. Knowledge is fragile. Sophisticated systems of finding one's way across the globe were developed, perfected, and then lost, often due to secrecy, cultural disruption, or a simple change in priorities. Each time, humanity had to rediscover what was once common knowledge. These lost arts of navigation remind us that our ancestors were not primitive. They were master sailors, astronomers, and cartographers whose skills rival our own, even without our modern technology. Their achievements challenge our linear view of progress and show us how easily profound wisdom can vanish into the mists of time. Thanks for watching, and be sure to subscribe for more journeys into our forgotten past. Ancient maps show us a world that was both known and imagined. Take the Ptolemaic world map. Based on the work of Claudius Ptolemy in the 2nd century AD, it was the most complete geographic picture of the ancient world, showing Europe, Asia, and Africa with surprisingly familiar shapes, even with some major distortions. Ptolemy was a genius. He set the prime meridian through the Canary Islands and divided the world into latitude and longitude coordinates, a system we still use. But his map wasn't perfect. He miscalculated the Earth's circumference, making it seem about 30% smaller. This one mistake might have changed history. It likely encouraged Christopher Columbus's, making him think Asia was much closer to Europe than it really was. For centuries, Ptolemy's work was lost to Europe, but it was preserved in the Byzantine Empire and by Arab scholars. When it finally reappeared in Europe in the 15th century, it sparked a revolution in map-making, but it also brought back those ancient errors. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, knowledge was flourishing. The Tabula Rogeriana, created in 1154 by the Arab geographer Muhammad al-Idrisi for King Roger II of Sicily, was another masterpiece. This map, oriented with south at the top, showed the known world from the Atlantic all the way to China with incredible accuracy. Al-Idrisi compiled his map from traveler accounts, merchant stories, and earlier geographic works, showcasing the immense knowledge gathered through Islamic trade networks. Yet, this incredible map remained almost completely unknown in Europe for hundreds of years. This shows how fragmented geographic knowledge was. What was common knowledge in one culture could be a complete mystery in another. Ancient navigation was so much more than just drawing maps. It was a deep, intuitive understanding of the world, knowing weather patterns, reading ocean currents, and tracking seasonal changes. Sailors learned this knowledge the hard way, through experience, and often at a terrible cost. Shipwrecks were frequent, and many voyages ended in disaster. But the survivors brought back priceless information: which routes were safe, where to find fresh water, and which shores to avoid. This knowledge was power, and it was often kept secret. Venetian merchants fiercely guarded their trade routes to Asia. In the 15th century, Portuguese explorers kept their discoveries along the African coast, a closely held state secret to stay ahead of their rivals. When civilizations fell or trade routes were cut off, this fragile knowledge could simply vanish. And it wasn't just about knowledge, it was about infrastructure. Lighthouses, harbor markers, and coastal beacons were essential. The legendary Pharaohs of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, was a lighthouse soaring over 300 feet high, guiding ships into one of the busiest harbors on Earth. It stood for more than 1,500 years before earthquakes brought it down. Its very existence shows just how vital maritime trade was to ancient civilizations. This brings us to one of the most debated topics in history: pre-Columbian contact between the Old World and the Americas. We know for a fact that Vikings landed in North America around 1000 AD. The Alonso Meadows settlement proves it. But what about earlier ages? Some researchers point to fascinating similarities between cultures, like pyramid building or mummification, as possible evidence. Then there's the strange case of cocaine and tobacco residues found in some Egyptian mummies plants native to the Americas. These findings are highly controversial, with many experts citing possible contamination. In 1947, Thor Heyerdahl's famous Kon-Tiki expedition proved that ancient balsa wood rafts could cross the Pacific from South America to Polynesia. He showed it was possible, but possibility isn't proof. The stark reality is that there's no clear, sustained archaeological evidence of major pre-Columbian contact. The devastating exchange of diseases, crops, and animals that happened after 1492 suggests the two hemispheres were isolated for thousands of years. Still, the idea is tantalizing. Ancient sailors were incredibly skilled and adventurous. A ship blown off course by a massive storm could easily have made an accidental landing, leaving behind no obvious trace for us to find today. We get glimpses into this lost world through marine archaeology. The Antikythera shipwreck, discovered back in 1900, gave us the Antikythera mechanism, a kind of ancient computer, along with bronze statues and artifacts that completely changed our understanding of ancient technology. It makes you wonder, how many other shipwrecks are lying on the ocean floor holding secrets we've lost? Ancient ships carried more than just cargo. They carried texts, maps, and scientific instruments. When a ship sank, that knowledge went down with it. A perfect example is the Aluburan shipwreck, found off the coast of Turkey. Dating to around 1300 BC, it was like a floating Amazon warehouse of the Bronze Age. Its cargo came from all over: copper from Cyprus, tin from Afghanistan, amber from the Baltic, and ivory from Africa. This one ship reveals a world that was far more interconnected than we ever imagined. The loss of this knowledge had profound consequences. After the Roman Empire fell, trade in the Mediterranean collapsed. Routes that were once highways of commerce became dangerous and were forgotten. European maps from the Middle Ages were actually less accurate than ancient Roman ones, filled with mythical beasts and blank spaces marked here by dragons. The geographic knowledge Ptolemy compiled in the 2nd century didn't become widely available in Europe again until the 5th-10th century. This is why the Great Age of Exploration was as much an age of rediscovery. European explorers were often retracing routes that other civilizations had known about for centuries. The Portuguese who sailed down the African coast were following paths Phoenicians had navigated 2,000 years earlier. Columbus's voyage came 500 years after the Vikings. Magellan's circumnavigation of the globe finally proved what the ancient Greeks had already theorized: the Earth is round. The success of this era was built on recovering and combining ancient knowledge, Ptolemy's maps, Arab astronomical charts, and new ship designs. But this expansion also came at a price. As Europeans explored, they often destroyed indigenous knowledge. The Spanish conquistadors burned ancient Maya books. Polynesian navigation traditions were disrupted and nearly lost. The sophisticated geographic knowledge of indigenous peoples, accumulated over generations, was often dismissed as primitive superstition. This triggered another massive wave of knowledge loss, one that affected cultures all over the world. Today, there's a race against time to recover some of what was lost. Researchers are working with indigenous communities to document traditional navigation. The revival of Polynesian voyaging is a powerful example. It shows that lost knowledge can be brought back, but it takes a dedicated effort. If the Polynesian Voyaging Society had waited just one more generation, there might not have been any traditional navigators left to teach the old ways. The story of ancient navigation reveals a repeating pattern in human history. Knowledge is gained, it's lost, and then it has to be rediscovered. The ancients knew far more than we often give them credit for. They crossed vast oceans, made sophisticated maps, and understood the world in complex ways. But this knowledge was fragile. When civilizations collapsed or trade routes were severed, that knowledge could vanish. We now live in an age of GPS and satellite imagery, where we can pinpoint our location anywhere on the planet. Yet we are still piecing together how ancient navigators accomplished their incredible feats. We're still finding ancient maps that hold clues we can't fully decipher. The courage and curiosity of those ancient sailors connect us to our own spirit of exploration. They ventured into the unknown, they mapped their world, and they found their way home, leaving a legacy of discovery that continues to inspire us to this day. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed this journey into the past, please like and subscribe for more. In 1901, off the coast of the Greek island Antikythera, sponge divers made an incredible discovery inside a Roman-era shipwreck. Alongside statues and pottery, they found a corroded lump of bronze and wood. Initially overlooked, this artifact would turn out to be one of archaeology's greatest puzzles, the Antikythera mechanism. It was an ancient astronomical calculator, so advanced that nothing like it would be seen again for over 1,000 years. Dating back to around 100 BCE, the device consists of at least 30 intricate bronze gears, all housed in a wooden case about the size of a shoebox. A crank on the side, when turned, would set the gears in motion to display complex astronomical information. For decades, its purpose was a complete mystery. The corrosion made it almost impossible to understand how the gears worked together. Some even thought it must be a modern object that somehow ended up in an ancient wreck. How could the ancient Greeks have built something so complex? The artifact, its true sophistication became clear. X-ray scans revealed a breathtaking internal structure of interlocking gears. Inscriptions on its surface served as a user manual, describing astronomical cycles. This device could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. It could forecast eclipses, track the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games, and even account for the moon's irregular orbit, a feat of engineering that wouldn't be replicated until the 14th century. This raises a huge question. How did the ancient Greeks create such a thing? It required an incredible blend of advanced astronomy, mechanical engineering, and precision bronzeworking. The Antikythera mechanism is the proof that these weren't just stories. But if the ancient Greeks could build this, what else could they do? What other technologies have been lost to time? The mechanism represents a level of technical achievement we never thought possible for that era. It's not just a tool, it's a complex mechanical computer. This single discovery forces us to rethink everything we thought we knew about ancient technology. We imagine progress as a straight line, from simple to complex. The Antikythera mechanism shatters that idea, showing that ancient civilizations could reach incredible peaks of sophistication, only for that knowledge to be completely lost. So why did this amazing technology disappear? Maybe it was always incredibly rare and expensive, a luxury for a select few. When the Roman Empire declined, the wealthy patrons who funded such projects vanished, and with them, the market for these devices. This illustrates just how fragile knowledge can be. It's not enough to invent something. That knowledge has to be passed on, practiced, and valued. If any of those links break, the chain of progress is broken. Modern researchers have built working replicas of the mechanism using ancient techniques, and they work perfectly. This proves the original design was sound, but it also shows how difficult it was to make. The creator must have had a long tradition of mechanical expertise to draw from. Yet almost no other trace of this tradition survives. We do have hints from other sources. Hero of Alexandria, writing in the 1st century CE, described steam-powered engines, automatic temple doors, and even a vending machine for holy water. These weren't just ideas. He provided instructions for building them. But just like the Antikythera mechanism, the actual devices are gone. And it's not just Greek technology. Think of Damascus steel, the legendary metal of medieval swords, with its distinctive wavy pattern and unmatched strength. We still can't perfectly replicate it today. The secret was lost centuries ago. Or Roman concrete, which could set underwater and actually get stronger over time. The recipe was lost with the fall of the empire. What about Greek fire? The Byzantine Empire's secret naval weapon that could burn on water. The formula was a state secret, and it died with the empire. We see a pattern here. Highly specialized knowledge, held by only a few people. That was easily lost during times of war or economic collapse. The skills weren't written down or were passed on only through apprenticeship. When those lines of transmission were broken, the technology vanished. The Iron Pillar of Delhi in India, over 1,600 years old, has barely rusted. We still don't fully understand the ancient forging technique that made it so pure. The Lycurgus cup, a Roman glass goblet, changes color from green to red depending on the light. The Romans had somehow figured out how to embed nanoparticles of gold and silver into glass, a technique we only understood in the 20th century. These artifacts are messengers from a lost world, reminding us that our ancestors were brilliant and creative. They also serve as a warning. We might think our digital age is immune to this kind of knowledge loss, but how much of our own technology depends on a small number of experts or unwritten skills? The Antikythera mechanism survived by sheer luck. It reminds us that progress is not guaranteed. Knowledge is a flame that must be constantly tended and passed on, or it risks being extinguished, leaving future generations to wonder at the marvels we once created. Thanks for watching. If you found this fascinating, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more journeys into the mysteries of the past. In 1936, an archaeologist digging near Baghdad found a curious clay jar. Inside was a copper cylinder and an iron rod, sealed with asphalt. He proposed a shocking theory. This was a primitive battery, made around 200 BCE. If true, it means people understood electricity 2,000 years before we thought. This Baghdad battery has been debated ever since. It's about 5 inches tall. If you fill it with an acid like vinegar, it could theoretically produce about 1 to 2 volts of electricity. And guess what? Replicas actually work. The design is a simple galvanic cell. But did ancient people really use these as batteries? And for what? Skeptics are quick to point out that we've found no ancient texts mentioning electricity, and no wires or other components needed to use it. Maybe they were just fancy scroll holders. But supporters have a different idea: electroplating. They think these batteries were used to coat objects with a thin layer of gold or silver. Some ancient artifacts seem to have coatings that could have been made this way, but it's still a hot debate. The truth is, we just don't know. The Baghdad battery could be a lost piece of ancient tech, or just a coincidence. Then we have the crystal skulls. These are human-like skulls, carved from quartz crystal, claimed to be ancient Aztec or Maya artifacts with mystical powers. The most famous one, the Mitchell Hedges skull, was supposedly found in a Maya ruin. Sounds amazing, right? Well, modern science tells a different story. Under a microscope, you can see tool marks from modern rotary cutters, not ancient hand tools. It turns out they were probably made in 19th century Germany. The British Museum and the Smithsonian both concluded they are modern fakes. They're beautiful works of art for sure, but they're not ancient mysteries. It's a good lesson. Extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. Let's talk about the Dropa stones. The story goes that in 1938, stone discs were found in a cave in China. They supposedly had tiny hieroglyphs telling of an alien spacecraft that crash-landed 12,000 years ago. This story is everywhere in books about ancient mysteries. But there's a problem. There's zero credible evidence. No photos, no museum exhibits, no scientific papers. The whole thing seems to be a fictional story that someone started passing off as fact. But not all mysteries are hoaxes. Take the Phaistos disc, a clay disc from ancient Crete, about 3,700 years old. It's covered in stamped symbols arranged in a spiral. It looks like an early form of printing, thousands of years before Gutenberg, but we can't read it. The script is unlike any other known language. Is it a hymn, a game, a royal decree? We have no idea. Similar to that is the Voynich manuscript, a medieval book from the 15th century. It's written in a completely unknown script and filled with bizarre drawings of strange plants and astronomical charts. The world's best cryptographers have tried to crack it for centuries, with no luck. Is it an elaborate code, a lost language, or just a meaningless hoax? It remains one of history's greatest unsolved puzzles. Now let's fly over to Peru to see the Nazca lines. These are gigantic drawings etched into the desert floor. So big you can only really see them from the air. There are animals, plants, and geometric shapes. Were there runways for aliens? Messages to the gods? Modern research suggests they were probably ritual pathways used in religious ceremonies over hundreds of years. You don't need lost tech to make them, just careful planning and a lot of work. The real mystery isn't how they were made, but why. What inspired a whole culture to create these massive artworks? Nearby, the walls of Sacsayhuaman are just as mind-boggling. The Inca built these walls with massive stones, some weighing over 100 tons, fitting them together so perfectly without any mortar that you can even slip a piece of paper between them. How did they do it with no wheels, iron tools, or large draft animals? Research suggests they used a combination of stone hammers, wooden levers, and incredible patience. They didn't need aliens. They were just brilliant engineers. Sometimes, a mystery has a simple explanation. The Koso artifact looked like a spark plug inside a 500,000-year-old rock. Turns out it was just a 1920s spark plug that got covered in minerals over a few decades. And the Klerksdorp spheres, supposedly man-made objects from 3 billion years ago. They're natural geological formations called concretions. Our brains love to see patterns, even when there aren't any. So, how do we tell a real mystery from a fake one? We need to be skeptical, but open-minded. We rely on science, clear evidence, and peer-reviewed research. When stories about artifacts only appear in sensational books but never in scientific journals, we should be cautious. But genuine mysteries like the Antikythera mechanism show us that ancient people were capable of incredible things. We shouldn't underestimate them. The study of the past is a journey. Some mysteries will be solved, while new ones will appear. These artifacts, whether explained or not, connect us to our ancestors. They show us human ingenuity, creativity, and our shared desire to understand the world and leave our mark on it. The past is complex, fascinating, and still full of surprises. We've journeyed for hours, exploring the mysteries of the ancient world, lost cities, impossible engineering, and forgotten knowledge that challenges our very understanding. What have we learned? That our ancestors were far more capable than we often imagine, and that knowledge itself is fragile, rising and falling with civilizations. The idea of Atlantis reminds us that even great civilizations can vanish. The pyramids demonstrate an engineering prowess that still baffles us today. Sites like Göbekli Tepe challenge our entire timeline of human development. Ancient peoples mastered astronomy, mathematics, and navigation to a degree that was lost and had to be painstakingly rediscovered. And the Antikythera mechanism proves that ancient technology could achieve a level of sophistication that seems almost impossible for its time. Perhaps the most important lesson is how easily knowledge can disappear. It doesn't just accumulate forever. It must be valued, preserved, and passed on. When societies collapse, when experts die, when texts are destroyed, knowledge vanishes. We see this pattern again and again. Roman concrete, Damascus, steel, Greek fire all represent knowledge that was lost, some of which we still can't replicate. This isn't just ancient history. Even today, traditional knowledge is disappearing as indigenous cultures change. In our digital age, we might feel immune, with everything stored on the cloud. But digital storage has its own vulnerabilities. File formats become obsolete. Data degrades and information can be lost. The ancient world teaches us humility. What we know today could become a mystery for future archaeologists if we aren't careful. But it also teaches us to be optimistic. Human ingenuity is incredibly resilient. When knowledge is lost, it can be rediscovered. Archaeologists uncovering forgotten sites, linguists deciphering ancient scripts, they are all part of humanity's ongoing conversation with its past. Each discovery connects us more deeply to our ancestors. We are the inheritors of millennia of their achievements and their mistakes. Their curiosity is our curiosity. Their drive to create something lasting is our drive. We are connected by our shared humanity. The mysteries that remain unsolved remind us that the past still holds secrets. What seems impossible today might be explained tomorrow, but some knowledge may be lost forever, and that's okay. The gaps are the unanswered questions that keep us curious, keep us searching. As you go about your day, think about the builders of the pyramids, the navigators crossing vast oceans, the craftsmen of the Antikythera mechanism. They were real people who dreamed, struggled, and hoped to leave something for the future. We are those future generations. And now, we have the responsibility to understand their message, preserve their legacy, and add our own chapter to humanity's story. The echoes of the ancients are all around us. They speak of our potential, of the heights we can reach. They remind us that civilizations are fragile, but human creativity is resilient. Remember that you are part of this ongoing story. The questions you ask and the curiosity you maintain contribute to our collective understanding. The ancient world isn't dead, it lives on in every artifact, every ruin, and in our unending quest to understand where we came from. Thank you for joining this journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and continue to wonder. In the frozen north, over 1,000 years ago, men went to battle believing their gods were doomed to die. They believed the sky would crack, the oceans would boil, and even the gods of Asgard would fall in blood and fire. And at the center of it all was one figure, a one-eyed god, hanging himself from a tree, and building an army for a war he knew he could not win. This is the story of Odin, the Norse god who knew the world would end, and chose to fight anyway. To understand Odin's terror, you have to understand Norse fate. In the old stories, fate isn't a suggestion, it's law. At the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil sit three women. The Norns, they carve the destiny of gods and men into the wood of the tree itself. Once something is carved, it cannot be erased. Unlike the triumphant gods of Greece or Rome, the Norse gods live with a ticking clock above their heads. They know there will be a last day, a final battle, a sunset for the entire cosmos. Most of them ignore it. Thor drinks and fights giants, but Odin is different. He is a god of obsession, of sacrifice, and of terrible knowledge. And in his hunger for wisdom, he discovers something dreadful, not just that the world will end, but exactly how. One of the oldest stories tells us that Odin comes to Mimir's well, a deep, cold pool of pure wisdom. Mimir guards this well, and he names the price. If Odin wants a drink, if he truly wants to see, he must give one of his eyes. Odin does not hesitate. He tears out his own eye and drops it into the black water. From that moment on, Odin sees more clearly with one eye than most beings do with two. He sees the doom of the gods. He sees Ragnarok. He knows that one day, the monstrous wolf Fenrir will break his bonds. The Midgard serpent will rise from the sea, and the fire giants will march. And he knows something even worse, his own death. Odin will stand before Fenrir, and the wolf will swallow him whole. Imagine ruling the cosmos, knowing the exact moment you will die, and knowing you cannot stop it. That is the burden Odin carries. Most gods demand sacrifices from others. Odin sacrifices himself, to himself. For 9 days and 9 nights, he hangs on the world tree, wounded by his own spear, with no food or drink, just wind, darkness, and pain. Why? Because he seeks tools, the runes, symbols of magic, language, and hidden lore. On the edge of death, he understands them. He rises again, a master of secrets. But remember what this means. The god who already knows the world will end now has the tools to prepare for it. He cannot erase fate, but he can sharpen his spear. What do you do if you know you're marching toward a hopeless battle? If you're Odin, you start recruiting. He creates Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain. Every warrior who dies bravely may be chosen and brought here. They eat, drink, and every day, they fight each other to the death. Every evening, their wounds are healed, and the feast begins again. To the Vikings, this sounded like paradise, but underneath it all lies something colder. Valhalla is not a reward, it is a training camp. Odin is building an army of the dead. He knows he will die. He knows they will die. He gathers them anyway. If you enjoyed this story, be sure to like and subscribe for more tales from myth and history. Thanks for watching. Imagine if every great poem, every epic saga, every brilliant idea came from one stolen drink, not from talent, not from hard work, from a single magical mead, brewed from the blood of a murdered god. This is the story of how Odin the Allfather lied, seduced, murdered, and shapeshifted, all to steal the mead of poetry, and how the Norse believed that's where human genius really comes from. In the Viking world, poetry wasn't a hobby, it was a weapon. The skald-scored poets weren't just entertainers, they were historians, propagandists, and PR agents wrapped into one. A good poem could make a king famous for 1,000 years. A bad one could turn him into a joke. So the Norse asked a simple question: where does this kind of power come from? How can words cut deeper than swords? Their answer was a drink, a magical mead that only the gods possessed. And to find the origin of that mead, we have to start with the wisest being who ever lived, a god born from spit. After a brutal war between the Aesir and the Vanir, two tribes of gods, the sides finally made peace. To seal the truce, each god spat into a great bowl. They didn't want this symbol of peace to go to waste, so they shaped that mingled spit into a man. His name was Kvasir. Kvasir wasn't just smart, he was the embodiment of divine wisdom. The myths say there was no question he could not answer. He wandered the worlds, sharing knowledge with gods, giants, dwarves, and men. But wisdom, in these stories, is dangerous. And very soon, someone decided to own it. Two dwarves, Fiala and Galar, invited Kvasir into their home. They claimed they wanted to hear his wisdom. Instead, they killed him. They drained his blood into a cauldron, then mixed it with honey. From the blood of the wisest being in existence, the first mead of poetry was brewed. They poured this mead into 3 vessels, Ukrier, Bone, and Essen. Anyone who drank from them would become a master poet, a scholar, a genius. They would be able to speak so beautifully that others would believe almost anything. And the dwarves kept it for themselves. Soon after, the dwarves had another visitor, a giant named Gilling, for fun. They took him out on a boat, capsized it, and watched him drown. When they got home, they told Gilling's wife what happened. And then, for an encore, they dropped a millstone on her head when she cried too loudly. But Gilling had a son, Sutung, who was much bigger and much less amused. Sutung seized the dwarves and took them to a small rock that would be covered by the tide. As the water rose, the dwarves begged for their lives. They offered Sutung the only thing they had of value, the mead of poetry. Sutung accepted. He took the 3 vessels and hid them deep inside a mountain called Hinnetbjerg. He then commanded his daughter Gunla to guard them day and night. The mead was now in the hands of the giants. Word of this powerful drink eventually reached Asgard, and one god in particular, Odin, decided that this mead, this ultimate source of wisdom and eloquence, belonged to him. But how do you steal something from inside a mountain, guarded by a giantess, on the orders of an even bigger giant? Well, if you're Odin, you don't use brute force. You use deception, charm, and a whole lot of trickery. Odin's quest begins in disguise. He takes the form of a wandering farmhand named Bolverk, which means evildoer. He arrives at a field where 9 of Sutung's servants are mowing hay. He offers to sharpen their scythes with his whetstone. The scythes become so sharp that the servants all want to buy the stone. Odin tosses it into the air, and in their greed, they all leap for it, accidentally slitting each other's throats with their newly sharpened blades. Just like that, 9 servants are dead. Bolverk then goes to the hall of Bogi, Sutung's brother, and finds him complaining that all his servants just mysteriously died. What a coincidence. Odin, as Bolverk, offers to do the work of all 9 men for the entire summer. In exchange, he asks for just 1 sip of Sutung's mead. Bogi agrees, though he admits he has no real control over the mead. Summer ends, and Bolverk has done the work of 9 men. He demands his payment. Bogi goes to his brother Sutung, who flatly refuses. He is not sharing a single drop. So, the plan changes. Odin reveals his true identity to Bogi and tells him they'll have to get the mead by trickery. He pulls out an auger, a drill Neirati. He tells Bogi to drill a hole through the mountain Hinnetbjerg. Bogi drills, but he's trying to trick Odin. When he claims the hole is finished, Odin blows into it, and the dust flies back in his face. He knows Bogi lied. He commands him to drill again, properly this time. On the second try, Odin blows, and the dust flies through the hole. It's done. In that instant, Odin transforms himself into a snake and slithers into the tiny opening. Bogi, realizing he's been played, tries to stab the snake with the auger, but it's too late. Odin is inside the mountain. Inside the rock chamber, Odin finds who he's looking for, Gunla, the giantess guarding the mead. Now he transforms again, this time into the shape of a handsome man. He spends the next 3 nights with her. The stories say he wooed her, charmed her, and promised her love. In exchange for those 3 nights, Gunla agreed to let him have 3 sips of the mead, 1 sip from each of the 3 vessels. But Odin wasn't a god of moderation. With his first sip, he drained the entire first vessel. Ukra with his second, he emptied Bone, and with his third, he finished the last one, Essen. He now held all the mead of poetry inside his body. He transformed one last time into a great eagle and burst out of the mountain, flying as fast as he could towards Asgard. When Sutung saw the eagle escaping, he knew what had happened. He also transformed into an eagle and gave chase. Their race was on. Back in Asgard, the gods saw Odin flying towards them, pursued by a furious giant eagle. They quickly placed several large vats in the courtyard. As Odin flew over them, he regurgitated the mead into the vats, securing it for the gods. But in his haste, with Sutung right on his tail, he spilled a few drops. These drops fell down to Midgard, the world of humans. This small, accidental portion is known as the Skald's Share, and it is from this tiny bit that all the bad poets, the hacks, and the wannabes get their inspiration. The true gift, the pure mead, Odin kept for himself and the other gods, sharing it only with the most worthy human poets. And so, the journey of the mead of poetry is complete. Born from the spit of gods, brewed from the blood of wisdom, stolen by dwarves, bartered to a giant, and finally, through seduction and deception, claimed by Odin. This story tells us so much about the Norse worldview. It shows that wisdom and inspiration aren't just gifts. They are commodities to be fought for, stolen, and earned through cunning. It paints a picture of Odin not just as a king, but as a relentless seeker of knowledge, willing to do anything to get it. And it gives a mythical origin to one of the most powerful forces in human culture, the power of words. The idea that a single drink could grant genius is a fascinating concept. So next time you hear a brilliant song or read a powerful poem, maybe you can think of Odin, the eagle, and the stolen drink of the gods. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more tallies from mythology. Fjalar and Galar weren't finished with their mischief. One day, they invited a giant named Gilling to go fishing with them. Out on the open sea, they deliberately capsized their small boat and simply watched as the giant, unable to swim, drowned beneath the waves. When Gilling's wife heard the news and began to weep for her husband, the dwarves silenced her permanently by dropping a heavy millstone on her head. As you might imagine, Gilling's son Suting was furious. He seized the two dwarves and took them to a small, rocky islet known as a scarier place that would be completely submerged at high tide. As the water rose around them, Fjalar and Galar begged for their lives. They offered Suting the most precious thing they had ever created, the mead of poetry. Suting accepted their offer. He took the magical mead and hid it deep within a mountain called Hinnitbjörg, setting his own daughter Gunnald to guard it day and night. For a time, the divine power of poetry belonged to a single giant family. Everyone else, the gods, the humans, the dwarves, was left with nothing but plain, ordinary words. That is, until the Allfather himself, Odin, heard rumors of this wondrous drink. Odin is known by many names. The Allfather, the god of wisdom, the god of war, the god of kings. But if you read the Norse myths, you'll find he rarely gets what he wants by just asking nicely. He's a trickster. He cheats, he steals, and he makes great sacrifices for knowledge and power. So when he learned of the mead of poetry, his mind was made up in an instant. It would be his. He disguised himself and traveled to the farm belonging to Bogi Sutung's brother. There, he found 9 servants hard at work, cutting hay in a field. With a whispered spell, all 9 men dropped dead where they stood. Baugi was distraught. "All my workers are gone," he cried. "How will I ever harvest my fields now?" This was Odin's chance. He offered a deal. "I will do the work of all 9 men for you," he said, "if you can get me a single drink of your brother's mead." He introduced himself by a false name, Bulverk, which means evildoer. All summer long, Odin, as Bulverk, toiled for Bogi. He plowed, he reaped, he stacked the hay, working with supernatural speed and never once complaining. When the last of the harvest was in, Bogi went to his brother Sutin to ask for the promised reward. "Let my worker have 1 sip of the mead," he pleaded. He did the work of 9 men, but Sutin refused flatly. "Not 1 drop," he snarled. "The mead is mine and mine alone." So Odin suggested a more direct approach. He handed Baugi a magical auger, a drill named Rati, and told him to bore a hole straight through the side of the mountain. Nidbjörg Baugi drilled nervously. After a while, he claimed the hole was finished, but Odin was suspicious. He blew into the opening, and a shower of rock dust blew right back into his face. The tunnel wasn't clear. "Keep drilling," Odin commanded. When the hole was finally open all the way through, Odin did something extraordinary. His body twisted and his bones bent, and in a flash he transformed himself into a snake. Just as Bogi tried to stab him with a drill, Odin slithered through the tiny hole, deep into the heart of the mountain, where he found himself face to face with the guardian of the mead, the giantess Gunnald. Deep inside the mountain fortress of Hittberg, Gunnald sits alone, guarding 3 massive vessels. Suddenly, a stranger appears. It's Odin, now in the form of a handsome man, stepping out of the shadows. He charms her with sweet words, offering companionship to a woman who has known only stone walls and the heavy weight of her duty. The myths are brief, but they are clear. Odin spends 3 nights with Gunnald. In return, she grants him 3 sips of the mead of poetry, 1 from each of the 3 great vats. But Odin isn't interested in a polite taste. At the first vat, he raises the horn to his lips and drains it in a single, mighty swallow. At the second, he does the same, and then the third, again. In 3 massive gulps, he empties Ukarera, bone, and Essen. All the mead, all the Sivasi's blood, all the power of poetry, knowledge, and persuasion. It's now all inside Odin, and Odin alone. He thanks Gunnald for her hospitality, and then he betrays her. In a flash, Odin rushes to the tunnel. He transforms again, this time into a great eagle, and bursts out of the mountainside. Behind him, Gunnald's father, the giant Sutun, hears the commotion. He, too, takes the form of a massive eagle and launches into the sky in furious pursuit. High above Midgard and Jotunheim, the two creatures race through the air, one carrying the stolen meat in his belly, the other seeking vengeance. Back in Asgard, the gods see Odin coming. They scramble to the walls of their stronghold, rolling out huge vats and barrels. Just as Suting's about to catch him, Odin dives over the wall of Asgard. He spits the precious meat out into the waiting containers, a golden river of divine inspiration. But he's not entirely neat about it. In his haste, some of the mead splashes out behind him, falling to the ground, spilling in the dirt. This, the Norse said, is where bad poetry comes from. They called it the Rimsterskär, the true mead of poetry. Odin keeps for the gods and for the rare human he deems worthy of the gift. But the dregs, those are for the fools who think they're geniuses, but really aren't. So, what is this strange and violent story really about? On the surface, it's an origin story, explaining why great poets and storytellers seem touched by something divine, something beyond the ordinary. But if you look deeper, you see something else entirely. In Norse mythology, wisdom is never free, it is never given. It is always taken, and always at a great cost. Kefazir is murdered, giants are killed, Gunnald is seduced and betrayed. Odin himself lies, labors, steals, shapeshifts and risks his life, all for the power that knowledge brings. The meat of poetry isn't just about artistic talent, it's about control, it's propaganda. It's the power to shape memory, to decide how future generations will remember kings and battles. It's the ability to turn a brutal defeat into a glorious last stand, or a cruel, greedy ruler into a noble hero. For the Vikings, words could build a reputation that would outlive stone, steel, and even empires. No wonder they imagined that such a powerful tool had to be stolen directly from the gods. And in their version of the story, the ultimate master of spin, the original influencer, is Odin. So next time you hear a speech that moves a nation, or a story that changes history, remember the mead of poetry. According to the Norse, somewhere behind it all is a drink brewed from the blood of a murdered god, hoarded by giants, and stolen by a one-eyed trickster who sometimes calls himself evildoer. If you enjoyed this journey into the dark heart of Norse myth, you'll definitely want to see how these same gods face the end of the world at Ragnarok. Or maybe you'd like to explore how other cultures, from Greece to Egypt, told their own epic stories of stolen wisdom. Subscribe to our channel for more legends, battles, and forgotten empires. And let me know in the comments which myth you want to explore next. Loki's monstrous children, the forging of Thor's hammer, or the tragic death of the shining god Baldur, because in the old stories, the gods are never as noble as they seem. Thanks for watching. Imagine if all human genius, every great poem, every cunning plan, came from one stolen drink. What if the source of all inspiration wasn't a muse, but a heist? Today we re-diving into one of the greatest Norse myths, how Odin stole the mead of poetry and turned wisdom itself into a weapon. This isn't just a story about a magical drink. It's about power, propaganda, and a god who would do anything to get what he wanted. In the Viking Age, words were power. A king's reputation, his legacy, even his claim to the throne, could be made or broken by a poet. These poets, called skalds, were the original PR machines. There were spin doctors, historians, and influencers all rolled into one. A good skald could get you fame, fortune, and a place in the sagas. A bad one could erase you from history. The Norse believed this incredible power didn't come from talent alone. It flowed from a single, divine source, a magical mead brewed from blood and betrayal. The story of this mead begins with the end of a war. The two tribes of gods, the Geir and the Vanir, made peace by spitting into a single vat. From this divine saliva, they created a being named Kvasir. He was the wisest being in all the 9 realms. Kvasir traveled the world, sharing his knowledge freely with anyone who asked. But not everyone appreciated his wisdom. 2 dwarves, Fjalar and Galar, grew jealous. They lured Kvasir to their underground workshop and murdered him. They let his blood drain into 3 vessels, a great cauldron named Ukria, meaning stirrer of inspiration, and 2 smaller vats, Bone and Essen, symbolizing the offering and reconciliation that poetry can bring. The dwarves then mixed Kvasir's blood with honey, and through their dark alchemy, they brewed the mead of poetry. Anyone who drank it would become a master poet and scholar. The source of all creative genius was now in the hands of 2 murderous dwarves. Their killing spree wasn't over. The dwarves later invited a giant named Gilling and his wife for a visit. They took Gilling out on a boat, deliberately capsized it, and left him to drown. When his wife wept with grief, they dropped a millstone on her head from the roof. This was a bad move. Gilling's son, the powerful giant Sutun, came looking for revenge. He seized the dwarves and was about to leave them on a rock to be drowned by the rising tide. Terrified, Fjalar and Galar offered Suting their most prized possession in exchange for their lives, the mead of poetry. Suting accepted the deal. He took the 3 vessels of mead and hid them deep inside a mountain called Hinnitberg. To guard this immense power, he set his own daughter, Gunnald, The message was clear. Knowledge and inspiration were no longer for everyone. They were treasures to be hoarded by the powerful, locked away from the world. News of this incredible mead eventually reached the ears of Odin in Asgard. The Allfather, ever hungry for knowledge and power, knew he had to have it. He disguised himself as a mortal farmhand, calling himself Bolverk, which means evildoer, a hint at the questionable deeds to come. He traveled to the lands of Sutung's brother, a giant named Bogi. Odin found 9 of Bogi's slaves mowing a field. He offered to sharpen their sides with his magical whetstone. The blades became so sharp that the slaves all wanted to buy the stone. Odin tossed it into the air, and in their frenzy to catch it, the slaves accidentally killed each other with their scythes. Just like that, Bogi was short 9 workers. Odin asked Bolverki offered to do the work of all 9 men for the entire summer. His price, not gold, not land, but a single sip of Sutung's mead. Bogi agreed, though he admitted he had no control over the mead. After a long summer of hard labor, Odin demanded his payment. Bogi went to his brother Suting, but the giant flatly refused to share even a single drop. Odin then revealed his true nature and forced Bogi to help him. He gave the giant a drill and told him to bore a hole into the side of the mountain where the mead was hidden. Once the hole was made, Odin transformed himself into a snake and slithered inside. Bogi, realizing he'd been tricked, tried to stab the snake, but Odin was too fast. Inside the mountain chamber, he found the giantess Gunnald, guarding the precious mead. Odin changed back to his handsome divine form and set about seducing her. He spent 3 nights with Gunnald, and in exchange she promised him 3 sips of the mead. On the first night, he took his first sip and drained the entire cauldron, Ukbaria. On the second, he drained the vat bone. On the third, he finished the last vat, Essen. He didn't take 3 sips, he drank it all. Odin, the great manipulator, had once again used deception and seduction to achieve his goals. With all the mead of poetry inside him, Odin transformed into a mighty eagle and burst out of the mountain, flying as fast as he could toward Asgard. When Suttung discovered the theft, he also took the form of an eagle and gave chase. The race across the sky was desperate. Back in Asgard, the other gods saw Odin approaching with Suttung hot on his tail. They quickly set out barrels and containers all along the walls of Asgard. As Odin flew over the city, he regurgitated the precious mead into the barrels, securing it for the gods. But in his haste, with Suttung nipping at his tail feathers, a few drops of the mead spilled out from his rear end. This fallen mead splattered across Midgard, the world of humans. The sagas say this is the portion for bad poets, the Skaldfithel, the poetasters and hacks. So, the next time you hear a truly terrible rhyme, you can thank Odin's frantic escape. So what does this myth really tell us? It's more than just an adventure story. It's a powerful metaphor for how knowledge is controlled. Odin, the ruler of the gods, steals wisdom and then distributes it as he sees fit. The best poetry is reserved for the gods and their chosen favorites, the skilled skalds who serve kings and chieftains. Everyone else gets the leftovers, the bad mead. This perfectly mirrors how Viking society worked, where skalds were essentially state media, crafting the narratives that upheld the power of their patrons. The myth of the mead of poetry is a cynical, brilliant take on inspiration. It suggests that art, knowledge, and talent aren't just given freely from on high. In the Norse world, wisdom is not given, it's stolen, weaponized, and rationed from above. Thanks for watching. If you want to explore more of the cunning and complex world of the Norse gods, check out our videos on Tyr Odin's other quests and the real history of the Vikings. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more myths decoded. In Norse mythology, every god, every hero, every realm will one day face total annihilation. This is not a story of triumph. This is Ragnarok, the prophesied apocalypse, where even the mightiest gods fall in the most terrifying part. Odin knew it was coming all along, but couldn't stop it. Chapter 1. The Prophecy 0:45 to 4 o'clock. Our story begins with a sacrifice. Odin, the Allfather and King of Asgard, sought ultimate wisdom at Memi as well. But knowledge of the future came at an unthinkable price, his own eye. When Odin dropped his eye into the depths, the waters rippled with visions of doom. He saw a massive wolf with jaws wide enough to swallow the sky, a serpent so large it encircled the world, and a fire giant wielding a sword brighter than the sun. In that moment, Odin saw everything: the death of gods, the collapse of realms, and his own end in the crushing jaws of Fenrir. The prophecy was clear, the fate was sealed. And despite all his power, Odin could not escape destiny. The Norns had already woven the final thread. The visions spoke of events that would unfold with chilling precision. 3 endless winters with no summer. The Fimbulwinter, a world plunged into chaos as families turned against each other. The unbreakable chains holding back the greatest monsters would finally snap, and the gods would face the very enemies they had created through fear, neglect, and betrayal. The countdown to Ragnarok had already begun. Chapter 2. The monsters. To understand Ragnarok, you must know the monsters. First, Fenrir, the monstrous wolf born of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, The gods raised him in Asgard as a harmless pup, but as he grew, so did their terror. Fenrir grew larger with every passing day, towering over the gods, feared by all except Tyr, the only one brave enough to feed him. No chain could hold him, not one. So the gods turned to the dwarves, the greatest smiths in all the realms. They forged a magical ribbon called Gleipnir, crafted from 6 impossible things: the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. When the gods asked Fenrir to test this delicate ribbon, he agreed on one condition: that a god place their hand in his mouth as a gesture of trust. Tyr stepped forward without hesitation, and when Fenrir realized he had been tricked, that the ribbon held firm, he closed his jaws with unstoppable force. Tyr's hand was gone. The wolf was bound, but his fury waited for Ragnarok. Next comes Jormungandr, the world serpent, another of Loki's terrible children. Odin cast the serpent into the oceans of Midgard, thinking to hide it from the world. But there, it grew and grew, until its enormous body encircled the entire planet, biting its own tail. Thor encountered the beast once during a fishing trip with the giant Hymir. The thunder god nearly dragged the serpent from the deep, their eyes meeting in a moment of pure hatred. But Hymir, terrified, cut the line, sparing the world a battle it was not yet ready to witness. Their true clash, a fight destined to kill them both, would come only at Ragnarok. And then there is Surtur, the primordial fire giant, older than the gods, older than the worlds. He waited in Muspelheim with a flaming sword so bright it outshone the sun. At Ragnarok, Surtur would march with an army of fire giants across the Bifrost and burn Asgard to ashes. These are the 3 destroyers: Fenrir, Jormungandr, Surtur, the beasts of prophecy that would bring ruin to gods and mortals alike. Chapter 3. Odin's preparation. Knowing the prophecy, Odin prepared for centuries. He built Valhalla, the hall of the slain. Here, every warrior who died bravely in battle was chosen by the Valkyries and brought to this shining fortress. They feasted each night on meat from a magical boar that regenerated endlessly, drinking oceans of mead, and every morning they fought to the death, only to rise again as if nothing had happened. But Valhalla was not a reward, it was a recruitment center. Odin was building an army, the Einherjar, an army so vast that 800 warriors could march through each of Valhalla's 540 doors at once. 432,000 soldiers, trained for the sole purpose of fighting in the final war. And still, Odin knew it would not be enough to stop the end. The Allfather used every tool at his disposal. His ravens, Hugin and Munyan, thought and memory, flew across the 9 realms each day, returning with knowledge no other being possessed. He held Gungnir, a spear that never missed, forged to strike with absolute certainty. He rode Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse, faster than any creature alive. Odin even mastered Cider, a powerful form of magic considered unmanly and taboo among the gods, because he understood that pride had no place in the face of destiny. He sought counsel from the Norse beings who weave fate itself. He questioned Valva prophetesses, searched for hidden knowledge, and gathered relics of unimaginable power. Every decision, every alliance, every battle Odin fought was part of a centuries-long effort to change a future he knew he could not escape. For Odin understood one thing better than anyone: all of his preparation, all of his armies, all of his wisdom were leading him toward the day he was destined to die. Chapter 4. The signs begin. The signs of Ragnarok would be unmistakable. First came the Fimbulwinter, 3 endless winters with no summer to break them. Snow fell forever. The sun dimmed, growing cold and distant. Crops withered. Entire realms starved beneath a sky that refused to warm. In Midgard, human villages descended into chaos. Hunger tore communities apart. Families fought over the last scraps of food. Brother killed brother. Fathers turned on sons. The moral order shattered, just as prophecy foretold the collapse of society before the collapse of the world. Then the earthquakes began. Deep beneath the earth, Loki, bound in torment with venom dripping onto his face, writhed in agony. Each violent thrash sent tremors across mountains and valleys. His bonds, weakened by centuries of suffering, began to fail. In the darkness, Fenrir sensed the change. The impossible ribbon Gleipnir, forged from things that did not exist, began to fray. And then it broke. The wolf's howl, filled with centuries of fury, echoed across all 9 realms. The unbreakable was broken. Fenrir was free. Far out at sea, the world convulsed as Jormungandr released its tail. The world serpent rose from the depths, its massive coils causing tsunamis that devoured coastlines. The oceans themselves became instruments of destruction. And Loki, burned by venom, twisted by hatred, finally tore himself free from his chains. His loyal wife Sigyn could no longer shield him, but Loki did not seek mercy. He wanted vengeance against the gods who had imprisoned him and destroyed his children. He took command of Naglfar, the massive ship built entirely from the untrimmed fingernails and toenails of the dead, crewed with Draugr, the restless dead, and with this army of the damned. Loki sailed from Helheim to wage war against the Aesir. High atop the Bifrost, Heimdall, the ever-watchful guardian, saw the doom approaching. With golden armor gleaming and Jollahorn in hand, he drew a deep breath and sounded the alarm. Splash shook the cosmos. Across every realm, gods and mortals alike heard the call. Ragnarok had begun. Chapter 5. The final battle. The armies converged on Vigrid, a plain stretching 100 leagues in every direction. From Valhalla marched Odin's 432,000 Einherjar. From Muspelheim came Surtur, leading an endless tide of fire giants. Frost giants thundered in from Jotunheim. Loki arrived from Helheim at the helm of Naglfar, bringing the dishonored dead. And rising from the ocean depths came Jormungandr, its venom turning the sky black. So great was the oncoming storm that the Bifrost itself, the Rainbow Bridge, cracked, splintered, and shattered as Surtur's army crossed it. The link between realms was destroyed forever. What followed was a battle beyond imagination. Thor met Jormungandr in their long-awaited final clash. Mjolnir struck with a force that shook the worlds, and the world serpent finally died. But as it fell, it released one last breath of poisonous mist. Thor staggered back 9 steps before the venom claimed him. The defender of gods and men collapsed lifeless on the field. Odin, riding Sleipnir and wielding Gungnir, charged toward the monstrous wolf Fenrir. The Allfather had foreseen this moment, yet could not avoid it. Fenrir's jaws stretched from earth to sky and closed around Odin, swallowing him whole. The king of the gods was gone.